I haven't streamed too many times, but every time that I start a stream, I always get really nervous right at the start. Getting some things set up. But hello, if you're there. Happy to have you. Getting my chat open on my screen as well, so I can see if you guys are saying. Hi, guys. Hey, okay. Hi, Mustafa from Egypt. Super cool. I don't think I've seen someone from Egypt in chat before. California. Yep. Today is the finals. So, I'm just gonna be chilling a little bit because we still have a little bit of time before they actually start. I'm glad that you enjoy the EMA videos. Hello, Kinho from Brazil. The entire finals is going to be today, so we're probably going to get the ban list today. Yay! Oh yeah, we hit 20K. Thank you, McKellen. I think I also saw you yesterday too. I appreciate you stopping by twice. Thank you for the €2. Thank you, everyone. I was able to hit 20K this morning, which is amazing. Oh, hey, I got a... Okay. I got a notification on my phone that I started streaming too. Okay. Yeah, so Japan doesn't have a day 1 or a day 2 system. Or they don't have a day 2 system. It's always only in 1 day. Most of that, I think, is because of costs. Just because in Japan, card games, I believe, are considered gambling, which means that they can't charge entrance fee. I'm pretty sure that's what I've heard. So therefore, they don't make too much money from championships. So putting it into 2 days just means that they lose twice as much money. So they usually try to do things in 1 day. I think that they're going to announce the bans today. I just don't know what time. The size of this tournament, I don't know. I think it's only people who got top 16 or top 32 in, what is it? 8 different tournaments. I just don't know how many of them were top 16 or top 32. Koala, thank you for the $10, by the way, Gumby. Koala, I'm not sure. I think all of it's really going to pivot on what ends up getting banned or not. And for now, maybe I'll just go back to me for now. Koala really struggles into Green Zoro. So if Green Zoro is as popular as he is in Japan, then you might have some issues. But revolutionary armies in general are also getting buffs in OP13, so I don't think it's a bad idea to be playing Koala. Oh yeah, Pokemon Worlds today? That's crazy. Yeah. Just checking to make sure that I actually got the day right. Because if I start stream and I see it's actually like a day and 79 minutes away instead of just 79 minutes away, then I'd feel a bit stupid. Yeah, right now it is 1 p.m. in Japan. So we have about an hour and a half-ish until the actual championship will start. And I get asked this a lot, so let me... it's not in chat, but a lot of people ask this, so let me pull this up. Bit of a paint document. I zoom in. Here, okay, we're gonna have to deal with this for now. So, excuse me writing with my mouse. But, yikes, actually that's a terrible idea. Hold on. There's text surely, isn't there? Okay. So, Japanese qualification system. which is a topic that a lot of people ask about. It's too big. So, first, thank you, the 7th, for the $5. I hope so too. Uh, too early to see how everything's going for surgery, but the first surgery was successful. There's going to be 2 more. First, there are store qualifiers, and then the store qualifiers you have to get through the Bandai TCG Plus app. It's a lottery system, and if you're in Tokyo, it's like 1,000 people, basically trying to get into like 32 spots. These tournaments are anywhere. They're in local card game stores, but at least in Tokyo, there's many of them, so you have decent chance. You, on average, get into like maybe 1 through 3 throughout the period, and they can be anywhere from 18 to 32 players. Most of the time, you're going to be going to one of the 32 player ones, and the top 3 go top 3 qualify for the next round. The next round is what we call championships, but what you call regionals. These championships have basically around 1,000 people, like give or take 1,000 to. It's like anywhere from 800 to 1,200 people. Fans, I have no idea. I feel like I'm going to be asked that a lot. But these championships, I think that there's one that's about 500 people, the rest are about 1,000. I think one of them, the small one, the top 16 qualify, but in general, top 32 qualify for the next round. Okay. And then 3 is wave 1 or 2 finals, which is where we are here. So it has the top 32 people or top 16 from the 8 championships all throughout Japan. You can only go to 1 championship per wave, and only the top 32 players from these championships can play in the finals, which is what we're going to be watching today. I think last time there's like 160 people, but I feel like this time there should be a bit more, but I don't know exactly how many people qualified from each one. Ma. I think safely it's like 160 plus people. And again, the top 32 qualify. Then there's the Japan finals. Japan finals, because there's 2 waves, is going to be 64 players. The 32 from wave 1 and the 32 from wave 2. Actually, the person who won the Japan finals last year, WF, or not WF, the person who got 2nd place in the world last year, WF, was the person who won the Wave 1 finals, but didn't necessarily do too well in the Japan finals. But you don't necessarily need to do too well in Japan finals to actually qualify for Worlds, because to qualify for Worlds, at least last year, though maybe this year, it's a bit different. 12 people qualify, which is a lot, for considering that other regions can get anywhere from like 1 through like 3. And then finally, you have Worlds, which is the last step. But this is the qualification system. Yeah, sorry if I missed some of your messages, but if anyone can help people who are confused in chat, then I would appreciate if you guys can let them know. Yeah, so today, I don't like black as a color here. Let's wait. Today, we are here. So for the people who are still trying to make it to Worlds, they still have quite a way to go. But the hardest part, the store qualifiers are pretty easy, just because top 3 isn't that difficult. The championships, I think, are the hardest because there's so much variance. You only have 1 shot. But if you get through the top 32 through the championships, then your odds get better and better. So as long as you can have relatively good luck compared to your surroundings on the day a couple of times after you make it through the championships, Worlds isn't too possible. It's just getting to this point is very difficult because not only do you have to be a good player throughout several sets, because most of the people who've played throughout the championships played on like OP11. Most people didn't play OP12 championships, and the meta has changed a little bit. So usually the store qualifiers, I think, I'm trying to remember. Let me make my pen smaller. I'm pretty sure that the store qualifiers this time around, this was on OP. 10, and then the championships are on OP11. Wave 2 or Wave 1 is going to be on 12. Wave 2 is obviously going to be like 3 months from now. And if you qualify for the Japan finals from here, where's my mouse? Hold on. Okay. The Japan finals is probably going to be on something like OP15 or something, which is what's historically happened, or like EB04 or something. So if you want to qualify for Worlds, oh, and the crazy thing is, at least right now, because we don't have simultaneous release yet, if you're going to qualify for Worlds, you end up going back to like OP13 because the West hasn't caught up yet. So basically, to qualify for Worlds, you need to be good in 5 different sets, which is brutal. And I've never been able to make it past the championship stage yet. I did well in championships. I've went 7-1, I've went 7-2, but I haven't been able to make it through a top 32 line just because when you have like 1,000 people, you can go 7-1 and still be like 50th place. So yeah. I think they should just add more rounds. Usually there's 9 rounds, but I don't remember what happened that time. Yeah. Honestly, I think we did banlist predictions a little while back. I don't know if that was last week or the week before that. But at the time when we were just looking at things that existed currently, we had some information on Roger and Ace, and it made sense to get rid of some cards and power from Blue Purple Luffy. But I feel like I messed up my hair more just now. um, but with Ema being revealed, I'm not sure if we even need bans at this point, because Ema feels like the big bad right now. Maybe Red Black Sable does something, though. I think Red Black Sable has a lot of potential still. X1, yeah, I don't even know what happened. I think that the one championship that I went to where I went X1 and didn't make it. Oh, okay. Yeah. So they've changed the system now. From this year, it's top 32 qualify. But when I was there, it was top 16. So I don't remember what placing I got, but like I just know it wasn't enough. So it used to be top 16, which means that you could theoretically go X1 and still not make it into top 32. Which is what happened to me because I lost my first round. But now they've made it so that I'm pretty sure mathematically every single X1 makes it through. But also the championship that I went to had like 1,500 people as one of like the really big Tokyo championships. Now they split Tokyo championship into 2 different championships, so they don't have that issue anymore. Decks that I think beat Emu so far, I think, is Blue Nami, and I think that Red Black Sable is at least 50-50 into it. I did a little bit more testing yesterday after stream ended. I think that deck seems kind of good. Yeah, Nami would destroy Emu. I think Nami probably destroys... I'm gonna pretend I didn't read that message, Nisel. Nami probably destroys most of the meta in OP13 with the new cards that we've seen. I don't know if the full card list is out for OP13. No, it's not. Too bad. I mean, it's out, but it's not out officially on the website. We only have OP12 right now. Or is it? Oh no, this is the English website. Hold on. Pause. No, it's still not out. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, don't have the full thing, but there's a new card that was shown, which is basically just Kaya but better. And even if Blue Nami had more Kaya in the same, like with the same exact text, then she'd probably be a problem. But she got something that's like way stronger. So I'm very afraid of Nami. If they don't do anything about her, then I feel like we're not going to have any fun for like 6 months straight. Japan finals. Sorry, let me pull this back up. Japan finals are the top 32 from Wave 1 and Wave 2. So Japan finals is going to be in February probably because we have to finish Wave 2 before that actually happens. I have a chance, in Wave 2 again. Store qualifiers start again from what's it called again? September. I blanked on the month name. From September, store qualifiers start again, and from there we're gonna have the same cycle. Store qualifiers for this Wave 2 is going to start in OP13. Championships are championships OP13? They're probably maybe going to be a little bit of OP13, a little bit of OP14. Then Wave 1 to 2 finals would probably be like EB03. and then finals something like OP14, 15, and then worlds you have to go back to OP13 probably. I'm pretty sure at least, but you know, with simultaneous release, maybe they'll actually change how worlds work. Worlds works. Yeah. Yeah. This doesn't qualify you for worlds, but it gets you one step closer. It's still probably for these guys the most important championship because not only is this top 32 prize card like several $1,000s, but also if you can make it to the thing where only 12 out of 64 people need to do well to make it to worlds, then like that's the easiest thing to do. You have better odds than like top 3 out of 32. I have no idea when the bans are going to be. I don't think they're going to show it at the very start of the stream, but I don't know if it'll be something like before or after finals. I don't remember how they did it last time. What deck did I run for the championship? What did I run? So this time, this Wave 1 championship, I didn't actually manage to play because I was extremely busy. I think some of you guys know, I've mentioned before, I'm a construction worker as my actual full-time job, and it just happened to be that a project was the deadline lined up perfectly with the dates for the store qualifiers, so I couldn't go to any store qualifiers, so therefore I couldn't play in this wave. But the one before that, I don't remember. I think it was OP0 something, but I played Green Purple Doflamingo for something. Like God took over me and decided that I'm going to play Green Purple Doflamingo, and I went like 4-3. And then before that, I went 7-2 with Pirona. No, 7-1 with Pirona, and then before that, I went 7-2 with Pirona. But that was a long time ago. I think film support is good. I don't like that they don't seem to synergize very well with the old film cards because it suggests to me that they just want to rotate them all out. I would have liked if they worked a little bit better with at least the 7-cost Luffy because that card's not a crazy card anymore when you look at things like Luffy Taro. Yeah. Zoro Sanji might not be bad. Yeah, the new championship Secret Rare Luffy that restands your cards is very good. Let me see if I can find the OP13 cards somewhere in English, even if it's just screenshots of the cards. I think this works. 4-drop Borsalino. Oh, the blue one. I think it's just that in general, a solid blocker that doesn't do much besides not be removed isn't good enough anymore for 4-cost. Like now you basically need like very powerful effects or effects that draw you cards to stay like resource neutral to have something like a blocker that's that big be valuable. So it's just one of those things with like power creep and blocker text not really keeping up with each other. Where was the Luffy? This Luffy, I assume is what you were talking about with Zoro Sanji support. Restands 4 of your Dong, and then you can't play a 5-cost, a base 5-cost or higher character, and has double attack. Very good card. I'm trying to figure out what deck besides the obvious ones like Red Green Luffy or film decks. Not film decks, I guess, but like film does use this card well. Would want to use this, but it's generally very solid. Just getting the extra Dong, making it a very cheap. Oh shit! Hold on. Sorry. If you do donate on PayPal, then I will get the notification a little bit late, but I will get the notification. And I'm sorry it doesn't pop up on stream because I don't know how to set that up. But thank you, Angel Hernandez, for the. I don't know. Well, it translates immediately to yen, but 1,400 yen. Thank you very much for the donation. I'll try to keep PayPal up too if you guys decide to donate through there. Much appreciated. Okay. Yeah, if you can double attack twice per turn, it'd be super nice. So I can see Zoro Sanji doing quite well. Oh, Angel Hernandez, you gave me 2 donations. Was thank you very much. If I get to some of your donations or I miss some of your questions and stuff, my apologies. But I appreciate anyone who donates. And if anything, I just hope that you guys enjoy the stream. You know, hitting like on it, I think helps it a little bit in the algorithm for other people to see it, so that helps me. But uh, I'm here to just, hey, that's you, Monkey D Angel. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It just helps me out a little bit. How are you guys doing today? And also, what time is it in your time zone? Because this is a little bit earlier for championships. Joey Koo, thank you for the 20 Singapore dollars. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's true, actually. Yeah, actually, all of these cards are pretty good, aren't they? Sneezy, thank you very much for the $5. I appreciate it so much. No, there's no such thing as not much. Honestly, I didn't really expect people to actually want to, because like asking people for money, not only is it a bit embarrassing, but you know, it's also hard to convince people to do so. I appreciate anyone who does. 2 p.m., 9 p.m. It's actually like kind of reasonable time in the West, isn't it? Usually the stream starts another like 3 hours from now, and it's pretty rough for people, especially on the Western side. I guess everyone's Western if you look at it from Japan, but like North America, South America, and stuff. It's a little 1 a.m. in Brazil. That's pretty rough. I appreciate you being here, though. Yeah, yeah. Actually, this is really weird. That there's a lot of cards. I think, for example, the 5 cost Sanji, which at the end of your turn restands one of your Dong. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so at the end of turn, if your leader has Film or Straw Hat Crews, then you can set one of your Dong cards as active. But Film decks, at least traditionally, things like Uta. Sorry, I'm gonna move my camera for a second. Um, Uta doesn't really have counter events. Like you can force yourself to run them, but they probably don't have Film. I think there is one of the promo cards is a counter event, but as I recall, they're not necessarily that great. It was like bounce your characters, and for each character bounce, you get plus 2,000 power, which was like even at the time not very good, and now with power creep, it's even worse. Yeah. Thank you very much, Kyle. I appreciate it a lot. 7 a.m. in Egypt. Yeah. The promo counter, I mean, that's just the nature of promo cards. Um, Generally, they're pretty bad. So I don't really understand the concept with cards such as this in film. But I think that if you're not necessarily a film deck, but you're a Straw Hat deck, then there are some pretty good things because you could run that like really long thing that's like, uh, it's the Dressrosa event. I don't know what it would be called in English. I don't even know what it would be called in Japanese. But it's the green radical beam. But like for example, you know, that's the green radical beam is usable. The new Dead Man scheme is usable with this extra dong. So Straw Hat crew leaders like Zoro Sanji would probably be able to use these such cards a bit better. And just any of these effects that give you active dong not only means that you can drop another character that costs 2, or you can also just attach the dong to your leader, swing, and also get the effect off if you're Zoro Sanji. So Zoro Sanji definitely uses these cards well. I should probably look into that deck because I'm trying to remember if there's any good anti-removal. I guess you have access to green, so like most anti-removal is just at your disposal. At your disposal. Oh, that's actually not bad. You go like does the Cardi hold on. The Kaizoku deck builder. Does that work? I wonder if this is updated for OP12 or OP13. 13? There's some cards in there. Yeah. Sanji. Look up. Okay, leader. It's little Sanji. And the new set. I wonder if you run this. I wonder because you do kind of need to leave some cards on the board just to make sure you have stuff for your leader effect. You maybe run this just because it's a 5/7. You probably run it actually. Probably run this. This is just a generally good card, I imagine. I don't know if it's a staple. You probably don't run this. This card's also pretty solid, but I don't know if you really have the space for that. You run the Secret Red Luffy probably. And then other than that, you probably just run a bunch of the slash stuff. Yeah, I thought that would work, maybe not. You go like Pirona, you could go Mihawk. Um, I wonder if you go Ace. It's actually not bad, is it, huh? That is pretty good, isn't it? Huh. You just get the immediate double attack. Okay, there it is. Right? I'm not messing that up, right? You don't have to bounce the thing, but I guess the main thing is white veered pirates as the type. It wouldn't necessarily be searchable because it's not slash nor is it a straw hat, but like I wonder if you even run this at this point because there's a lot of new cards that don't have slash and stuff. You might not even run that. I don't know. Oh, you know, you probably don't run that because it's only a 1 cost. You probably want 2 cost things. I don't remember if there's anything that could be able to possibly find these cards. I don't remember what the deck really looks like. Yeah, actually, all of those cards are solid, aren't they? And then you just need to find like a couple of solid 4 drops to put in, like the old, well, old as an EV02. Zodal, you put in the 2K Mihawk, put in like, you could throw in like Weevil. Oh, hold on, wait. Marco's pretty good, huh? I don't know if you run that, but like Marco's good, Weevil's good, and Cavendish is good. There's like a lot of fun things that you can do. You play like Luffy into just any 4 drop that exists. You play Ace and just get the immediate double attack if you have something on the board already. I should try that later, actually. There's a lot of ways, and I'm sure that you can actually optimize this, but that seems like a kind of fun thing to do. I don't want to spend too much time trying to put this deck together because I actually need to like, need to think really hard about the curve and stuff to put together an actual effective list. But I'll probably try that if I can manage to get these cards. The issue is that secret rares on release day are usually very expensive, so I don't know if I'm up for that right now. But yeah, it's definitely something to try. I will keep a note of that. True, Carrot's good. Yeah, I think it also would largely depend on the meta, because if there's a lot of aggro decks, then for sure you probably run things like Carrot. If there's just a lot of things like Emu and Roger and stuff, then you probably don't need it. Um, Subble. What is my Subble list looking like? I mean, my Subble list was basically just a bunch of Revolutionary Army stuff. We get rid of this. 2Ks I haven't thought about too much. There's a lot of Revolutionary Armies, aren't there? They're running. I had this, had this. The 7th, $5. Thank you very much again for the $5. What I think about when I'm deck building is I'll try to figure out the leader's strengths and build around them. So specifically for a deck like Subble, he actually can go kind of both ways. Where's leader? There it is. The leader effect The top part is a bit of a downside, but the bottom part of the leader effect, when you have one longer leader and an 8 cost or higher, then all of your characters and leader gains plus 1000. That doesn't mean just on your turn, that's also on the opponent's turn. So I was trying to think, for example, for this leader, because the type is Dressrosa and Revolutionary Armies, you could probably go into both. And the expected way is Revolutionary Armies, and I do think that's generally just better. But um, the thing with like Dressrosa, for example, is that there's a surprising number of good Revolutionary Army cards, like this one and the new Koala, which oh there it is, yeah. The new Koala is also Dressrosa and Revolutionary Army, and also becomes an 8 cost. So there's a reasonable argument to play both of them. Not only that, but you have things like the Sable is also both of them. Like you could reasonably run stage and still have enough Revolutionary cards to be able to play some of the strong things. But the thing for me when I'm trying to build a deck is I'm trying to find the strongest card in the deck and play around it. And for me, the strongest card is this and this. Dragon can put one of the 6 cost characters from your trash straight onto the board. And if you're able to play Dragon into Subble and immediately get the activate main effect from Subble to put a Dung onto your leader, you have a 6 cost 8,000 blocker and your leader's 6,000 power on the opponent's turn, and also hitting for 7,000. So it makes you very tanky because you also have 5 life for some reason. It makes you very aggressive because you just set up a 9,000 power and an 8,000 power with the leader effects plus 1,000, and then because of the old dragon, you can hit the turn after that with something like 8 and 10 with these two. So for me, at least, the core was just these 3 cards, and then the question after that is how do you make it as consistent as possible, and how do you um, shore up some of the weaknesses, which would usually be things like a curve. Yeah, but the thing is, he's he's 4,000 power, which is why he's 5 life. But that 1 life is kind of 2 defenses because it's probably or statistically like 1,000 counter, and you get to protect 1 life for free just because you get to peel that 1 life. So just having 1 extra life makes it much easier to defend yourself. But so I look at something like this, and then basically after that, you just need to find things that make the deck list more consistent, which is Koala. This other Koala is good for your curve going first, but because this Koala can't search this Koala, I'm considering putting in the Revolutionary Army search event, which I don't remember what it's called. Uh, yeah, I have no idea what it'd be called. But there is a Revolutionary Army search event, I'm pretty sure, that does a similar thing to Koala, except it's a search event. That sort of thing. I think that the new Garp, for example, could be good, but you can probably interchange this with the red Belo Betty. This is just if you choose to put in other things. Because I think that other cards like the... There's so many Luffys. Sorry if I'm missing some of your questions, by the way. I've gotten too invested into this topic now. Like this Luffy as well, it doesn't necessarily make your leader 8k because it's still a 5 cost, but it attaches a Dong to your leader, which makes it just easier to activate the cost. And also because it has Rush, it kind of plays into the same sort of style where you're being very tanky while also putting a lot of pressure onto the opponent through all of these things. The stage also I think is pretty great because it helps you filter out your hand, doesn't let some of these cards be bricks, helps you find some of your top end, and also helps you fill up your trash, which is going to be very important for a dragon. After that, I don't know if these are all the cards, but then you just start to fill up your deck with a bunch of 2Ks. So you can just pop in the Subble, you can pop in the Quada, and if you feel like you need more, you can pop in like another one, which I'm sure there's a bunch, I just can't find them. And then you basically have a deck. That's basically how I built this, for example, but it applies to most decks. Captains Assemble. Oh, I saw it for a second. Yeah. Yeah. So this card obviously has 1,000 counter, but because it can't pick up Koala, that means that you can't pick up a 2k, and you also can't pick up a very strong card for your curve going first. And I feel like this deck probably curves very well when you're going second. You can go like Haku into Subble into Dragon, and then you too many things on the board the opponent can deal with. So Quada not being able to pick up a 2k nor card that's very important when you're going first seems like a bit of a problem to me. So I'm considering doing this and just adding in the search event instead, but I haven't really been able to test too much. But like generally, this is kind of like what I would imagine the deck list would look like. But I wonder how close to 50 we'll get. Not bad. So, my 8 cards that you can kind of mess around with. You could also increase this up to 4 as well. So it'd likely be another 2K, and then you can probably put in. I don't remember if there's another good card to put in. I'm kind of blinking. Why not Belo Betty? First of all, sorry. Thank you for the 150 Egyptian P. I appreciate it very much. Um, Official tournaments in Egypt. If I ever see someone representing Bandai, I'll let them know. Thank you very, very much for your donation. I appreciate it a lot. Oh, sorry. I got another donation from PayPal. Cody Driver. I'm sorry if I see some of these a little bit late, but thank you very much for the 1,000 yen and the XOXO. Discuss Dragon. Oh, yeah, Morley. I mean, I literally just started saying this. I started putting this together like as we were talking, so it's definitely going to be missing important cards. I think the 6-cost Dragon could be good. I was thinking about this yesterday as well. It's not in here though. 6-cost Dragon basically is KO protection, but it's tricky to play out of hand because it's not an 8-cost, so you basically have to play it off of this dragon. So I feel like a card like that you're not necessarily eager to play on curve and you just want to have in your trash, you can justify reducing. The reason, for example, that I put Luffy at 2 is because it's counterless, although I don't know how much of an issue that's going to be in the end. And also, it's not necessarily the highest priority card that you want to play when you're going first, because the highest priority card would be Koala. So it's just kind of oversaturating the 5-cost slot. But if you have the extra space and you don't feel like the counterless part is a problem, then that's something to consider. I just remembered. There's a plus 4K event. This one? No, that's not that. This one. Hey, see? Now we're at 50 cards. So like something like this is a pretty good like starting point, but I'm sure that you can mess around with it a bit. This Scarp can just as easily be this Bella Betty. It's just depending on how important you feel like these sorts of cards are, and also just like how necessary that you think some of the tech cards are, for example. Yeah, I don't. So what I realized yesterday is I don't necessarily think that the deck uses Karasa very well, because you need to find a timing to put a Dong onto your leader, which will make your Karasa 6,000 power, but then you need to attach another Dong to your Karasa to be able to use the effect on attack. And because you're going to want to be using your dong to play these much larger characters, you don't have too much dong to spare to do things like that, and you also don't really have much time to play Karasa. So I could be wrong, but Karasa didn't feel that crazy to me. Tension Hormone's not bad. Yeah. I think if you add in some more forecasts, for example, then I think that cards like that could be good. Obviously, this is just I just logicked my way through building this deck on the spot. So this is definitely not refined, but something like this would probably work. Oh yeah. Probably that sub. I don't know actually. This Subtle is what. I probably shouldn't read your name. Actually, I was going to try, but then I read it first in my head. This Subtle, I think most of the time it's just going to be a 6-cost 6,000. It's probably still okay to play just because it's a blocker, and sometimes at the end of the game you just want a big blocker on the field. So it could be better than this Subtle, because this Subtle is not necessarily that great. That's probably better. But it is mainly just a big 2K. Yeah. Sprint. Okay. Yeah, I do think that that's probably a better adaptation. Incredibilities. Thank you very much. Yeah, sorry. It's the details are in the description. My girlfriend's dad is found that he has a tumor in his brain and needs to go through surgery, and I'm trying to help them out because it's been a bit tricky. But yeah, as long as we can chill and have fun. A lot of people are saying Stussy. I don't like Stussy as a card too much in general, unless you're playing just a ton of really low cost things. And what I noticed with Subble is that at some point you kind of stop playing. Also, for example, in this version of the deck, although you probably just change this to one of the one cost searchers if you wanted to put in Stussy, um, you have so many different high end cards that feel like they play towards your game plan a bit more of just creating a really big board and slowly pushing over your opponent. That I don't necessarily know. Oh, hold on. Am I good? Or did my just. Oh, okay, hold on. Sorry, my own YouTube just crashed for a second, but I think the stream was fine, right? I'm not sure. Am I back? I think I'm back. Uh, uh, uh. Oh, sorry. Okay, okay. My bad. Okay, okay, we're still back. I don't know. For some reason, just randomly, my own. I think just my chat crashed, so I'd assume that's the stream crashed. But yeah, you could put in a card like Stussy if you want to play more towards control, but I feel like generally the better way to play this is to just play this like a slow immovable object where you slowly build up your board and just push through the opponent with big 9k attacks, 10k attacks, and very strong defense through the Subble, as well as other very solid blockers and big event counter while your leader is a 6,000 power leader with 5 life. Thank you, CattyY, for the 30 Malaysian ringgit. Your videos inspire me to build decks and enjoy the game to the fullest. Hope everything goes well for you and your girlfriend. I appreciate it very much. Um, okay. By the way, guys, I'm not saying that this deck is definitive. This is just like my first immediate thoughts that I started to do as I was streaming. The reason why I didn't put in the 1 cost koala is because it can't pick up the 5 cost koala nor the 2 cost koala, which are things that you'd be looking for in the later game and mainly in the early game when you're going first. So things like this also fill up your trash because this card immediately goes to your trash. And I did realize that your trash is relatively thin and you need to make sure that you always have targets for a dragon. So something to be careful with there. How much more time do we have? We're getting there. We have like 50 minutes left. I might have started the stream a little bit early. Thoughts on Black Yellow Koala? She struggles immensely into Green Zoro, and if that matchup didn't exist, I think that she'd be a solid pick. Ichiban, uh, thank you very much for the £5. Sorry about your loss, but I appreciate it very much. Seriously, thank you guys so much. It helps me out a lot. Yeah. Suble's ideal curve, I think, is basically just you go second, turn 1 you search, turn 2 you play a 4 cost, turn 3 you play Subble, and then after that you play the 8 cost dragon to try to put like 3 things on the board that are all like 8,000 power or higher, and then from there you just kind of wall up with other blockers and 8 cost dragon when you want to push over the opponent. I would imagine, but you know, I haven't tested too much. Maybe 0-2 Boa. I don't know. The bow is a bit weird to me. You are forced to run a lot of trigger cards to make that card work. There's a lot of there's a surprising amount, as we saw before, a surprising amount of revolutionary cards that exist just in the game in general. So like you could even this is kind of my idea where you just play on curve and you focus on the 8 cost dragon and the other 8 cost dragon, I guess. But mainly it's the 8 cost dragon into Subble that you want to consistently do. But I think that you could obviously pivot your game plan a bit. Maybe yeah, I will just open this up separately. You can pivot your game plan to something a bit more lower to the ground and aggressive. Like you put in this, you can put in this and that, and the other like that. And then with just this combo, you know, you can do this dragon into Iwankofu, into searching Iwankofu, right? Can you do that? Yeah, you can. Into Iwankofu effect play Karase, for example, which is very Belo Betty-esque, but then the argument against that is why not just play Belo Betty? The only reason you'd do that is because you can play this dragon in the mix as well. But just Belo Betty works a lot better with these cards because you have to attach Dong to them, and it's very tricky to activate the effects immediately. So I generally feel like this is more stable and more consistent and still very powerful, that you don't necessarily need to go for this, but perhaps if you need to make your game plan a little bit faster, then considering even just this Iwankofu and then some other targets for it could be pretty solid. Yeah, Belo Betty might not be bad. I don't know. Belo Betty did get a very good card, which I don't think fits into this deck, but definitely fits into Belo Betty, which is the card again. Might not be in here. It's called Yonkofu. Oh, actually, you know what? Hold on. Reminded me. You probably want to run this card. I need to find some places to cut. Maybe you cut down on some 2Ks because your leader becomes 6K in the end. You could cut down. I don't know. Like this for now, for example. Hold on. Ooh. Gennaros, Stifa. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I can't pronounce your name. I'm trying. But thank you very much for the 10 euro. Thoughts and prayers, Father. Yeah, I hope so too. But honestly, you guys have just been massive support. I'd let my girlfriend know yesterday after the stream that you guys are all really supportive, and she was very, very happy. Um, yeah, at least for this deck, for example, I think that filling up trash is one of the more tricky things, and you need to have enough trash to make this dragon effective. So I think that just running something like this that just drops cards into your trash and is pretty solid on the board would be pretty good in the deck too. So something like this would probably work. But the card that I was talking about for Bella Betty is this one. This one makes it so that your characters are just much harder to get rid of. So if the opponent, for example, has Mars and Ima, or if the opponent has God Thread in Blue Purple Luffy, then it makes it just much more difficult to get rid of this stuff. Oh yeah. Just talked about Yonkofu. Yeah. I think Yonkofu is very good in Bella Betty, but probably doesn't make the cut for Subtle. Stefanakis. Okay. 3 cost event. I feel like maybe if this koala didn't is it I think it's tension hormone, right? Pretty sure. Am I spelling it wrong? Oh, energy hormone. Wait, yeah. Yeah, okay. If this koala didn't exist, I probably feel like you may want to run this just to kind of fix your curve. But now that we have this card in the mix, I think that it changes things. So you kind of go for this when you're going first now instead of just trying to build up your board with four costs. 5 cost blocker. Yeah, I think the 5 cost blocker is definitely one to consider as well. Um, These are the sort of things that you start to refine the deck and see how the meta is going to be to start playing them. Because just pulling this out of Dragon when you're trying to lock down the board can be very nice. But again, most of these, and I mean the entire deck list, of course, is going to come down to meta and a lot of testing. It may not even play around Revolutionary Army, for example. Huh. Yeah. Yeah, I think, but because it's only returning one card, and a lot of the times the opponent's going to clear the koala pretty quickly, just making sure that you get that first turn where you have an 8 cost and you're hitting with a dong on your leader is pretty valuable. So just having anything I think would be good, but I can see the deck list changing over time. I don't even know if this is really the right way to play it because you can do so many things. You could play around like Navy as well. Because the cool thing about Navy is now we have red Navy cards. I'm seeing every color but red right now on the screen. Yeah, okay. These cards aren't necessarily that great, but like just having an extra searcher to find navy cards, having different types of KO could be good, but this is just a whole lot of things, so you need to just try and see what ends up actually being better. I think that for red blue ace, uh, I'll get to the questions one at a time. Red blue ace right now, I feel like aggro is the only option just because of how powerful Imu's late game is. If Imu wasn't if Emu didn't exist, essentially, then I can see an argument to play a slower game. But I feel like so many decks right now, the only way that you can beat Emu is to just try to kill them before they can actually get to the point that they can start playing Gorose. And most decks can't really do that. The only other option is to kind of out-survive them, and so far it's like blue-purple Luffy with 8 cost Katakuri, or just like cheating the game with blue Nami, or slowly pushing through the opponent. Not slowly, I guess, but aggressively and powerfully pushing the opponent with these higher cost characters that play out multiple characters onto the board have been relatively solid. Nah, still, lots of speculation. The set's not even out yet. It comes out next week. Oh, hold on. We might have a special guest soon. Who do you guys think it's gonna be? Let me try to get him in call for a second. Bit of a surprise guest for you guys, but I'm glad that he was able to make it.
Hello.
Hello. Is that national champion Yonas Abraham?
It's been a couple tournaments since I've qualified, but yeah, it's the one and only. How are you guys doing? How have you been doing, Kai?
I've been doing well. I'm glad that I'm glad that you can make it.
Of course, yeah. I'm here for the ban list first and foremost, but it's also fun to
It seems like
help
everyone's
beat.
here for the ban list.
Ooh.
Yeah, we've just been talking about OP13 kind of throwing together a Sabo list. This is pretty
Ooh,
good
okay.
actually. I'm gonna screenshot this for later.
I'm always concerned about what you're supposed to do on your 5 Dawn turn with that deck.
I
It just
mean,
feels so bad when you're going first.
have you seen the new koala?
Oh, is that the Attach a Dawn for free one?
Yeah. I
That one's not bad.
Oh my god, I almost clicked out of the stream. I tried
That's
to click
important.
out of a snipping tool, and then I accidentally almost X out of the stream. Yeah, I think that the card's probably like, it's nothing crazy, but just having, like, 5 cost 6,000, which is 8 cost on your turn, that lets you attach a dunk to your leader, just seems generally pretty solid.
Okay. Do you think that's gonna be, like, naturally, like, aggressive leaning, or is it more, like, mid-range leaning, or you just don't really know in terms of what things will look like right now?
I feel like it's pretty mid-range. I think the game kind of starts once you start playing the 8 cost dragons. But
Okay.
yeah, at least this the thing is when I tried it against Emu yesterday, like the issue that I see with things like Green Purple Luffy or, anything like Belo Betty, Rayleigh, the decks that like people expected to beat Emu, is that Marcus Mars just kind of ruins your day by being able to KO one of your things and is a blocker.
Mhm.
But because Subble oh sorry, hold on. Maybe I'll screen share to you so you don't have to watch on a delay on stream.
Oh, I'm just watching on delay on stream, it's not that big of a deal.
Okay, there should be a pretty short delay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's quite short.
but because the card that you're playing off of your kind of, Sanji putting into X or Luffy Taro's whatever is a 6 cost, Marcus Mars can't get rid of that, so you're just playing a bunch of 8s and 6s the opponent can't, deal with, and because Emu is a 5,000 power leader, these hits alongside your leader consistently hitting for 7k start to hurt a lot.
Is there any chance that playing OP04 Sabo would be good, just to kind of play around that 6-drop
Mm.
KO effect? Or is it just too niche? 'Cause, like,
Um,
it being a
well,
5/7 blocker later in the game can be quite nice, and then 8-cost
yeah,
Dragon into
yeah.
Sabo can also be quite good.
Yeah, I definitely think that things like that could be very helpful. Like, I'm just kind of struggling for space. Maybe you do just get rid of the
Yeah.
Luffy, because it was the kind of random non-revolutionary army card, and then you put in Subble, for example.
Yeah, that's
Honestly,
kind of what my inclination was. I also think it
yeah,
really helps make sure your first dragon is always good. Your
mhm,
first 8-cost black dragon. Because
yeah,
when I was trying to like goldfish it a little bit, one thing that happened is a lot of times on my 8 down turn when I wanted to play the new OPO12 dragon, I didn't have a premium target to bring back, if anything. And just like making sure I can always just set it up with the 5-cost Sabo was nice.
yeah. Patrick Kiesling, I think, 24 euro. Thank you very much. Thank you for your content, giving community so much time to give something back. I appreciate it very much, and Mario Andre for $R. Not sure what that is, but I very much appreciate it. Anything helps. I very much appreciate you guys. I understand that, no one's ever going to be in a perfect situation, but I appreciate anyone who supports. And, even clicking like on the stream or sharing with people who may be interested in the content is always going to help me too. Yeah. What time is it, by the way, for you, Jonas?
It's about 10 p.m.
Oh,
So not
okay.
too bad.
So, yeah. Oh, hold on. I have a couple more donations. I'm sorry if I suddenly cut you off here and there.
You're good.
um, okay, hold on. Oh my god, that's a very long name. But I'm worried that that's your full official name or legal name, so I'm just gonna call you Wolfgang. Thank you very much for the 5,363 yen uh, in my currency. Very much appreciated. Yeah, I hope that he gets well too. And Joshua Rivera for the $10. Keep doing what you're doing. That's the plan. Today, hopefully, we can have some fun. Have you thought about Red Green Luffy at all, by the way, Jonas? I know that was your deck of choice.
I've mostly just been theorizing with that deck. My one concern that I've had is against specifically Emu, your curve doesn't line up particularly well. It sounds like what Red Green wants to do is just race really hard and
Mhm.
then rely on sticking some of the 7K threats. Like mostly just the new 6/7 Luffy, and then probably playing like other untap effects. But I feel like trying to be relatively aggressive on that turns really really struggles with that new kind of I forget the name of the Five Elder, but the EGG effect.
Yeah, yeah.
And I feel like it's really difficult to like stabilize with your body sometimes in those games. So
Mhm.
Emu specifically seems like much of an issue, but whenever I see it play against decks like Zoro that really want to race, it seems like it's a very good matchup naturally. So
Mhm.
I was pretty optimistic about it.
I see. Yeah. Hmm. Honestly, all of the leaders seem pretty usable. I wasn't expecting them to go like the film route with Luffy though.
I was not at all, but we're here and it's kind of fun to play with.
Yeah.
The four cost Zoro I thought was like very, very powerful that they printed.
Mm. Yeah. When they first showed that, it looked crazy, and then now that I look at emo, I'm like, it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's just like
Yeah, it's all right. But yeah, just I think honestly, like most of the cards that restand two dong basically means that your leader hits for 6K, and then you can leave up a dong for a free 2K. Like any of those cards are pretty solid for Luffy.
mhm. I just like the idea of having more or a character that can restand in that deck, just because I think that one of the hardest things it'll be for that deck is just maintain a board, and having this kind of indestructible 5/5 in a lot of ways will be pretty nice.
Um, Byro, thank you very much for the 20 Canadian dollars. I appreciate it very much. And also Cardi Kaizoku, our North American? I don't know, Western at the very least, goat. Thank you very much for the 100 USD. I appreciate it so much.
Oh,
Oh,
he has a
yeah.
number 1 next to his name now. All right, I gotta compete now.
Good. Um,
I'll save my donation for later in the stream when people are on.
uh, and then Ben on PayPal as well. Sorry that it doesn't show up on stream. I didn't figure out how to get like Streamlab notifications on the stream, but maybe another time we'll be able to do that. Thank you, Ben, for the. It ends up changing everything to yen on PayPal, but it's 1,646 yen. Appreciate it. And the
Um,
nice thing is like, oh, sorry to cut you off.
you're
Like
good. I
Japanese
suppose.
currency
Oh, go
is
ahead. Talk
so
about Japanese currency.
yeah, Japanese currency is so weak that like any small like half I don't know how much like how powerful American dollar is at this point because I'm sure that Trump's doing a really good job with that. Um, but like like I think that you can basically consider that all of your monies are 1.5 times more powerful in Japan. So like any small donations, like you can eat a very good lunch in Japan for $5.
I miss a lot of the Japanese lunches we had. I'm super
Yeah,
excited for later next year. I'm definitely gonna
mm,
go to Japan no matter what.
later
Speaking
next
of which,
year.
someone mentioned in chat about the fact that they're going to be in Japan during Worlds and whether you can spectate or whether it's a closed event.
Mhm.
The card fest they normally have there is like an open event you can just walk in if you just want to be there as a spectator, as long as you get a spectator badge. The playing for Worlds is usually not really available for spectators. There's like a watching area where if it's being streamed, there's something to watch, but that's the extent of it, unfortunately.
Yeah, I hope so last year we basically only got to see 2 best of 3s because they put it all on the same stream as, like, Union Arena and, like, Dragon Ball and all those stuff. But, hopefully this year we get a couple more streamed games, but they do play the games kind of behind closed doors, and just if they decide to stream it, it'll be streamed. So it's hard to see them actually live, but you can just walk into the venue, assuming that you have a pass on the Bandai TCG app, basically, and you can chill, play in side events as long as you line up, and it's a fun time, at the very least.
Great time every time. There's
Mm.
only been two, but third time's the charm, right? Um,
Yeah. Oh, hold on. So we never had a limb meta in Japan, but I was actually thinking about this on my way home today. Do you think limb could do well into Ema?
I have to think
Just
about this. Okay.
yeah, I was thinking
So,
about this, but I have no idea how that would go.
hmm. My concern is the six cost blocker. I just don't know. I just feel like that puts too big of a stop in terms of what Lim wants to do a lot of the time. And it depends on what Emu ends up looking like, but if they're very like rad beam heavy, it seems like it's very difficult for Lim to kind of
Mm.
get through those last couple punches, especially with the last two blockers that are available after a 10 drop turn. So if Lim can just get really under Emu and just like get rid of all the threats, or like put them down to 1 or 0 very quickly, it's probably going to be fine. I just don't think that's very likely, just because I don't think Lim has any ways to defend its characters from the 5 cost KO effect.
Yeah. I always forget that the one cost limb only protects herself. Always
Yeah.
thinking like, oh, do you just drop the limb and you play the other things? But it kind of just protects you from being hit into. It doesn't really protect you from actual KO effects. Yeah. I can still see it is, one of the aggressive decks, and that seems like one of the ways you could potentially beat Ema. Especially the sixes are quite nice. But
Mhm.
yeah, like fives are not very effective, and like seven and eight also have events that beautifully line up with those thresholds and have no condition. So if you're gonna be hitting at a threshold, it'd probably be six.
Yep. Trying to get as wide as possible is probably like the best option against that deck, but it's also quite difficult given how much interaction that deck can have.
Mm.
What are your thoughts on the new KO effect? I forget which Celestial Dragon it is, but it's the one that you can discard a card and KO 2/3 costs.
Oh, I think that's like exclusively if like green yellow law and red Rayleigh are meta though. Like it's very specific. You could also just treat it as like a 3 cost cycle one hand. But I feel like deck space is already a bit difficult just because Bandai presented like 48 default cards that fit into the deck. So like squeezing
True.
in tech cards, I think it really just depends on meta. But the effect's very good. If the meta is correct for the card, then even just putting in like 1 to 2, you're bound to find it.
Yep, makes sense. Hmm. How happy have you been with the 8 cost Sabo, or sorry, the 6 cost Sabo? It seems like it's like kind of naturally very consistent and powerful in the deck, but I also just never
Oh,
see
this one.
anyone play it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry, no,
yeah.
I mean the sorry,
Uh,
not that one. The old one, the one from PRB. Yeah, that one.
yeah,
There we
yeah.
go.
For Ema.
Pretty much, yeah.
I've taken it out just because I run Manchery, and then I look at my deck and I only see 1Ks in my trash and Subble. And so right now I'm running Bartolomeo just to make sure that I have that option to pull off of Manchery. But I think in general you just don't really play any of the 2Ks out of hand.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. I've played it like maybe once in my testing. Maybe you just put in like 4 berry good to just make sure that you kill
Beat
Nami. I
Nami.
don't even think it kills Nami though, but it makes it a little bit better.
Wait, sorry, one more time. I didn't hear the
Oh,
last sentence. My bad.
oh no, that's fine. Um, Berry. I showed you Berry good.
Yeah, the
Um,
anti-Nami card.
yeah, yeah,
Assuming Nami still exists.
yeah. If Nami still exists, then like because you don't end up actually playing those blockers to the board because, like, I mean, you have so many blockers already. Um, Maybe something like Very Good, just slamming 4 of those instead of that could be valid because they're just going to be a 2K in most games anyways. But it's one of those things you just need to wait for the um, you know, actual meta to develop.
Agreed.
I'll change stream title so people know that it's so that you're here with me.
Awesome. In general, what kind of strategies do you think work against Emu? Because I think that's kind of what the main question is. Someone talked about like Red Green Smoker against Emu. Do you think like playing super top end heavy cards like 9 cost Zoro? I've seen ace list play like 10 cost Whitebeard. Do you think going super top end heavy is good against Emu? Do you think going hyper aggro is good against it? What are your kind of thoughts if you want to beat that deck?
So I at least yesterday I was able to I was playing Emu, but Blue Purple Luffy was able to beat Emu by playing out 3 8-cost Katakuris, which was a bit overkill, but it was completely impenetrable. Um, but 2 probably is pretty good. So I think that, like, if you can create a situation where you're absorbing, like, 2 attacks for free every turn while still being able to chip away at Emu's resources, then eventually you'll, out-survive them as long as they're not, like, looping their 10-cost Gorose with, Manchery. Um, but I haven't really been able to test enough to see what actually ends up working.
Okay.
Um, yeah, at least my theory for Ace, though, is that if you don't put enough early pressure on, then you're probably just kind of doomed. But because I don't think that the 10 costs are necessarily enough. There's also like the old Whitebeard. Um the old 10 cost one that makes the opponent needs to trash 2 cards to attack. I don't
Oh, I've
necessarily
seen a lot of
think
people playing this to beat Emu, which I think is funny.
I don't think it's that good though. I mean, I'm curious to see what you think. But I feel like um you just choose not to attack. You just play your 10 cost Gorose and like your new Nasujiro, the rest one,
Yeah.
can attack without any restriction, and also your leader can still attack. So you're still getting 2 attacks in, and if the opponent only plays 1 card, then like it's a bit slow. I feel even if it costs 8. I'm not sure. Do you feel like this deck or this card would fit into the deck?
I think it's probably one of the best top end cards you can play against Emu. I just don't think it's good enough. So I probably would never play it.
Mm,
Um, from whenever I see the deck in action and this card is trying to be like overperforming, a lot of times they just don't even have the defenses to survive the board because Emo still kind of has like 6 or 7 cards in hand at this point, and you don't really have if you're not playing blockers, it's kind of a problem.
right.
And yeah, I think like if you don't have the pressure like you mentioned before, it doesn't really matter. Like Emo just keeps doing Emo things.
Trying to think if we have solid Whitebeard Pirate blockers. We have the new Marco, which is very good.
Yeah,
Um,
the 4 cost Marco is good. The 1 cost Vista from the starter deck is quite
yep.
good.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I run
Mhm.
both of those and still call my deck aggro. So like I don't necessarily think that it forces you into one build or the other.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Um, can you play the 7 cost Odin? That'd be fun. That'd be very annoying for Emu.
Um I I was thinking about it. I'm just like not sure if you really have the timing considering all the top end, but you could actually maybe and also unfortunately get rid of the 7 cost Flame Emperor. Uh
Oh
just
yeah.
because you can't KO any of Emu's cards and like replace that with the 7 cost old end. Maybe that makes that matchup a bit better.
Maybe. But yeah, you did mention there's a lot of like there are a lot of 6 drops you naturally want to play, and even 7 drops if you want to play the OPO2 ace.
Mm.
But obviously, like the Yamato from is it EBO2 is like one of your best threats, and the new ace is like fine. So like putting a bunch of 6 and 7s in your deck is probably not the best idea.
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah,
Uh,
notifications
uh,
on. Yeah. Oh, Zero. Thank you for the $10 donation. Very much appreciate it.
a couple people have talked about Red Green Smoker. That deck kind of naturally probably has a lot of decent stuff going on because it has a little bit of an aggressive curve. 5 cost Banish Smoker is good, and then they can play both Dead Man's Game and Hody to kind of mess around with things. It's a bit fragile though, which is my inclination about what we worried about. Like, you probably can't survive after the first 10 drop Emu turn. So you kind of all your eggs are in the basket, making sure you can get very aggressive very quickly. But the tempo turns with that deck are quite good. Like Smoker Tashigi is just going to be like very, very difficult for that deck to beat.
Yeah, for sure. I think a lot of it also when I was playing against Green Zoro, I felt like the only chance that Green Zoro had was if he was able to consistently play out the 2 cost, what's it called? Koshiro, that protects your 5 cost or less slash characters.
Mhm.
If you have a card like that out and like force the opponent's 6 cost Mars to be a little bit weaker, then that's another way that you could play around that. But you need to play a deck that can not only play out those characters like efficiently, but also or like be able to play the big 5 costs while also being able to play those other characters that can defend them. And there aren't too many decks that can do that.
Yep. Zoro's like the main one that can do it. Red Queen Smoker obviously can do it pretty well, and they have a lot of
Yeah,
switchers for all that stuff.
yeah.
Luffy could technically do it because
Mhm.
the new Luffy's a supernova, so you could do Cavendish stuff for a 6 cost plus Tashigi.
That's true.
So,
Yeah. Even this new 6 cost Luffy, just restanding all of your Dong and playing it, it's probably not too hard. The the one unfortunate thing is that you can't use the um Perona searcher because your leader's not slash for Luffy.
oh my god.
Yeah. So but Coastal's East Blue. So
We playing East Blue
wait,
Searcher again?
well, hold on. Let me just remember what Vanderdecken trash is. It's
Just Fishman
Fishman.
or Noah's Ark.
Yeah. Oh man, if it was Fishman Island, man. The I think it's Fishman Island. Luffy Secret Rare has just randomly slapped on. Yeah, it's Fishman wait, does that count?
Did it say Fishman and it's type for Vanderdecken or
No, it's just a
just
type.
Fishman?
Ah. It has to be a Fishman.
Oh, they put the brackets on it to make sure you knew. How unfortunate.
Man, dude, if we had another Vanderdecken target and also Koolshiro, we actually had like a really solid East Blue deck for a second.
Oop, don't tempt me. I mean, like the OPO3 Nami is still waiting for
Yeah.
another deck to do very well with it.
Yeah, we were talking about it before, like right before we went into this Sabo hole. That Zoro Sanji got a lot of really good cards this set too. Like,
Oh, the 6 cost Luffy is just like so perfect for that deck.
yeah, but also the 6 cost Ace. You know, it's Rush that attaches a Dong to your leader, so you just get an
Oh,
immediate 7/7.
that is quite silly.
Yeah, and you like the bounce effect. I'm still not really convinced that's like that crazy yet, but like it's an option. Just
That's
having
true.
the double 5 cost 7,000 rush effectively is pretty good. And then all of those other cards like Zoro, like I don't know if you run the 5 cost 7,000 Sanji, but it is still a 7,000 power character that like restand your Dong to make your leader fight easier to use.
Yeah.
Like
I
I definitely
uh,
need to try it. Yeah.
I need them to somehow nerf the EBO to Nami searcher and just make her cost 2. That would just make me so much happier.
Mhm.
I just want to be able to bounce that card with my leader effect with Zoro Sanji.
Yeah.
Uh, what else is in chat? Someone asks about Red Green Law in the current meta. I It seems a bit too slow and a bit too fragile in the current meta. I just don't really see what appeal you get, but maybe it's like good enough against like blue purple. But that was like a very beginning OP11 kind of tech. I'm not entirely sure if the blue purple list now are even struggling against red green anymore.
Mm. Yeah, green yellow on the other hand though is I don't know if you got buffs with OP13, but I think OP12 once bans actually hit, I'm pretty sure like would be in a pretty solid slot because I don't necessarily think it's like oh that scared me so much. Hold on. The stream just started. Um, I don't think that he would be hit by banless because he's been kind of like subtly strong because you have to be very good at it to play it. Um,
Someone asks about ban lists and specifically if they think Blue Nami will see a ban tonight. I'm not sure if you've already talked about this, but I think that Otama is like one of the silliest cards that they've printed in a very long time. It kind of put a damper on my excitement for OP13, so hopefully no one has to play against that.
I really hope so. But the thing is, let's say in a perfect world where just randomly they decide to ban OP03 Nami tonight, um, it takes a little while for the ban list to be enforced. So most of the time it'll be enforced from like the 1st of September, for example, because we're midway through August. And there's a Japanese Championship on the 31st of August, which is OP13 legal. No qualification on the line, but it's the one that I invited you to.
Yeah, the 5v5.
Down in Osaka. Yeah, no, 3v3.
3v3,
Official
okay.
3v3. That's going to be OP13 legal with no bans, most likely. So, which means that we might just see Nami ruining people's days for like one day only, and then it's going to be gone the next day if they hit Nami. If they don't hit Nami, then we're going to see Nami ruining people's days for 6 months.
All right, hypothetically, it's Nami's legal, like full power Nami's legal for OP13 for that 3v3. What percentage of decks or what percentage of teams do you think will have Nami on them? Like 30, 40% higher?
I think like 40% is pretty safe. Because like I feel like no, I maybe 30-40%, just because like Nami's a difficult deck to play and a difficult deck to love. And you have to be very, I don't know if you have to actually be good at the deck with that new Otama, but it's just a very absurd card.
40% is a lot confirmed.
Yeah. I feel like yeah, I don't know. I'm very scared though.
Yeah. I read that card and I was like, where's the multicolored condition? I need that back, please. That's what they always have.
That's what they always had, and then they're like 3 life or less, so it's like, okay, just every single blue deck, I guess. Yeah, the 3 life or less condition feels so fake because I feel like I usually take my first 2 life anyways as most leaders.
Nami's a little different, just because there's sometimes you have to counter
Oh
a little bit
yeah, yeah.
earlier, but
Yeah,
you
but
don't
Nami
have
doesn't
to
need to play that card early. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nami legit, like it's a lot of the time better to play it later on because you just you know, you have 10 cards left and then you just start doing like Kaya Kaya Kaya, leave up 4 dong and then end turn, and then you're like, okay, what are you gonna do?
There was a recent Japanese video I was watching where Nami was going, or just like clobbering Emu. Last turn, the game was just like Otama, Otama, Kaya, peel off Otama, and then one. And I was just like, oh, okay, get me out of here.
Yeah. I know that Hrvoje had a very strong opinion on the new Otama, regardless of whether or not that gets banned. Let me see if I can pull up his tweet, because I think, as usual, he was saying very intelligent things.
Yeah, I think the main premise of it is you really shouldn't let this exist, and even if you ban it right now, it doesn't really look great to ban a leader that's going to rotate very soon.
Yeah, yeah. This is basically essentially what he said. Is that like they've been so careful with buffing Nami for like 2 years straight. The leader's not necessarily meta, and it feels weird to potentially do something like that, like very close to its expiration date, honestly.
The sad part is, I think the Sotama is just quite solid in every other. It's a very good 2K. Don't get me wrong, and I think it's a welcome include in the format if Nami didn't exist, which I think is very unfortunate to like the card itself. I was like, this card's exciting for deck building. Otherwise,
Yeah. Oh, it's Wano too. Oh no, but it's 1 cost. So you can't even run it in blue yellow Wano Nami to search it off of the 1 cost Yamato.
oh, is
'Cause,
Yamato one or less, or two or more?
Yeah, 2 or more Yamato, so
Oh
you can
my
search the
god,
other
not like
Yamatos.
this.
Oh, it's so
Okay,
tragic. That would have
that
been
is
so
a
good.
nightmare.
That would have been so nice. Oh, it's so sad. But you probably still run this in Yamato though, or not Yamato, blue yellow Nami, just because you can
I
bounce it
think so.
back,
Yeah.
and you just get the +1.
Yep.
Yeah.
Almost assuredly. What other decks can use this very well? Oh, Boa could use it very well. As like a
True.
bounce target for like Law or Jozu,
Yeah.
and like making sure you get that +1.
Yeah, and just having a target to bottom with the 6 cost Hancock to get the +1 on your leader effect.
Yeah.
There's actually a surprising amount of Hancock buffs in this set, aren't there? Have you seen like the 3 cost Hancock, for example?
I don't recall.
I don't remember the exact effect. Let me see if I can pull it up. Um, I think it was just like a 3 cost 5,000. Cost 5,000. That's not on iKailaKai's website, but I think it's a 3 cost 5,000. That's just like on KO draw 2 cards.
Oh, that's not bad. That's actually quite solid.
Yeah, it's just generally solid.
I got. What other decks have been exciting for you, deck building wise? Have you spent any time on Bonnie or Vegapunk? I really like the Stussy. I'm not sure if you spent time with that card, but that card seems so good.
Yeah, no, that card looks great. I still don't know how I feel about Bonnie too much. I feel like it wants you to go towards Egghead, but also there's a lot of cards that I want to put in that are Supernova. I haven't really tried putting together that deck list yet, but like Vegapunk kind of builds itself and it works exceptionally well with both the Stussy and the Bonnie. So like Vegapunk, I don't know if it would be enough to like topple over something like Emu, but like I mean, it's very solid looking though.
Yeah, I would agree.
I do think Vegapunk's actually one of the fastest aggro decks in the game though, surprisingly. Just being able to play a 6,000 power for one dong, and just like from turn 2, if you're going second, just playing 2 of them every single turn and just slapping the opponent for 5 to 6 is very powerful. And just having an actual finisher and also a new blocker in the 7-cost Stussy, I think just makes that deck very well rounded. But I need to test it.
No, I think it's also going to be a very, very powerful aggro deck. I also just don't know how it dies. I just feel like if I ever played a turn where I just go Stussy, hit, play Vegapunk, I just feel like I'm just like on top of the world.
Yeah.
But that might be a bias.
Yeah. A lot of very good yellow cards though. I'm glad that they're fixing the problem with yellow not being strong enough.
That is true. I think yellow is pretty underpowered in this game. I think it's the second worst color nowadays, followed by green. Or until OP12, I guess. Green gets a lot better, but I would
Yeah.
love yellow getting a lot better, and I think they're kind of exploring different ways that yellow can be super interesting, so... I do think that the Bonnie deck is at least a different axis, which is nice. Unban Raigo. I respect it. I also am very frustrated with that ban, but if yellow ever got like disgustingly good, I get it.
Maybe I'm forgetting about a card, but I feel like the worst color is red. Like red has, I feel like red was a bit too strong in OP03, and they've been afraid to give it a good card ever since.
That's probably true. Okay. All else equal, is purple the best color? Let's do a ranking right now. Purple has to be the best color, right?
Purple's the best color.
Okay. Is black number 2? And it's like
I think
pretty
black's
close.
number 2.
Okay.
Hold on. I don't think it's very close. I think that like actually purple and black are kind of close if you just look at like individual card power. But just purple as a whole right now, especially purple Straw Hats, is like very good. Maybe I should hold on to this one. Yeah, we could just talk about it. Purple at the top. I'd say black is second.
Okay, and we just have red, blue, green, and yellow amongst those.
Yeah.
So, since like, I don't know, maybe OP03, OP04, I feel like there's never been a yellow best deck. I guess like blue or BY counts.
But BY is like a Moria deck, it feels like.
Yeah, it's a Moria deck. It's not even a black or a yellow deck, but yellow doesn't seem like it has any like heydays. Red has.
Are we back?
The road. Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, my OBS crashed for a second, but I'm back. Okay. And I chat again.
Let me refresh stream.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think we're all back. My bad, guys. We're in.
Ooh, okay. Stream is back.
Yeah, stream is back. The stream died for like a split second there. My home Wi-Fi, even though I'm on Ethernet, is very unstable sometimes. So sorry if it drops every now and then, but if you just hold on for like 30 seconds, I will be back.
Yeah. Bandai didn't want us talking about how much of a struggle yellow is in, so they had to crash the stream temporarily.
Yeah. I think honestly, yellow has some of the most oppressive cards, but I feel like a lot of them come from just like solid leader effects. Like Vegapunk is kind of Vegapunk colored. It's not necessarily like the other yellow decks benefit from Vegapunk cards. NL is just a good stuff deck, but his good stuff's pretty solid, but not in recent meta. Blue, I feel like probably has the third strongest card pool. but I do think there's quite a big gap between the first two and the third.
Yeah,
I actually feel like green's. I mean, I think you said that green's the worst color, but I think that like green's just consistently been like there, kind of in the back of people's minds, just basically thanks to Acos Kid and the removal protection for such a long time. That like green, in comparison to all the other colors, I feel like isn't that bad though.
that's true. I have no idea how to rank the other four colors. I think blue in my head is probably the third best, just
Hmm.
because of the power of Doflamingo for a very long period of time, and
Yeah,
then pudding. But
yeah,
we'll have to
pudding.
figure out the rest.
Yeah.
But yeah, we can put green number 4, and then red and
Mhm.
yellow can just be tied for last. Just call it a wash as we get into the tournament.
Yeah, I would say that yellow still feels like it has relatively stronger cards, but red does have some like pretty killer cards, like the Acos Dragon, which feels like it hasn't really had a deck that it fits perfectly into, but the card on its own is just very powerful.
Yep. There's so many red cards I wish had a home.
Yeah, if blue didn't have pudding, where would you rank it?
Oh, fifth at the very least. So listen, Mori would be number 1, or black would be number 1 if Mori was here. Sometimes entire colors get carried by
Mm.
by a single card.
Oh,
So
yeah, I'll pause the stream because we have Japanese text. This is what the winning deck was for each one of these championships. We had 2 championships in OP12, 5 in OP or 11. We had 2 championships, 5 in OP12, and then 1 in OP12.5, which was with the start decks. Uh, in OP11, we had Blue Purple Luffy and Belo Betty win, and then in OP12 we had Red Zoro, Blue Nami. Oh yeah, Blue Nami won. I forgot about that. Red Rayleigh, Black Lucci, Green Zoro, and then 12.5 with start decks, which is your meta, but the meta doesn't actually change too much from OP12 to 12.5. We had Green Yellow Law win. So a lot of different decks winning. What do you think's gonna win today? OP12. No restrictions, but it's the meta that you're going to be going into very soon.
yeah. So is this 12.5 or is this PRB? That
PRB.
is okay.
Yeah,
So it's PRB.
actually a little bit of distinction. Yeah.
I do think PRB is a little bit different. Anecdotally, it seems like Nami's been a lot more powerful because of the new Marco, and it seemed that Green Purple Luffy's have a little bit more of a presence because of the new four cost Luffy. So if
Mhm.
I had to guess, Green Purple is probably what my rep would be for this tournament. I think
Mhm.
that four cost Luffy is just very, very powerful.
Yeah. I haven't actually seen that many people run that Luffy, by the way,
Oh,
which
really?
is
Okay.
like shocking to me because like I see people's deck lists online and it makes me tempted to play Green Purple Luffy just so that I can put in that 4 drop and be like, okay, play your god threat now. Um, but yeah, I think still though Green Purple Luffy as a deck has been very relevant, just thanks to the 2 cost searcher that it's gained in the Nami with Trigger. Um, but obviously, this tournament, people are going to be hiding their best deck list in anticipation of this tournament. So if the deck lists have moved to the point where people are playing the 4 cost Luffy, well, we're gonna find out today, I guess.
That
My
is
pick, my pick for winning today is Red Green Smoker,
ooh,
and
okay.
it turns out that the 6 cost Law, which we both kind of rated relatively low, just a bit of a slow card, is actually very solid, specifically in that deck, because it has Slash, it's a Punk Hazard card, so it's very searchable, and fixes one of Smoker's issues, which was him not having a very good curve going second.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, so
I
you
didn't
just...
expect that card to be that good, but
Mm,
it seems like it's been kind of crushing.
yeah, it's like, at least current Japanese perceptions that it's like a guaranteed 4 of in the deck.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, you go second, you play magic card Law on 6, and then on 8 you can play like any form of KO. You could do, for example, 8 cost Mihawk. You can do Mole Pistol after that. There's a lot of different things you can do, and just makes the deck very flexible and very efficient with Dong.
Okay. That seems like it's very annoying for sure.
Yeah.
Um, I was concerned that Red Green Smoker didn't have many things to put in play besides the 5 cost Smoker on it with the law. I didn't
Mhm.
see anything else would be quite strong enough, but there's a lot more searches for it now, right? If you can play as many as 12 if you really, really want to.
Yeah. Oh, hold on. Is audio okay for you guys? Also, by the way, Chris Fem donated on PayPal. Sorry, I saw this like 10 minutes late. If you are still in chat, thank you very much. I appreciate it so much. Let us know if like audio levels and stuff are fine. I've purposely made the stream a bit lower in level so you don't get overstimulated with our voices, but everything fine, you think? Asking chat.
They love us, obviously.
Alright, I'll put your full name. I'll put Yonas A, but it looks a bit weird. I think Yonas Abraham is the more identifiable. Yeah, that looks much better.
There's probably very few Jonases in the One Piece card game. Even though I did hear there was a Jonas in the Bay Area in California, so I'm hoping to meet some other Jonases playing One Piece.
Yeah, I'm never going to. I mean, in the One Piece community, I don't know too many people named Kai, even in Japan. But I'm never going to have the biggest content creator called Kai thing because Kai Cenat exists.
Oh, that's important.
Yeah. Oh, hold on. Camera dead. Entertain them for a second while I fix this.
You're good. I got called Yonham in chat, so I'm kind of excited for that one.
I'll be back in a second, guys.
Yeah. I'm super excited for the new Shanks that they're spoiling, though. At least the art for this thing. This thing is one of the most gorgeous things they've had for a price card. I imagine the regionals where we're gonna get this in North America are probably going to be a ways away, but the Yasop, this one, and the Ben Beckman set seem like something I really, really need.
Gonna get a playset of these?
It's difficult to get a playset of anything. What side am I on for OP13? Good question. For PRB, or so for OP13, the Emu deck seems like the most solved, but also I think the most difficult to execute on. So I think that deck's probably going to be a lot of like getting really comfortable with technique and trying to figure out how to play your deck. So I'm really excited to play Emu. But other than that, I really want to play the Luffy deck. I think the Sabo deck's going to be quite strong, and that's kind of where I spend a lot of my time. If you want to win PRBR2 events, I would probably... Nami seemed like it was doing very well in Japan, so I probably would kind of lean towards that. But other than that, I just want to play GP. The searches are very silly. Mark has a bunch of Jonases, can confirm. There might... Or Craig, you were talking about the promo cards that exist in the East but not the West. I imagined once we get closer to simultaneous release, we'll be a little bit better about having synchronized promo cards as well. But it's gonna be hard for them to backdate a lot of the cards like the Kaido. So that'd be one of the cards we might not have.
Which Kaido do you not have?
There's a random 8-cost 10k Kaido that's like if you have 10 down, it can't be KO'd. We won't have it in English. It's very weird. Hey D-Moon. I hope you're doing well. SoCal better be gorgeous weather-wise, but I'm super jealous of you guys. Yonas, what are you playing in OP12 if UP takes a hit? The problem is what other decks will get hit, whether Zoro will get hit, whether Red Green Smoker gets hit, whether GP gets hit. So, like Blackbeard seems good, Lucy seems good, Rayleigh seems very powerful still, Zoro seems good regardless. So those are kind of all within the world, but we're not entirely sure.
Sorry,
okay.
hold on. We have
got a
rates.
metagame breakdown. Yeah.
So we have 31% of the players today have brought blue purple Luffy, which is kind of as expected because this is just the pinnacle of Japanese players currently. So there's going to be a bit of a higher representation of blue purple Luffy. Second, we have green purple Luffy, which has massively come up with the buffs in PRB02. And green Zoro is the third most represented deck at 7.3%. Our black representative at 5.8% is Black Teach, followed by 5.8% from Red Green Smoker. 4.4% is Rayleigh, followed by Bonnie, and surprisingly 3.6% is Belo Betty. The rest of these decks, I think these are the ones that just didn't really make the actual higher percentages, but I think that they are still ordered in popularity, so I'll just read them out. Red Zoro, Green Yellow Law, Black Lucci, Purple Katakuri, Green Blue Zoro Sanji, Blue Purple Sanji, Yellow Kid, Blue Yellow Nami. So some fun decks down there. And
I forgot about one of the main improvements that existed in PRBO2, which was Teach. I forgot that they got the new PRB Shiryu.
That's
I
true, yeah.
believe the Singaporean gal was won by it as
Mm-mm-mm.
well.
Well, we have a breakdown of the top 32, though. We have 12 blue purple Luffy, 3 green purple Luffy, 4 Rayleigh, which is very large compared to its play rate, 2 green yellow Law, 2 black Teach, 2 black Lucci, 1 red Shanks, 1 red green Smoker, 1 red yellow Bell Betty, blue purple Sanji at 1, and blue yellow Nami at 1. There's 0 green Zoro.
Wow. Okay.
Which, on my stream yesterday, I did a little bit of IRL streaming yesterday. I don't know if you saw any of that, but I went to McDonald's halfway through our testing. But during that stream, I mentioned that, like, basically, I feel like I don't necessarily think that this means that Green Zoro is bad, by the way. Green Zoro as a deck beats almost every deck in the meta, but hard loses to Blue Purple Luffy. And in this tournament specifically, where there's so many people bringing Blue Purple Luffy, it's hard to justify bringing a deck that loses to the best deck that people are going to be expected to bring. So therefore, even if um, you want to bring Green Zoro, it might not necessarily be a good idea, and if you do end up bringing it, there's a good chance you're going to hit Blue Purple Luffy and die somewhere along the way. In a normal tournament with a lower Blue Purple Luffy play rate, I think that Green Zoro has a much better shot, but in these sorts of tournaments, which are exclusively people who've already accomplished minimum X1 in their tournaments, it's going to be a little bit more tricky to bring a deck like Zoro, and as we can see, none of them survived into the top 32. Any decks that you're surprised to see, aside from Red Shanks?
Kunal mentioned this in chat, but Green Yellow Law being this high representation is very surprising. There might be something. I'm excited to see Green Yellow Law. I imagine Gavin's going to put them on stream at least once today, so hopefully they can kind of bring something that will be super exciting today. But aside from that, Blue Purple Sanji still ever keep having these like off or like great days where they've had great conversions to top cut. So I'm very excited to see this deck kind of doing well.
Yeah. Oh, Dr. Voodoo. Thank you for the roughly $5 in Japanese yen. Thoughts on Jinbe unban? I feel like it's too early for them to unban a card that they banned like 5 months ago. Though I definitely don't think that the meta would change at all if that card existed or not.
Yeah, I'm not really. I don't think or Dofi would be that strong. I wish Boa had Jinbei so it could compete, but yeah, I
Yeah.
just don't think they'll ever ban it. So or unban it.
Yeah.
What else is there? Also, this Shanks person has to be WF. There's no other person, right?
I don't know if he qualified for this one though.
Oh, he didn't? Okay.
I don't think he qualified. Yeah, I wonder what Shanks is doing here. Shanks is a terrible Booper Luffy matchup, but there's you know, there's always variance. He could have just not hit any of them. Oh.
It's gonna be harder to dodge when there's 12 and 30 top 32 though.
Yeah. I'm so excited for this set. I know that I think 99% of the people who are watching are in the West, so that you guys get this like 3 months from now. But for me, I get this in 1 week. I'm so excited.
I'm probably just as excited, which is frustrating.
If you have nothing to do in USA, which I'm sure isn't the case because you have so many tournaments, you could stop by for a little while.
I would be down. Is the weather getting better, or is it still pretty bad over there right now?
It's been fine for Tokyo standards recently, but I don't know if that's going to change or not because I think it goes up and down.
Okay. I do want to visit sometime soon, though. But I also will 100% be going for Worlds. Whether I'm competing or visiting is a different question. We don't know yet. But I think it'd have to be relatively soon, just so it kind of makes sense. It's not too close back to back. Unless I just want to stay there for 3 months. That could also be fun.
Hey, I mean, that's totally an option. Hey, they've never done this where they've like shown cards before the actual game starts. They usually just get straight into the game. I think we're just seeing like the actual cards, but
Oh, okay. There's more spoilers.
yeah, I don't think we're necessarily going to see any new cards here. They're probably just going to show what they look in real life. Oh, thoughts on Roger, by the way?
Um, I thought he was extremely bad before the most recent batch of banning or printings of spoilers of cards. Having the second two cost ramper, I think, is very, very important for the deck. So they printed that new effectively gear two card, which I thought was quite good.
Yeah, yeah.
But
That card kind of saves it, but yeah.
yeah, I do think it's very one dimensional, which I'm kind of worried about. And I'm worried about the deck with. I think the best part about the deck is weirdly not 10 costs. It's the new 8 cost Roger and then 9 cost Newgate. And if you
Mm.
can do that repeatedly, I think the deck's quite powerful. But aside from that, it's quite weak. And I also don't think it's that good against Emu. I think it's quite bad against Emu. So it's kind of hard to compete when you're bad against the deck that people are most hype about.
I see, yeah. I do think that there's one benefit that Emu is very hard to play. So like
That
people,
is
it feels kind of like maybe Sakazuki, where like Sakazuki in OP05 was absolutely the best deck, but he still never really broke 30% play rate just because he was really difficult to play.
Mhm.
Do you have bandless predictions?
Ooh, I just saw this message. Okay. So if you asked me before the OP13 bans, my number one priority was some sort of blue purple hit.
Mhm.
Right now, my number one priority is a Nami hit. um, so like number one is something Nami is really something I want to do. Aside from that, blue purple is still on my list of decks I want to get hit,
Mhm.
and I'm worried about the deck existing in OP12, less so in OP13 because I think there's like different angles of attack that I think that blue purple Luffy might struggle with.
Mhm.
Like the top end from the other decks, I think that blue purple Luffy will probably struggle with a lot. So that probably will be perfectly fine. But yeah, OP12 seems like a nightmare if you don't hit like exactly 9 mom or the leader. So I think one of those are very
Yeah.
likely to get hit today.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they got rid of both, just because they have the track record of like getting rid of Sakazuki and Great Eruption at the same time, just because Nine Mom doesn't feel like it aligns with color identity, and also Blue Purple Luffy as a whole limits uh, good blue and purple card design, or like generic card design. Um, but I think the logical choice is Nine Mom plus something else. Maybe it's Nine Mom plus Blue Nami, and I hope that they in some way hit Green Zoro, just because that deck's very uninteractive. But I can see like Green Zoro not being hit and just being held down by Rayleighs, because that's not necessarily a very good matchup either.
Yeah, I don't know if they want to have Green Zoro exist in the format as like a safety valve from decks becoming too controlling.
Mm,
But yeah, I do think that sometimes the games with Zoro don't really feel like they're interesting in any capacity, where all your opponent
yeah,
does is just play their guy on curve, swing at you for 8, and get rid of your guy. So um, if they want to get rid of that, or if they want to stop that leader in some capacity, by like hitting a card like Hody as like the main one I've heard a little bit about, you could, if you want to ban the 5 cost Tashigi, I think that's unplayable from then on. So that's probably not a card I would probably touch, but you can even touch Dead Man Game if you're interested in like trying to make sure that its closing speed's a little bit slower.
that's true. Yeah, I
Ooh.
don't know. I don't necessarily even think that Green Zoro is like he just sucks to play against, and that's kind of the reason why I feel like they banned Reject at the time, is that it just feels really bad to fight. And if he ends up being strong, if like Blue Purple Luffy gets gutted to the point that he's not necessarily too relevant in the meta, then I am a bit worried that Green Zoro is just going to be like the anti-fun deck, kind of like Blue Nami, but a bit of a
Hmm.
different flavor. But yeah, I'm not. This is all speculation at the end of the day. Oh, Clark,
Yeah.
not Kent. Thank you very much for the $10. Sorry, I didn't see that message. During the game, I may end up missing some messages, but I'll try to scroll back and see everything. So, especially during the stream, I may end up missing some donations, but I will try to get back to them after the game. So sit tight, and thank you very much for you guys watching and anyone who's supporting. Like the stream, press subscribe, all the YouTuber stuff that I'm obligated to say.
um, Cavendish is an interesting one. It kind of has the PRBO2 like issue where like it got reprinted there. And I also don't think that like Cavendish is a very, very good card. I don't think it's like in the tier of which I'd consider it for bannings though.
Hmm. I think they've printed a lot of Cavendish adjacent cards, like the 5 cost Tashigi.
Mhm.
That card, while strong, it has clear weaknesses in that it's very weak to removal. Um, and also, even when it becomes rested, it's only 6,000 power, so it's a bit easier to get rid of via things like power reduction and whatnot. So there are things like that. I don't necessarily think that Cavendish is too much of a problem card. He's just like the one good card in green as a 5-drop, which is just what makes him stand out. Zent, thank you
Uh,
for the $20, and I agree, Ben Pudding.
yeah. Okay. Um, Someone had a really fun question. Will Stark asked Kai or Yonas which card do you think is going to be randomly banned? Okay, so for this ban list, which card do you think is going to be the new Raigo? Of the card that no one really expected to get banned, but randomly got banned.
I feel like we've had. I think to be fair, reject in hindsight was a correct ban, but at the time it was a little bit surprising. So it feels like we got 2 random yellow cards banned for no reason. I don't think that there's any yellow cards left though to ban. I need to think about it. Do you have one?
I think it might be a random black card. I think they might want to like nerf Lucci or Blackbeard a little bit in terms of like preventative bannings. It'd be
Hmm.
really funny if they randomly like sniped Laboon. It's just like we don't want Laboon in our format. Let's just get
Hmm.
rid of it. So that'd be my silly ban of like a very preventative ban that they might include in the current set.
Yeah. Maybe they just get rid of Tempest Kick just to make sure that no events are allowed to reduce cost.
Sure.
I think Black Lucci's kind of past his prime, but they might still just spite him, be like, no, no, no. Black Teach is using that card sometimes, not allowed.
Ooh, yeah. As predicted, we got Law on stream. Glad to see one of the two
Yeah.
representing here.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to look away from chat a little bit, so sorry if you guys are talking to me, but talk to each other for a little bit, and behave yourself. We are going to go into the game. We have Green Yellow Law against Red Green Smoker. I actually have no idea how this matchup goes because it's like 2 tier, like 1.5 to 2 leaders fighting each other.
Yeah. The main like pros of both these decks kind of feel naturally rough for like Law. So they're both going to be very aggressive. I think the fact that Law is a little bit more explosive and could put a bigger board in play before Smoker is like super advantageous. But at the same time, I think Red Green Smoker has better removal options, especially Molpus being very good against like the small blockers, and like the rested aggro characters from Green Yellow.
Hmm.
So it will be
I
a
see.
very interesting matchup, but it is going to be Red Green Smoker favored. Not to
Hmm.
mention, if they're playing Kid, it's like a very hard card to beat. And even if they aren't, like the
Uh,
Mihawks are a little bit of a problem.
yeah, I feel like recent builds aren't running Kid and just favoring the Mihawk and just being able to spread your board aggressively and defensively simultaneously. But I can see that. I was thinking that maybe just Red Green Smoker's lack of removal would make it easy for a Green Yellow Law to start using his leader effect, but that kind of doesn't necessarily apply as much as it would to Red Green Law. Oh, um,
Probably Law's second worst matchup. Is Blackbeard the worst one?
yeah, I'm glad we have law experts in chat then,
Yeah.
because I'm very, especially law. It's just one of those matchups that you only see like once every few tournaments, and you'll play it once, and you'll be like, oh, interesting, and then like move on with your day.
Okay.
Okay,
That makes sense.
and we see the 6-cost law, the card that has single-handedly kind of raised Red Green Smoker from the grave. Well, not from the grave. It was still already strong, but it's removed a lot of its weaknesses.
Yep. Um,
Yeah.
yep.
Don't know which side's going first though, because that law's power is significantly stronger when you're going second.
It's a lot of searching going on from this
Yeah,
hand.
this seems like a very solid hand. If he is going second, it means that he's guaranteed to get his leader effect off on turn 2. So actually very interested to see who's going first and who's going second here.
Yeah, even if Law's first, they have a pretty decent chance of
Mhm.
fighting Cavendish on 5 plus the
Yeah,
phase. So
yeah, I think generally Law prefers to go first. So, I mean, we see that he's going to be going second in this matchup. So maybe a little bit of an uphill battle, but when you are going second, you don't want to get your leader effect off a turn late. So having a start like this is going to be quite helpful.
and my personal authority, Coons 2K, said that it's 45-55 Smoker favored, and the Law's bad matchups are Belo and Blackbeard. So that kind of makes
Okay.
sense in my head.
We'll see how it goes then.
Yep.
Just adjust my air
Yeah.
conditioner. Okay, we're good. Okay, so Smoker Pass's turn and Law going straight for the Piddle Notch, going to pick up a Slash type character. I think that this Slash package has made Green significantly better just in general, especially this Coal Shield that he's picked up, being able to protect the characters that you are likely wanting to play in this early game. Just makes it so that the entire deck kind of comes together.
Yep.
Still, though, he's definitely going to be looking for one of those 5 costs to play. Maybe not the cards that he really wants, though.
Kid and Law in that pile, but you need the first 5 costs to play, and Blocker Law is going to be the option, it seems like.
Yeah, it definitely, if he doesn't find something like a Cavendish off of the next Kid Killer the next turn, then he will likely end up playing that Law, which isn't necessarily the worst, but you definitely prefer Cavendish, I think, if you can help it.
I'd agree. Thankfully, the Smoker player found something to do this turn and found a Searcher.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I don't remember what his hand is, but I definitely think that this 8-cost Mihawk, in the long run, it doesn't even hurt to have multiple of them because you will start to play them over and over once you get to those 8, 9, 10 long turns.
Yep.
Decides to pick it up.
But unfortunately, the Smoker's hand's quite poor. The 5 down turn is like a really important inflection point for Smoker. And not having the 5 cost Smoker and only having the Bonnie is going to be a little bit rough. At least
Yeah,
for now.
sure. Yeah, a bit of a slow start for Smoker. Interestingly, though, it goes for the 5k at leader, trying to get Green Yellow Law to counter, and he does end up giving it to him. And, ooh, is that Spider's Web or whatever it's called? 2-cost restand event that
Yeah,
Smoker just picked up?
that looks like Spiderweb,
Very
the
interesting.
2 cost
Oh,
restand event.
yeah, okay, yeah, immediately picks up the Cavendish. So he will be able to get that off this turn. Very solid start for Smoker, or for Law, and Smoker, if he can't find the 5-cost Smoker next turn, is going to be in a much more difficult situation.
Yep.
Oof.
Bouncing beige, playing the Cavendish, restanding 2, and then just playing the other Kid Killer.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
I was about to say.
And yeah, if Smoker ever had an inkling of hope to get rid of that Cavendish on this turn, it's now not going to be possible thanks to that Coal Shield that's going to be very cleanly put down with the 2 active Dong from the Cavendish.
Yep. This is basically what you want to be doing, and I'm kind of excited to see how this is going to play out.
Yeah.
Law is definitely going to have the craziest turn they can next turn, so I'm curious what kind of math is going to happen and whether they want to find a card like 7 cost Law to get like even bigger characters in play, or if they're going to be okay with this a 5 cost Law.
Yeah, at least Smoker, still an OP10 leader, so doesn't actually go up to 6,000 power anytime in the game. So just being able to line up a bunch of 6,000 attacks throughout the game and just chip away at the opponent's leader, Smoker being a 4-life leader, those attacks definitely hurt a lot more. Oh, plays out the Zoro, though, interestingly. Leaving up 1 Dong, but I don't think he has a counter event that costs 1.
I don't think so either.
So
What
probably
is the
electing
Zoro's
to...
other effect again? I always forget his not blocker text.
Let me pull it up. I remember. I feel like it interacts with 2 costs, but I don't remember if it rested. I think it rests at 2 costs on play, but I need to check. I don't usually see the card actually played to board, so I just remember that it's the blocker with 2k. It is. Oh, sorry. I'm thinking of a completely different card. During the opponent's turn, if this character would be rested by the opponent's effects, then you can instead rest one of your other characters. So basically, it's a guaranteed blocker against green decks, which may actually be kind of solid because that means that Hody won't be able to remove it later on, assuming that he has an actual target to rest instead of himself.
That's good. I'm
Yeah.
surprised they chose to bounce the Luffy and replay the Luffy. I figured since they know about the Kitten Killer, you probably just want to play that to be a little more efficient with your Dawn. But if they're planning on just like replaying another Searcher this turn, it's kind of about to be the same.
I see. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I wasn't checking. So he played the 1-cost Luffy instead of the 2-cost Kid Killer off of the Law effect?
Off of the Law.
I
I
see.
mean, functionally, all that matters this turn is that they left up a Dawn, so
Right.
not going to be that relevant, but
I guess that's
I
fair,
thought
yeah.
it'd be pretty nice. Okay.
Yeah. Uh, Even if that one lung doesn't do much, just the mental pressure that that sort of thing could exert over the course of a couple of turns, remembering that they had active dong at some point, may start to change the way that the opponent thinks about their turns later on. Still, though, Smoker just not really having the cards that he wants. He will likely end up just playing the 7-cost Law on this turn, I would imagine. Or 6-cost Law. But this Law is not going to be doing much until the turn after. So, very, very slow start for Smoker.
Yep. Smoker, ever since they started with that 5 down, or that first swing 5, it seems like they really want to take a kind of controlling approach to this game, where they just want to kind of keep poking resources out of green yellow law. And the 6 at Cavendish is kind of reflecting that. So I'm interested to see if Smoker can do this, because I was worried about like resources if they could keep doing this forever against green yellow. But
Yeah. Oh, but Law decides to block with Koshiro, trying to hold on to his resources. They're both kind of playing a similar game of chipping away resources and also holding on to their own.
Mhm.
Smoker does not have mole. Oh, he does have mole pistol, but I don't know if that would be something you'd want to play at this current time.
I don't think it's a. They don't have a Smoker, right? So they can't even go 5-cost Smoker plus small pistol if they had it. So
Yeah. Not developing board on this turn feels really bad, but I understand the temptation of wanting to get rid of that Cavendish by any means necessary. Still, though, even if sorry, what's the condition again for the mole pistol KO? Is the opponent has a 6 year less, or you have a
you
or
need to
6
have
year
a
higher?
60
You have
power.
it. Okay, yeah, yeah, that's what I thought. So he would need to end up
Attaching,
yeah, like actually hitting into it.
and then mole pistol.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, so he decides to go for this. Does end up getting the card out of the Law's hand and still gets rid of the uh, Cavendish, but now this Zoro is rested on his own volition, which means it will die here very quickly. And now Smoker, left without an option against Hody, should the Law run it.
There is a Cavendish in their hand, right? I'm
Yeah.
surprised they didn't want to just attach to Don to one of the searchers after using leader effect to get the 4 in,
Hmm.
or after you playing the 7-cost law. But they're still going to be able to get some swings in. It's not going to be largely different. But
Hmm.
instead of having to do like a really big swing here, we probably could have just went 7-7 at life and put our opponent in a much more uncomfortable position if we got that 4 swing in at the searcher or at the blocker.
Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, potentially. Yeah. Although Green Yellow is doing a very good job of maintaining his board while also saving his resources. Still has a fair few number of cards in his hand because he hasn't been forced to defend too many of the attacks. I don't know if he necessarily needed to defend the very first attack of the game when it was 5k at leader. But still, with 5 cards in his hand and can't see the. Oh, it's sorry. There's a PRB02 X Strike alt art, just a 2k counter. Okay, Smoker's shaking a little bit,
Yep.
but
They almost
honestly,
assuredly have to play a Mihawk this turn, though.
okay, finally going to play the Mihawk, which means that finally he is going to be able to use his leader effect. Until now, he has been playing just as a vanilla 4-life leader, which has been very brutal with the amount of Dome efficiency that Green Yellow Law has had up to this point.
Mm-hmm. 5 Don.
Yeah,
Using leader
and
effect. Okay.
yeah, so in OP12, already at this point with Emu revealed, none of these cards feel that powerful, but still, a 2 cost 8,000 blocker is exceptionally powerful against any deck. Smoker going to start to do some crazy things from here on out, hopefully. Going to keep chipping away at the opponent's resources, and Law deciding to counter it out. So his hand is slowly starting to whittle down. And Smoker going to set up 2 blockers and be able to go card neutral on this Bonnie. So still relatively healthy, but quite low on health. So we're going to have to see if Smoker's going to be able to survive long enough that he can start to turn the tide.
Yep. And there's a couple too many bricks now, but you probably can't afford to keep both Mihawks, in my opinion.
Hmm.
Just because, like, if this game can get to a point where you can just play all 3 Mihawks, things are very, very weird, it seems like.
Yeah. Oh, my camera was. Uh, yeah. The third one, I don't know about. The second one, I think for sure would probably come down next turn with his current options, but he did end up trashing the Law instead, so maybe looking to play that third Mihawk and play just a very, very long game.
The spiderweb might be able to help you stabilize that one this turn if you'd like. So maybe that will help be enough to win this game because the spiderweb's going to be very huge with this Mihawk.
Yeah. I
Be
think the
very difficult.
reason... Oh,
Oh,
sorry,
go
go ahead.
ahead.
No, 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 it's fine. Good.
I was just mentioning how difficult it is for Law to attack this many like 8K swings in the face of a Mihawk, just because a lot of its threats are naturally just like 6K bodies.
Mhm.
So with the exception of the 7 cost Law, it's actually kind of difficult to get some substantial swings in. So as I mentioned, the spiderweb is like basically good to like basically validate any swing of any size, which is nice.
That is true. Although Spiderweb maybe isn't necessarily the go-to pick, a lot of people do end up using Paradise Waterfall for that sort of thing. The threat of those cards existing in the meta makes it very difficult or for you to want to go for one of those 8,000 power swings as well. Just because if they get the block into Paradise Waterfall into Resend Mihawk, then you kind of feel like you've wasted an attack. So
Yep.
potentially hitting just a bit lower makes it a bit feels a bit better for Green Yellow Law.
Yep. Ooh, okay.
Oh,
Green Yellow
oh,
Law didn't need to do this, but this seemed like a nightmare for Red Green Smoker of just
yeah.
both getting rid of a blocker and then also resting one of the down in the Mihawk.
Mhm.
That also stops the spider web from being used this turn. So now there's gonna be a lot of obnoxious swings for Smoker to deal with. And unless they
Yeah,
have exactly Paradise Waterfall, it's very difficult to survive this turn.
yeah, and the unfortunate thing is that a lot of the times it is Paradise Waterfall, and that extra donk doesn't mean much. But specifically because of Smoker, ooh, who runs the forecast Kobe, which I just realized, um, because he runs Spiderweb with that one donk active, he won't be able to use the effect, meaning that he's going to get quite punished here. Yeah, I don't actually. I'm not a huge Smoker player just because Mihawk is still very expensive in Japan, so I haven't really pulled the trigger on buying that card. Um, but I think that the reason why people play Spider's Web is because of the Secret Rare Bonnie. Because that card's a 6,000 power blocker, although with Paradise Waterfall you can defend up to a 9k attack for free with Mihawk, with Bonnie on the board you can do the same and defend a 9k attack with Spider's Web for free, essentially. So I think just having that new blocker in the deck makes it so that both of those cards can restand the blocker and defend much larger attacks, which is why I believe that that card's being run, but I may be wrong on that. Ooh, all pistol trigger. Actually, very good trigger to have right now.
It isn't reduced leader though, right? So
Which
it's
one? Oh, yeah.
yeah. There's still a 9K leader swing,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
yeah, I didn't see the 9k leader. I thought that was the final attack. Damn. Yeah, Green Yellow Law just had so much damage on that turn.
Yep. That's honestly one of the main reasons why you can't be too grindy against yellow or green yellow law. Just because I feel like a lot of times they have ways to get the life that they have in their life if you're trying to kind of deny them and be very chipping on like individual cards. Speaking like Hody Jones, Zeus, stuff like that. And also Law, when you kind of give them a bunch of opportunities to kind of establish however they'd want, they can kind of put a lot of pressure on you whenever they feel like it without any repercussions. Like, for example, in this game, even if Red Green Smoker survived that turn, there wasn't really a great way to kill Green Yellow Law when they're at 2 life that turn with like 5 cards in hand. So,
Yeah. I mean, in a hypothetical world, even if he does survive on that turn, like, the best you can do is kind of do the same thing that you did last turn, just play a Mihawk into Bonnie and Turtle again, and that trigger Mole Pistol would have definitely helped, but yeah, not probably not enough to actually be able to swing the state of the game, just because of how much pressure Green Yellow was able to apply to Smoker's resources.
yeah. But I think the Red Green Smoker deck or player just did not draw particularly well. Yeah, they didn't
Unfortunately
have the
not.
5 cost Smoker, and then their first couple turns were just like relatively poor in general.
Yeah.
But I forget what that Kobe does. I forget. Is it very good in that deck?
So it's on the opponent's turn if your leader is Navy, which for Smoker it is, gains plus 1,000 power on the opponent's turn. So for Smoker, it's a 7,000 power on the opponent's turn, 5k base. Then on attack, it KOs a base 3,000 power or less character. And then if you have, I think, 6 or like X amount of cards or less in your hand, draw 1 card. So
Oh, that's a very powerful card. Okay.
yeah, it's like it's just like generally solid.
Yeah. Seems like a very good card for like the Rayleigh matchup specifically,
Mm,
which I think is a pretty tough card or matchup
yeah,
for
yeah.
smokers. So
Yeah, the card being very tricky to get rid of when it's on the board and being able to just draw you multiple cards if it sticks onto the board, which for Smoker, it's not actually that difficult for it to, makes the card pretty solid. It's also a very good red Sanji buff, by the way, because it's just rush and draw 1 card, but
yeah.
that's a whole nother thing.
What are your thoughts on that deck? Has it gotten like overpowered compared, or is it like underpowered compared to the rest of the popular decks in the format? Or do you think it still has legs as a deck in OP12 and onwards?
Red Sanji? Or which
All
deck are you
right,
talking
Red
about?
Black Kobe. I apologize. Yeah.
Oh, Red Black Colby. Um, the thing is, I've never really seen it be popular in Japan at any point. So I know that like there's some people in the West especially that believe in Kobe, and I've seen it have some sort of results here and there in like smaller tournaments. But we've never really seen the deck in Japan. I think just because Blue Purple Luffy's been so prevalent.
Yeah, I think it's like dysfunctionally bad against blue purple. Like Nankatsu Sanji just is too much of a problem for that deck, which I think is the main issue.
Yeah,
But I do
yeah,
think that the deck might be able to kind of have legs in different formats, especially if black's a little bit more popular for color, because that leader effect's so anti-black, like defending your guys from KOs every turn, which is nice.
that's true. Yeah, but I wonder how the Emu matchup is though, because yes, you can hit into the active characters, which is relevant because the characters can't be removed by effects, but they can still be attacked into. But Ibu can just trash them with leader effect, and I feel like it may end up playing out similar to the Green Zoro versus Emu matchup, but it's probably better for Kobe than it is for Green Zoro.
I would
Uh,
think the same. But yeah, I think that the Emu matchup is going to be kind of quite rough. If Emu is like cognizant of the fact they should just like sack their trash or sack their characters every turn
mm.
and just be very happy about that dynamic.
The OP13 cards look super nice.
Yeah. I don't want to have to get even more cases, but this is now it's on the list.
Yeah.
Um, of the five elders, apparently there's two different arts.
Mhm.
Um, is it just like a different border for the two? Okay.
Yeah.
Which one are you getting, if either?
Probably the cheaper one.
Valid. I
But
probably would do the same.
yeah, I don't know if I'm going to actually like make my deck too shiny, just because I've my need for shiny cardboard has kind of settled down a little bit, especially in wake of like some recent events where I've been trying to get money in the correct places. But if I have the flexibility to, I would probably just get the cheaper one because the art is the same and that's what you're really buying.
That is true. We're here for from JJK
Yeah.
inspired art.
Yeah, like the border is sick and adds to it a lot, but I definitely think that like at the end of the day, as long as you have the Jitsukaisen art, then like you feel very cool. Well,
100%.
still, I feel like it's definitely easier to play the game base rarity though.
Oh, 100%. I just don't know which one's which half the time, but that's the price you pay for bling.
Yeah, it's Peach Momoko, the person who drew the Stussy, super recognizable style.
Yeah.
Yeah, same thing with the Hayane Serana that drew the Skorose. All of the kind of like scary looking cards like the 10 cost Big Mom, like 7 cost Hody are all drawn by this person as well.
This is gorgeous.
Yeah, the
I
Stussy
love
looks like the
Black
Tashigi
Ultra.
because it's the same artist.
Same artist makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. What did you say about
I just love the how like matte black or glossy black all the black alt arts are in this game. They
mm,
just really add a lot to like how like shiny they look in person.
yeah.
So I'm like really excited for the 10 drop as well, even though he doesn't really stay in play for that long.
Ooh, hold on. I realized I misspelled fundraiser for the last hour. I put fundraiser. Yeah.
That's fine. It's phonetic.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. It should be fine now. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now we're kind of in a bit of an intermission until the next round starts. I don't know how long that'll be, but
That's the problem of having two green mirrors, or a green mirror for the first round. Sometimes they just go a little too fast.
Yeah. How long? Yeah, actually, we're probably gonna be here for like 15 minutes or something, waiting for the next round to start. So, you want to build some decks? Let's build
Yes.
a. I want to build red green Luffy because that's the deck I've kind of felt a bit lost on.
Okay. That's something that's going to be fun to work with. Okay.
Yeah.
So, of the cards I think must be in the deck, I think the 6-drop has to be in it. I think the 4-cost Zoro has to be in it. And I think both Nami searchers have to be in the deck.
1 second as I find any one of those cards.
You're good.
Okay. We have Luffy. We have that. What'd you say, Nami?
We have
Huh.
both Nami searchers, the OPO1 one and the EBO2 one.
Oh, oops. I just out of instinct put in the film Nami. What do you think about this card? It's probably. Oh, you have to rest one. I forgot about that.
It's a pretty steep
Yeah, yeah.
cost.
It's
To
very
have to
steep.
go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth it.
If this
But it's a
was
good thing to
printed
play on
nowadays,
alongside your 6-drop, right? Is your 6-drop film? I don't think so, right?
no.
Okay.
Yeah,
But you can
unfortunately not.
play like that Luffy plus Nami plus activate on your 6th turn, which is good.
Mhm.
But yeah, I just don't think it's good. I don't think there's
Yeah.
enough core of like film cards to make the Nami good, and you need a lot of film cards to make that effect worth it.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. Hadn't seen this card in so long. I thought that it was don't rest any dong and then check top 5, but you have to rest 1 and check top 3. Oof.
You've been playing too
It's
much Lilith, haven't you?
yeah, dude. I miss I wish this card was released now. That would be like really solid. But yeah, probably doesn't fit in then. Thank you, Dream Titan, for the $20. I very much appreciate it. Yeah, I hope for swift recovery as well. And okay, I'm just gonna
Okay,
pull up
so
OP13 cards.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, big question. Do you think the 10 cost Shanks goes into this, the green
I
one?
would never play that card.
Not even in this deck?
Not even in this deck. I think it's so
It's too
bad.
bad. I think it's pretty bad too, but the only deck that I thought maybe had a chance to run it would be this deck, just because you get like 10,000 counter immediately.
Yep, but I still don't think it's that good.
Yeah,
I do
too bad.
think the whatchamacallit, the 5-cost Sanji is worth playing in this deck, the new one.
Mm-mm. Are there? I haven't been able to look too much. Are there good counter events? I guess you have the Luna with 3,000 counter, which you'd likely just run because it's pretty cheap to run.
It's probably worth playing. I'm not entirely sure on, but it's probably just good.
Mhm.
The problem is like I think you probably also want Dead Man's Game, and I just don't even know which one's better in what quantities because they're both straw hats, right?
Right. Yeah. Actually, given the context of emo, Dead Man's Game is probably stronger. Just because the characters aren't necessarily going to be rested for you to lock them anyways. So it's either you're resting the opponent's blockers or you're just getting plus 3k. I
Yep.
feel like Dead Man's Game is probably just better.
I also probably would put the 3-cost Sanji at the very least, the 3K body. I think the extra pressures they're quite nice. The
Trying to remember what cards
uncasual one,
exist.
yeah, there we go. Third row, far right.
Oh. Uh,
There we go.
yeah, 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 yeah.
I
I'm
think it's
just
just a
trying to.
good body to play. It's searchable. It's just like a very convenient body.
Yeah, I feel like by
Um,
default, a lot of red Straw Hat decks just throw this in, even if it's not necessarily like a perfect synergy thing, like it is with Red Green Smoker, for example.
all right, this might be a silly question. With the 4-cost Luffy in the Rayleigh deck on OP12, is it needs green events or red events, or does it need just 2 events in general?
I think it's 2 events in general. I have thought
Uh,
about that a little bit. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, it's any 2 events. I have seen some decks running this. I think that as long as you have like 10 to 12-ish events in your deck, which isn't too hard if you run the 0 cost event, then this isn't too bad to play. I wonder, are you thinking about this card in Luffy? Oh, I guess the attached song's pretty nice.
Maybe. I'm trying to think 'cause the attaching Dawn's pretty nice. I'm trying to think if there's any 3K bodies in green that are worth playing, or is this only play red ones? It plays only red ones. Okay, never mind.
Sorry, let me pull it back up.
You're good. I was worrying if the forecast Luffy played red
Right.
cards or green cards, but it is not. But
Yeah.
that's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, I
But yeah,
can't think of any
that's it.
green cards either that I want to play. Oh.
What other obvious includes are there?
I mean, the 5-cost Luffy being able to attach a Dong on attack and being a Straw Hat is generally a solid card. I don't know how aggressive Luffy wants to be, but I feel like a card like that, just to enable your leader effect more easily, could be good.
Yep. Someone in chat mentioned just that the animal package might be reasonable.
Mm.
Just the searcher event, and then just like the good choppers. It's
Uh,
quite difficult to like pressure the choppers off the board, to be honest.
yeah,
So that could be quite reasonable.
yeah, that's true. I've never even played Animal Zoro, so that's kind of like a whole different realm for me.
Yeah. I do think that's a relatively I think it's probably fine. I just don't think it's a
Mhm.
very interesting like plan of attack.
Yeah, I
But
wonder
yeah.
like how good that would be in comparison to Red Zoro, the other Premier's animal deck, because he gets +1k on all the characters, but Luffy gets more protection on them. So it's kind of similar to the way that Animal Shanks was playing, but needing to leave up the active Dong for your leader effect may make that a bit more tricky compared to Shanks, which just gets the effect for free.
Do you think you want a bunch of
Oh,
Cavendishes in this deck too? I know it's an obvious include,
mm.
um, but I don't know if you really need it.
Like you mean with the fact that there's already things like Sanji and Luffy in the deck?
Yeah, that's like the main thing, and also like I'm not sure if it's better than the Sanji because of how difficult it is to pressure the Luffy deck.
Mm.
Whenever I see this deck in action, it seems like your opponent never wants to attack in the early game. So it just feels like, oh, my opponent's never really going to apply a lot of pressure in the first place, so I'll just be at 4 life. And if that's the case, you don't really worry about the 1k versus the 2k discrepancy. Like, you're probably just fine with just having the Sanji.
Mm. Oh, actually, guy in chat said a very correct statement in that you probably just want to run the
Let
one
me.
cost Garp,
Ooh, which one? Oh, yeah, best
the
searcher.
the best
Yeah,
searcher in the game. Probably over one of the nummies. I don't think it matters too much because
probably.
they're
All
just
right,
the same.
get the
Yeah,
green one out of here.
because you for sure run Mihawk. That works very well with your leader effect, and then being able to search that will be very nice.
Oh, I've got we have unconditional searchers nowadays.
Mm.
Are there any other really powerful top end pieces or like mid range pieces we can play? This is like the one of the main issues that came up when I was playing this deck. Like aside from the Luffy and the Mihawk, there's not much I want to play. Even the Cavendish is just like fine, but to what end?
I think we need like solid 4 drops though, because of the on play condition of the Secret Luffy not being able to play 5 costs after.
Okay, yeah, we can play the PRBO2 Luffy or the Green Zoro or both. Yeah, we already have the Green Zoro as well, but
Yeah, actually, I mean, I feel like that Luffy, the PRB one's pretty solid in general. Uh, I also, now that we have Garp in the deck, I'm looking at Cavendish with new eyes,
that
and
is
that,
true. He's a lot better.
yeah,
Yeah,
now that the card's searchable, I feel like that card's probably better. I don't know which one would be the choice between Sanji and Luffy. Um, does this? I wonder how many counter events this deck really wants to run though, because your leader effect is kind of a counter event, yeah.
that's
So like,
true. One of the issues I've noticed that come up is like when you're at exactly if you want to leave up more than 5 Dawn, your leader affects conditions kind of obnoxious. So like
mm,
sometimes you just want to leave up like 7 or 8 Dawn and leave up a bunch of events, but that doesn't happen too often. So you kind of have to be a little bit worried about making sure you aren't leaving up like 6 Dawn. But other than that, it's pretty good.
I guess so, yeah. Yeah. Huh. Um, yeah, I mean, in general, Sanji's pretty solid, though. Maybe Luffy's the one that gets cut from that. The one thing I just realized is that because the 4-cost Luffy, I was talking about the 5-cost Luffy just now, but 4-cost Luffy now, because you have the condition where the opponent needs to have 7 or less stone, it's not as easy, unless on curve, to play something like Luffy into 6-cost Luffy into the 4-cost Luffy, for example. You have like a short window where that's possible. So the curve going second still feels a little bit fragile.
Yeah. So the people are talking about
Yeah.
the Uta in chat. If that's something
Oh,
you're
yeah,
also
yeah.
interested in
Oh,
including.
sorry, I forgot about that card. Yeah, so I'm like trying to bounce between staring at the
Yeah, you're
deck
good.
builder and
I
stuff.
can be the person in charge of the chat. It's fun to read.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Secret Bunny's good too, actually.
Secret. Oh, the
The
5 cost blocker. Yeah, yeah,
yeah, yeah.
yeah. All right, you
Hello,
are
hello.
back.
I.
I gotta
Sorry,
refresh
guys.
chat.
Yeah, that'll happen every now and then. Just my Wi-Fi is. The thing is, I'm on Ethernet, but that still happens. Just very unstable connection. But I hope you guys had a peaceful 20 seconds of silence. We are back.
Oh yeah, I mentioned adding a Bonnie. I'm not sure which one you're referring to. Oh, that Bonnie. Yeah.
Yeah, the secret rare one.
Yep.
There are a lot of 5 costs. I wonder if you run this Luffy at this point. Okay.
Yep. You can only really play it on your turns with 8 cost Mihawk, or if you just have a bunch of rested characters.
Mhm.
I'm trying to think of what other defensive events would be very, very obnoxious.
Oh, question. Do you run 2Ks in this deck?
You don't have to. The one I want to play the most is actually 2 cost Sanji from OP01.
Which
Just
one?
the one that makes you take your life, the OP01 Sanji.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Mostly just based on
Hmm.
the fact that I think there's a lot of times you're just going to be left at 2 life or at 4 life because your opponent doesn't want to attack when you have a down up for 5. So
Mm.
there are moments where you
Yeah.
just want to like apply a bunch of pressure with extra bodies.
I think just in general, even if it's just 4, having that extra counter is pretty solid.
What? Okay, now that we have added Sanji and Garp, I gotta go check the Luffy again. The OPO12 Luffy. So the OPO12 Luffy can put any of those in play, which is not bad. And if we change our searcher to like Shakoyaku or 2 cost Boa,
Mhm.
can that card find any Luffy, or is it just red Luffys?
Um, red event card or Luffy, so I think it could be any
Okay.
Luffy.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Now my brain's cooking a little bit.
Hold on, that's kind of interesting. How many relevant Luffys are there? How many Luffys could we force into the deck if we wanted to?
I think just like the 8 is probably interesting enough if we just put in like 10 or so events. I mean, 10 or so events is a lot, but I think that might be something that we could work into.
Like mole pistols and whatnot.
Yeah, mole pistols. We could play radical beams. This is another shot at randomly.
Yeah. Oh,
Um,
yeah, it is Straw Hat, isn't it? Hmm. Yeah, it's too bad though because it only searches red events, so you can't pick up Dead Man's Game if you were to run that Shakuyaku or
yeah,
Hancock.
that is the main obnoxious thing.
Hmm.
But yeah, Waterfall and Spiderweb are like the best events to play, but they won't have searcher overlap, which is kind of the main issue. But
Yeah. There's
or
no
searchability.
green. Oh, no. Perona you can't use because your leader's not Slash, but Perona would be the card that could search those green events.
Yep.
Oh.
Jambe, that's a reasonable one. I'm not even gonna deny that one.
Yeah, you just slap it on the 6 cost Luffy. We're
Okay.
we're very close to having a full deck list, but the live stream is back,
Yeah.
so we will
Oh,
go
okay.
back.
We'll go back to this later.
Yeah, I think we're close.
But
So top 16, we have from 12, I believe, blue purple Luffys. We now have 6. Green purple Luffy is now at 3. Both green yellow laws have stayed. Red Rayleigh has also stayed, both at 2. Belo Betty is at 1. Red Shanks has survived into the top 16, and Black Lucci has survived into the top 16.
Sanji's gone. You hate to see it.
Sanji's gone, Nami's gone. Blue yellow Nami, that is.
Yeah.
But somehow Shanks is surviving.
I think there's a non-zero chance all 12 blue purples just played against each other.
Non-zero chance, yeah. I think that's possible.
But this kind of makes sense. Green yellow law seems like it's more and more of a favorite, or like doing well. And you said Teach is gone, right?
Peach is gone. Yep, Black Lucci is the only black deck left.
Lucci seems like it's probably okay.
Hmm.
I'm not entirely sure if it's good in a green purple meta anymore, but or blue purple, yeah, with green purple being valid.
Okay.
But
We're gonna
Shanks
see.
is on. Let's go.
Okay. People in chat, thank you guys. We will check chat again towards the end of the game, but we are going to be focusing on the games when they're here, just out of respect of the stream. we're going to see what is allegedly one of the worst possible matchups for Red Shanks. Red Shanks versus Blue Purple Luffy.
I'm surprised. There's no way that Shanks got out of the Swiss without
Mhm.
playing it to single blue purple. So they have to be doing something differently or something powerful enough to be able to beat these blue purple. Or there's a chance there's locals as well, but hopefully there's something interesting strategy wise or deck building wise to kind of help
Mhm.
the matchup.
Yeah, I definitely think that the 9 cost Shanks does help you a little bit because you get to cheat out the character for 6 cost, I believe, to make your leader 7k power very early on, and playing a 10,000 power character to the board is going to stay for the entire game against Blue Purple Luffy unless they decide to Red Rock early.
Mhm.
So I would imagine if you are trying to make a red Shanks that's specifically designed to beat Blue Purple Luffy, you would probably want to run that card. Interestingly, though, Red Shanks has had buffs in PRB02 in the 4-cost Lucky Roo, which trashes a 6,000 power or higher character to draw 2 cards. Effectively, kind of like the Onami back in ST, I believe 17 or 18 or something like that. But you can play it on curve, and especially for Shanks, that means that you won't have situations where you have too many different top ends that don't necessarily work for the matchup that you're in.
Another PRB improvement that's probably in the Shanks deck is the new 6 cost law. Having a way to make sure you can get rid of Katakuri on curve with playing the 6 cost law, be able to shrink it
Mm.
by 2 and then play either Ben Beckman or Rayleigh is probably pretty important in this matchup. So
That's actually probably very strong, now I think about it. Yeah, especially in tandem with Rayleigh. Like, one of the ways that I found to beat these, ramp purple decks was to play out the, I believe, 3-cost 2k that would K or minus 2,000 power, and then play
yeah,
Rayleigh the turn
Hunger.
after
Yep.
that. Yeah, yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. But Law being a very solid body that the opponent can't deal with at all, essentially, on that 8 dong turn, is definitely going to make that much easier and mitigate one of the advantages that Blue Purple Luffy would have in this matchup. And we
Yep.
may be able to see it because Shanks is going to be going second to this game.
Yep. Looks like Blue Purple won and chose first, so I'm kind of interested.
Mm.
Which one's better, to be honest? Because in my
I
head,
feel.
Shanks's
Yep.
curve is just so bad going first. Like,
Mm,
at least anecdotally, I'm not entirely sure what it looks like nowadays. So I was just worried about letting them go second, but maybe
mhm.
it's just so powerful that people go first, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I do think another relevant thing is that many people have not played against Shanks because that's just not a deck that you expect to see in this kind of tournament. So they may just be leaning towards comfort by default. Blue Purple Luffy does like to take first, so may have chosen to do so this game. Yeah,
This is not a great going first hand, to be honest, though.
yeah. It feels like there's a Gaussian blur on his hand permanently, by the way. I wish that he would resleeve his deck.
Is it, it's a Bonquid. It's so. Oh, is this is because like the matte sleeves? I imagine.
I think he has some kind of sleeve that makes like them not shine as much or something, but it just makes it very hard to see on the camera.
Yeah.
Shanks, though, he is running the 4-cost 6,000 Shanks at the very least, and he is running the 6-cost Shanks that we were just talking about. So, um, I believe that I don't remember the curve too well, but he will be able to play that card out early on should he choose to.
Yep. It only costs 8 or 6 if your opponent has an 8K body, so it's probably post 9 cost mom. So it's probably gonna
Yeah,
be a little bit away from now. But
yeah, yeah.
you will
It
be able
won't.
to play that card on curve pretty reliably against blue purple if they've drawn well.
Mhm. Yeah, still the blue purple Luffy starting hand is a little bit awkward. You don't necessarily need to see all of this counter early on. He doesn't have a 3-cost ramp in his hand either, but he may be able to salvage it if he gets the Shanks to hit into him with that too long active from Thunder Bagua on the next coming turn. Hmm. Still though, it seems like right now we're just gonna have to see what happens next turn for blue purple Luffy to see what the pace of this game is going to be.
Looks like it's gonna be a classic 9 at life. Not really a red trigger worth using here, and we're probably just gonna slam the new. I guess not new for you, but new for the people in English metagame.
Mhm.
The 4 cost shanks.
Sure.
That
Yeah.
card brick walls everything.
Yeah. Especially in Shanks, that's basically like a plus 3,000 power, or essentially a 3,000 counter just out of nowhere. Oh, but
Ooh.
thinking about hitting with his leader. Ooh, decides. Interesting. not to play the Shanks and electing to instead just hit with 7,000, use one dong to play Building Snake, another dong to play the second Building Snake.
Okay.
I guess
Trying to line up
maybe.
some more KOs for Ben Beckman
Mhm.
later, but
Yeah, yeah. These Ben Beckmans just spawned out of nowhere into his hand. So setting up for when and for if and when Blue Purple Luffy is going to start playing these larger characters that he can't actually reach them with Ben Beckman. Yeah, Beckman trashes a 6,000 power or less, was it?
yeah, 6K.
Okay.
Uh,
Oh, not even
I'm
going to leave up the dong. Oh,
Yeah, I was
like yeah.
surprised that Blue Purple chose not to
Oh,
just take the swing and just go not Bonclay plus God Thread.
yeah, that's true. He definitely would have needed to take that swing if he
Oh
wanted to
yeah.
go for that plan, but decides that he's just not going to go for playing 9 mom next turn. Just
Yeah.
probably looking to play the 5 cost Nami.
Oh yeah, sorry. With the Thunder Bagua, I think if you just take the first swing, you can just do the Bonclay plus the Thunder Bagua ELC in chat. So I was just thinking
Mm,
that might be reason to do this game, but
mm,
I think he's
mm,
just realizing as long as the game goes on a little bit longer, Blue Purple's probably pretty far ahead and doesn't need a turbo ramp.
mm, mm.
Uh,
Yeah.
ooh. One of the
So
new inclusions, super nice, the Kobe.
yeah. Ooh, actually very interesting. So if your leader is Navy, the character is plus 1,000 power on the opponent's turn, but Shanks, notoriously not a Navy, uh, is just going to basically mean that Kobe is played for the on attack effect. On attack, it can KO a base 3,000 power or less character, and if you have 6 cards less in your hand, draw 1 card. So I guess just something to fill out the curve a little bit better. Doesn't
Yeah.
necessarily work together with Building Snake either.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything great there, but it seems like it's going to be quite good this next turn since it's very likely going to survive.
Mm. Yeah, yeah.
Unfortunately, our Blue Purple Luffy opponent did not find a 9 cost Sanji to set up with their 9 down turn or potentially 10 down turn with Bagua. So
Hmm.
there is going to be another turn of a relatively lackluster board from Blue Purple. And I think Shanks might be able to stabilize and do a very silly, or apply like a very significant amount of pressure this next turn.
Essentially, yeah. But still, by Blue Purple Luffy not playing a character on this turn, it means that Shanks's 9 cost Shanks will not be able to accelerate the board state for Shanks. Um, One thing that I do want to point out is that both of these players have been attaching a lot of dong to their leader. Specifically for Shanks, he's been hitting at 7,000 consistently. Blue Purple Luffy as a deck notoriously doesn't run too many 2Ks in the deck, so being able to exploit the fact that they don't run too many 2Ks is a good way to attack the deck in general for many decks. Unfortunately, this game, Blue Purple Luffy accidentally drew all of his 2Ks, so not heavily punished at the moment, but perhaps in the longer run this is going to hurt.
Yep. And Shanks, despite the fact they don't really want to waste 2 cards to counter a swing, is like very strongly considering countering out of this swing at life for 9.
Mm,
Probably mostly just due to pudding, which I think is very interesting.
mm,
I
yeah.
think all else equal, you'd be very happy to go down to 2 life. But if the next turn is just Ben Beckman, get rid of your board, and you get pudding, it's like quite difficult. Additionally, Shanks really wants to be able to use that Kobe effect, and having 6 cards in hand is one of the conditions. So, or for that extra draw at the very least. So, considering whether you want to counter and preserve your counter, or sorry, whether you want to counter the swing and keep drawing cards is a difficult decision, I think.
Yeah. I'm a bit surprised that by the way that Blue Purple Luffy's playing, it seems like he may not want to hit with this Banklei, but the Banklei will die to Kobe's on attack effect next turn, regardless, it seems. So
Yep.
I wonder, yeah, he's
Yeah,
just gonna
I
let it go.
also probably would have went 7/7,
Hmm.
but maybe they were wanting to just force that Kobe to turn sideways so they can pressure it instead of doing anything else. That's a very reasonable take.
Yeah, but I don't necessarily think that the Kobe being active even is too threatening altogether, just because the KO basically only gets rid of Banklei, and otherwise it's mostly just a draw engine, and with the amount of cards in Shanks' hand, it's not even going to do so.
Yep.
But yeah,
6 at
loses
life.
the Banklei though. Yeah.
Yep. It
Mhm.
looks like the Shanks player really just wants to play Ben Beckman this turn. So I'm surprised they're doing the swings first. But
That's true, actually, yeah.
because there's a non-zero chance that blue purple just immediately blocks, and it really makes your curve a lot less like powerful. But I guess you have a. I think is that a
Yeah.
law on the far left?
Yeah, I think the card that he drew for turn was the 6-cost Law. So if he did end up blocking with the Nami there, I think that you pivot to playing the Law. And if you do get some sort of power-based removal, which we do see he still has another Beckman in his hand, would have also been able to save the one he just played as well. Would potentially be able to set up to be able to deal with this next coming turn from Blue Purple Luffy, which the 9-cost Sanji has made it on time.
Yep, and there is a fellow large character in the Katakuri in there.
Yeah. And actually, because Blue Purple Luffy had a bit of a slow start, not being able to play that 8,000 power character, or the 8-cost power, like the 8-cost character the turn before, doesn't have a board right now. So if he isn't able to play multiple Sundays in a row, he won't actually be able to get his board to stick with all of the building snakes and the power-based removal that Shanks has access to in this deck. So going to be very key to this matchup if you can actually manage to chain these Sanjis.
Yeah. It thankfully the Shanks player doesn't really have to play their 9 costs anytime soon, given how slow Blue Purple's curve was. So I think they might be able to play a 10 cost Shanks next turn, and then use the 9 costs to stabilize the turn afterwards, which would probably be very, very silly.
Yeah.
Because I think like when you're at 1 life and just want to survive one more turn against Blue Purple, that 9 cost is probably the best thing that you can possibly have.
Yeah. I agree with Blue Purple Luffy hitting the leader here. I don't think that the Colby is too relevant at the moment. If you hit into it and the opponent takes the attack, it's effectively the same as if you gave the opponent 2k counter. And if they get the 1 draw, there's a lower chance of them getting 2k. So I agree with not hitting the Colby here and just choosing to set up board. I do agree this 10 dong turn from Shanks is going to be very interesting though. Oh, he runs the Uta too. 6-cost 4,000 blocker, which if you have a 10,000 power character, I believe. Let me check that card. I have it right here.
Yeah, it costs 4 less.
Yeah, and you need to have 10,000 power character. For it to be 4 less is a 2k counter and a blocker. So when you meet the condition, it will be a 2-cost 4,000 blocker with 2k counter, which is an exceptional stat line if you can end up meeting it.
Okay.
Seems like the casters are talking about this 9-cost Shanks, but on this turn, the value of it doesn't seem too high in comparison to something like the 10-cost Shanks. Effectively, it's this. There's similar sort of effects where it's either reducing opponent's attacks by 1,000 or increasing your attacks or increasing your power by 2,000. But being able to play the 10-cost Shanks on this turn would allow you to sort of accelerate the state of the game, start to apply pressure early on because the 12,000 power stat line is something that Blue Purple really struggles to deal with. The other option, though, would be to just try to clear one or two of these characters, if possible, through all of the what is it? A removal that he has.
There is a Ben Beckman, so still there is a second Ben Beckman, correct? Yep.
Yeah, he has a Ben Beckman in his hand, so he can potentially go for that play, but it may. I'm not sure if you necessarily need to rush it currently, because I think that being able to set up the 10-cost Shanks early on, I just don't think you really have the opportunity to play the 10-cost Shanks later on. So setting it up early will start to set the pace of the game, but it would get hard punished by Red Rock, so maybe something that he's considering.
Oh, there's no Red Rock. One of the interesting things about this turn is that I don't think Blue Purple can ever afford to block with Kata, which is like really important. So maybe you just want to get some extra swings in now because of how annoying it will be.
Yeah. This decides to go for the 9-cost Shanks, but this 7,000 power attack from Ben Beckman I think was really beautiful. Maybe beautiful is a bit of an overstatement, but by hitting with 7,000, you really force the opponent to think about the block from Katakuri, and if he does end up taking the free block with that, then you can punish them much easier with something like the 10-cost Shanks. But maybe because he didn't end up resting the character, elects to go for this instead.
And these sevens, the, Blue Purple has fortunately been able to have the 2Ks to counter out of it, but the
Mhm.
deck plays a very small amount. A lot of the popular lists and like the most recent events have played 8, and even I haven't seen a list play more than 11, more than 10 since the very beginning of OP11. So
Yeah.
I think there's like 5 already in the trash at this point. So it's a lot more difficult for Blue Purple to counter out of sevens later in this game.
Yeah, and I think in most games, if you compare the number of cards that he's seen versus the number of 2Ks that are likely in his deck, he's probably overdrawn 2Ks. So Shanks probably thinking, God damn, he has another one? And the answer is Blue Purple Luffy still has another one even after that in his hand still. Just a 2K magnet this game, and don't think he sees the 9-cost Sanji, but he has managed to hold on to his board though, so at least for this turn, he's still relatively fine.
They've also found 2 very, very important cards that might just change the game completely. Both 9
Mhm.
cost Luffy and Pudding are probably very, very silly cards to play this turn. 9 cost Luffy
Mhm.
being a third threat this turn to apply a lot of pressure at life, even though they're a 7K leader. But also Pudding making sure that that 8 or 9 card hand kind of gets ground down to a more reasonable 5.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I'm a bit surprised that he decided to reveal the Sanji. It makes me think that he's maybe not looking to play this Luffy. It would have been my first thought, but is he going to put it at the top? We're gonna have to see. Yeah, decides to put it on top, which means he is going to draw into the 9-cost Luffy anyways. So we're gonna have to see just what he decides to do with this turn, because if he decides to play that Luffy, he did just give the opponent a bit of extra information for free.
It is free information, but I also think it's a fun mind game to play with your opponent about how many
Oh,
2Ks you might have in your hand. Just because when you reveal a 2K to your opponent,
mm,
they're very disincentivized to want to swing for 7 against you. And
hmm,
obviously, like, yeah, there are a finite number of 2Ks, but you might be able to convince your opponent to start swinging sixes at you, which in his case is probably going to be better because there's a 1K in his hand with the Zorojo, and I think there's another 1K underneath the 9 cost Luffy on top of the deck. So there might be some fun mind games to play there as well.
actually, that is very interesting. I had never even considered that. That's why you're the national champion.
It's really fun trying to play the mini game of what card do I want to reveal to my opponent to
Mm-mm.
kind of make them do certain actions. So or make them
Yeah,
want to do different certain actions. So it's a fun different thing to do every single time. Obviously, once your opponent's more keen to it, there's different back and forth, but there's
yeah.
always a little bit of small things you can do against your opponent in that way.
Watch him just not do any of this and play 9-mom though.
That'd be hilarious.
Yeah, but yeah, usually by default you end up revealing the card that you're going to play on that turn just because it conceals as much information as possible from the opponent. But yeah, as you said, in this game, Shanks has been trying to expose one of the weaknesses of Blue Purple Luffy not having too many 2Ks in the deck. But by Blue Purple Luffy showing that extra 2K to the opponent, maybe Shanks is going to start playing the game differently, knowing that he has this many 2Ks. Well, well. He's
Oh,
thinking about it. He does go for the 9-mom, so we were wrong. I honestly, I would have played the Luffy though. I think that applying pressure would be very nice here.
yeah.
Uh,
Interesting. Okay.
hmm.
For which
uh,
card was put into life?
Also decides not to attack with the Sanji, so very much afraid of resting his characters. Though the building snakes on the board will be able to relatively easily get rid of one, potentially even two of them with that 9-cost Shanks on the board. Um, Still, if the characters survive onto the board, you kind of have a similar sort of situation the turn after that. I guess one of the upsides of playing the 9-mom here, though, is that you can restand it with the 8-cost Katakuri. So maybe thinking about that sort of long-term goal. I guess both plays are pretty solid if you think about it like that.
Yep.
The um, building snakes that were played on turn 2, I believe, have just been accumulating so much value by just sitting there.
Yeah, they've really disincentivized the opponent to attack, which is
Mhm.
a very obnoxious thing. But at the
Yeah.
same time, they did accumulate value by making your opponent not block, but I think they're also going to be losing value by being played over this turn.
Mhm. Did the Luffy not attack with his leader the turn before? Or am I missing something?
There
This
was
is
no
leader's
reason
active.
to if the leader's a 7K and there was something else to attack into.
Oh, right. Yeah, I forgot
Yeah,
he was
and the leader
7K.
attack. Yeah, you could.
You're right. Okay. Now the Colby actually doing pretty solid work. Was able to get rid of that bonk, which would have been an extra 10,000 power attack if the Colby wasn't there, and now being able to get a draw.
Yep.
And Shanks, the big 12K, and now all of Luffy's characters going to be much harder to actually deal with the opponent's board and also find an aggressive angle himself. Yeah, but with 7
Um,
cards in hand, winning may not be bad. Oh, he also sees the 9-cost Sanji though, so he could try to set that up, but it's
I think
actually...
at this point it's probably too far gone to try to establish characters.
Yeah.
Unless they have Rush like the Luffy in hand. I think I would probably almost always just take the 2K in bottom now that the pudding's no longer good.
Yeah. I think that sometimes you don't even want to go to 5 characters on board because the 5-cost Nami ends up just being a better 5th character than a 4th character. So especially... Oh, well, decides to put them on top though.
Oh, they just want to keep going with characters. Okay. Taking
Yeah.
a little bit slower of a game and just going 2 Katas and then 2 Sanjis.
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Oh, they drew
feel
pudding.
like...
Okay.
Yeah, the one issue with this play is that the next turn he is going to be forced to look at that 2 kata 1 Sanji again in his top 5. So if he doesn't find something like a Nami to be able to filter those out, then he will be looking at a relatively weak leader effect the next turn. But, I mean, he did get a pretty big pudding on 8 cards in Shanks just now, so...
Yep. Okay.
May potentially shift the dynamic of the game, depending on what he's able to draw here.
I mean, there might not be much more of a game after this.
Yeah.
Um, that 11 was very telegraphed, in my opinion. Like,
Mm-hmm.
obviously, like, when your opponent starts with an 11K swing with their board when you have 2 life,
10k,
it's like,
because of the Shanks, but yeah.
oh, 10K, yeah. It feels like it's very, very clearly just going to be a pudding.
Mm-hmm.
But I also don't think that Shanks had any other options there, so.
Mm. You don't... I mean, I didn't keep track of the counter in his hand. Do you don't think that he could have just kind of over-countered to just make sure that that would be fine? Or do you think that would expose
I
his board a
believe
bit?
he had 2 bricks.
Oh, did
So,
he?
of his 7-card hand, if he just, like, leader effects 2/2, or it'd be like 2/2/2. So if you give 3 of your potential 5 counters in your hand there, I think you just like are guaranteed to lose to the rest of the board.
Yeah. And that's putting
Yeah.
for you. He just turned his entire hand into 3,000 counter.
Yep. And then we're going 8 at life.
I look at chat for 1 second and just see 2 messages saying ban pudding. Yeah.
Yeah, Kobe only KOs base power, nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Man, this game was really, really close until it wasn't. It just abruptly ended out of nowhere. But
Yep.
Blue Purple
Luffy
Luffy
does
being
have
able
a
to...
decision.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I got... No, you
Yeah,
got it.
there is one last decision about how big Luffy wants to swing here. Just because, like, they're so far ahead that they don't have to do this 9K swing. They could just do something as small as a 7. I wish it mattered more, with Shanks' hand being a little bit better might have been good, but it's really
Mm-hmm.
difficult for a Blue Purple to full commit here when their hand's just so much counter.
That's fair. Yeah, but, I mean, a 6k goes through, right? Because I believe he's already used his leader effect. So,
Yeah, but
yeah. That's actually a good point. I feel like because he just cut 111, I would just slam 9, but there is the chance that Shanks could be bluffing, but he would have to have just exceptional counter to be able to defend that. So the odds are against that likelihood, but it is still a likelihood, I guess. Oh, but decides to go for the 6.
and the 6 is good.
Yeah. Yeah, that is definitely
Yep.
the safer play, but regardless, it does go through. So, actually, very close game from Shanks, I think. I think Shanks, the Blue Purple Luffy just played that quite well. Never let the Building Snake really have much value.
He did his best to make sure that that building snake did nothing, and it did not do anything. Which I was surprised why he snap played 2. You can honestly do a lot of what you can just do the exact same effect with just 1. It does suck to draw that many, but it happens.
Yeah. I forget if... I don't think Shanks has counter events in his deck in general, right? I'm pretty sure people have basically cut that since OP09.
The player had Divine Departure in his deck at the very least.
Oh, right. I guess that's a card. But yeah, it's not necessarily a deck like Luffy where 5 cards in hand could be 20 million counter, but
Yeah, I cannot.
I see. Maybe a bit of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation.
Shanks really tried to prioritize trying to apply a lot of pressure, whether that was very reasonable. Um, I thought that just trying to curve out might have just been a better take, just going like Shanks and we drew the 6 cost law I think immediately afterwards, so like hindsight's obviously 2020.
Hmm.
But I think if we just like curved out our bodies a little bit more, we would have had a lot more life to work with, and we maybe were able to like take the game a little bit slower.
Hmm.
But maybe the Shanks player from his testing has realized the matchup has to be a little bit more of a race to keep up. So
Yeah.
he probably took a little bit more aggressive slant just because of that, is or anecdotal evidence. So
Yeah, I really liked the way that Shanks was hitting with 7Ks throughout the game. It was unexpected, especially the first turn when he could have played the 4-cost Shanks but decided to just hit 7K instead. But if Blue Purple Luffy didn't have all the 2K counters that he had in his hand, I think that those 7Ks would have hurt a lot more in the long run. Maybe the game would have been different.
yep, I would agree.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that, that line of play was wrong from Shanks. I think it's just unfortunate that Blue Purple Luffy just happened to start with two 2Ks in his hand and drew a lot more in the first couple of turns.
Yep.
A bit of a hot take. I feel like I kind of prefer the base art version of most of these cards, except for the Luffy, to the old parallels.
I also agree. I'm just a sucker for just regular secret art. More often than not, just the regular secret looks nicer.
Like the gold border.
Just the art in general looks better than
Mm,
like the alt art or like whatever alternate version. One of the main ones was like the EBO2 6 cost Luffy. I just really preferred the base rarity one, the base rarity secret, than compared to like the alt art or the even the manga sometimes.
mhm. Yeah, yeah. But I guess this time though we have the red super parallels, which I think the border is very nice. But I mean, I'm not gonna pull the card anyways, so it's not gonna make a big difference. I do think it's nice though. Some of the manga panels are the same, but they do have one thing like the Red Hawk on the right side for Luffy, because the kind of theme of the set is, or at least for these cards, is like fire because they're red. So they have Red Hawk, the Ace, and Sabo also have things like, I think in English it's like Fire Fist or something, Hiken in Japanese,
Yeah,
a
yeah, Fire
little bit of
Fist.
flavor. Yeah. I wish this Ace card was a little bit better.
I would agree, but there might be a chance this card's better than it
Mhm.
looks in paper. But I imagine you've been doing more testing with this card than I have, but it might just be underwhelming.
I haven't been able to test the card too much, but I've just been playing games and thinking about like would I want an ace in this situation. I haven't found too many. I do think that there are specific decks that this could really hurt into. Specifically, if you're playing against like a smoker or something, and you make them bounce back their 5 cost smoker and force them to play a 4 cost, their 4 costs are significantly weaker than their 5 costs. So like against some sort of green decks, it could be somewhat relevant, but a lot of the times you are just letting the opponent use a free on play effect, so that can be a bit scary.
Yep. The Sabo might end up being the best of the three in terms of being playable. So I'm excited to see how well he can do.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, that Subtle a lot stronger than I thought. It kind of seemed it's a very simple effect, but because of the leader effect of Red Black Subtle, that card's just almost immortal and just keeps getting value over time. Oh, what are your takes on power creeped Jet Gatling?
I get it. You got to make the divine departure for Goldie Roger to just be super like powerful and super ubiquitous.
Mm,
I just don't like the fact that they just made a strictly better like Gunblum Jet Gatling, especially when they're probably planning on keeping it in the format. I guess it's
mm,
not searchable, but the card's just so good, and it stops a lot of what I think a lot of purple decks naturally struggle into, which is just like kid and like random
yeah,
big bodies. So
yeah.
it's just like a very like flexible card, very powerful card.
Mhm.
And I'm very surprised that this card isn't like a minimum like two of in every purple deck moving forward.
Yeah, it has 0 deck building costs essentially, but the one downgrade, I guess, compared to Gatling is that it doesn't have trigger, which sometimes is relevant, but I mean, a lot of the times I feel like you just prefer to have the threat and potential of a minus 8,000 power at any point.
Mhm. Ooh. By the way, check Discord, Kai. I think the third person wants to join the fray.
Oh, okay, hold on. Pause. My bad.
You're good.
Yeah, I don't have Discord. I'm just gonna call us 3 all at the same time.
Sounds good.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Oh, yep, hold on. Turn you up a little bit for me. Are you good?
All right.
Oh, hello.
How many are we already?
This just now was top 16. So now, I think Yonas is there. I haven't heard him.
I am here. We're good.
Okay, we now have the full all blue crew. Yay! Thank you guys for showing up at terrible times for you guys, but okay, top 8 now. We keep cutting the blue purple Luffys in half. We now have 3 blue purple Luffys, 2 red Rayleighs, 1 Belo Betty, 1 green purple Luffy, and 1 green yellow Law.
Ooh, okay. I'm surprised that Rayleigh's been the deck that just keeps surviving, but it makes sense.
Wait, did you say Belo Betty at some point?
Yep, Belo Betty is in the top 8 still.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
I think if you dodge... I actually don't even think you need to dodge Green Zoro with Belo Betty necessarily to have success, because I tested the matchup a fair bit, and it doesn't feel like super doomed. It's more like, I would say 35 to 40%, which I think is like acceptable for a bad matchup. So I'm not too surprised to too surprised to see her. But I think if she runs into Rayleigh, then she'll be in actual big trouble.
Yeah. My read was that Belo Betty could potentially be good for this tournament. I am surprised that it's been able to survive up to this point. But yeah, I feel like I don't. I mean, green purple Luffy's also pretty good for her. I don't know if the buffs for her necessarily make or buffs for green purple Luffy necessarily make the mashup that much better. I have no information on how green yellow law versus Belo Betty is though.
It is very sad for Green Yellow, though I'm not sure
Yeah,
if that
I
has
see.
changed with the OP12 support.
I doubt
But
it.
it's still... Yeah, I also doubt it, but it's still kind of impressive that the deck manages to hang on with pretty much no support since... When did Betty last get a card even? Was it OP9? OP10?
Technically, it was
So
11 with Zeus, but
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, there was Zeus.
yeah, main improvement was like when they got the koala, which I think is like OP9.
Yeah, it was... I think it was 9, yeah. And then maybe it was some yellow stuff in OP10, or maybe it was all OP9, but yeah, the deck is just like raw power level is so good, and
Yep.
yeah, she mainly fell off in OP12, I feel, because of the Rayleigh, because Rayleigh is kind of a Zoro, a red Zoro, and those have always been the worst matchups for Betty, where there's just another deck that can go faster than you.
Yeah.
Alright.
And okay, oh, the 7th. Thank you very much for the $5 donation. We are in the top 8 match. There's still green purple Luffy at the top, but we have a couple of other things. Oh, sorry. Let me go back to live. Okay. Belo Betty's surviving. Red Shanks has fallen out, but green yellow log, green purple Luffy, Red Rayleigh still kicking. Okay.
I think
Thank
Belo
you,
Betty's probably
guys.
the happiest with this top 8 pairing of the Rayleigh mirror.
Yeah. Yep. And she's likely facing one of the 4 remaining Luffys in the
Yeah.
bracket, so
Yeah.
she has good chances. Also, Adventure asked in chat, are they running Kuma in, I assume, Betty? No, they're not, because that card is too slow and you lose... Usually the problem isn't your life, but your hand size.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I do
And
think
John Luke asked
that...
if all games are best of 1. They are. Japan does everything best of 1.
Yes, unfortunately. So this match may potentially be decided by a coin flip, because I do think that the curve for Rayleigh going second is just a lot easier to play the game in general. But mirrors, things can get a bit tricky. I do think also with potential ban lists coming soon, this will be a pretty relevant matchup for people in the West in OP12. I think there's probably going to be a lot of Rayleigh, a lot of Zoro, and I mean, maybe my personal bias, I think Rayleigh is better than Zoro as a deck. So honestly, maybe a boring matchup, but a bit it's relevant at least to the meta.
I wouldn't even say it's boring, especially because this isn't like the Zoro of old days where if you land an early buggy, like the slash resistant one, you might just pull ahead through just having it because there's like multiple 1-cost searchers and 2-cost searchers that deal with buggy. So there's like no way to completely take over the board unless you just hit the perfect curve, as you said, going second and then go Luffy Sanji.
Yeah.
And all this stuff. So I think it's like the good old aggro mirror. I like those.
I see. Yeah. This buggy could potentially be a little bit relevant just because the slash resistance is going to affect the leader as well. I don't know which side is going first, but I would generally prefer the side that has Luffy.
Yeah. Also, the one that has Buggy. Buggy is still very obnoxious, so the players on the right hands look a lot better for sure. So hopefully this ends up being a little bit more reasonable.
Yeah.
It looks like Hrvoje's volume's a little bit quiet for the rest of the chat.
Yeah,
Not that
I've
much.
turned it up a little bit. We'll keep
Okay.
adjusting. If you guys have any qualms, let me know.
As long as it's not like about sound quality, I think it's a raging success compared to previous times.
100%.
Ooh, I like the hand of the player on the right. Like this is very clean.
Very, very
Have
solid
you
hand.
tested much Rayleigh, Yonas?
Yeah, I had tested a lot of Rayleigh, not as much mirror as I'd like, but it has a lot of just like Zoro vibes. So, like
How do
old
you
school
like
Zoro
Kid and
vibes.
Killer? Because that's the card that
I
in my
hate
testing has felt the worst.
I hate the card, but I think it's necessary in a 6K leader format. But it's a card I very likely would cut if blue purple was gone.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well.
You maybe have
like
that.
Kid and Killer is just not a searchable target aside from the 1-cost event. It feels like so much liability.
I would agree.
Yeah, but sometimes just
Instantly
having
rocking
that one
Mulligan
extra
in
attack.
mirror.
Oh, that is interesting, actually. I guess Mulligan, I mean, both sides have Mulligan currently. Can potentially be relevant here. Both players are running Kid Killer, but the Rayleigh going second, who really wants to find a 4-cost Luffy, isn't going to find one for the next turn. Or is that one the third card? Can't see it. Don't think that that's Luffy. Okay.
He does have 2 searchers though, so Buggy's not going to go unanswered. Or it might still go unanswered if he does have if he's not able to swing 5k into it with one of the 2k searchers, so still a good position to be in as the first player, especially in these aggro mirrors, like the one that starts swinging first. Like, usually it's not that difficult to just be the one to kill your opponent first, even if they deal with your board, just because there are like no good defensive plays in the mirror. It all comes down to countering at some point. And yeah, the player going first seems to be finding pretty much all the pieces. Like he has the luxury of choice in his searches, whereas I think the left player pretty much had 1 or 2 targets in both searches.
Yeah.
Conquerors.
Sending a lot of events to the bottom. Importantly, I think that he's sent, which I couldn't see from the first search, but he has sent many events, which basically just means that he's not going to have that sort of luxury of choice for which 2Ks or the surprise plus 1K later on. But right now, I think he's still just in a very solid spot.
I think it's an
Yeah,
interesting
there's
discussion as whether you want to swing with Buggy or not.
I'm surprised this was taken like for a 5k hit here, but I think I would always swing Buggy here.
Decides to take the second 5K hit as well. So the Rayleigh player going second is playing very quickly. I feel
yeah.
like it's fine to hit with the buggy here, though, just because usual curve is going to be to play the 4-cost Luffy here. You would attach like a dong to one of the 1-costs and hit into it for 5, but I still feel like that's just one attack that you're absorbing. I don't know necessarily if you really have a better opportunity later on to hit.
Yeah, I agree. And if that doesn't, if it's not 5k, then I think you can just counter
Yeah.
from the other side.
Oh, the
Because buggy just
question is 2 swings. It'd be a 3 and then a 4 if they wanted it, which I thought was quite annoying.
well, I think in
I
that
mean,
case you can let it go without the.
Oh, so
without
they
the
could
threat of
always
the
be fine
additional.
with it. Yeah.
I mean, would a 5 not just be better than a 3 and a 4? Because you'd end up resting both characters, which are relatively relevant characters, and force the opponent to use the same amount of counter if they choose to. Oh, he does
I
have
guess that's
Luffy.
probably true. Oh, that third card you were talking about was the
Yeah.
Luffy.
Okay, yeah. I didn't recognize the alt art because the base art looks really nice. Yeah. Okay, so actually Rayleigh's pretty fine right now, honestly. I just didn't see the Luffy.
Yeah, this is a really good curve for him.
Yeah.
Yep,
Okay,
Thunder
now he's
Luffy
just
also.
going to... Yeah, he's doing crazy things now.
I learned that this Luffy alt art already on release is like 12 or 13 euros, which is relatively cheap for the West. It's atrociously expensive compared to Japan's usual prices, but I was surprised at like how not expensive a Luffy alt art is for what is a meta deck. So I'll definitely be grabbing some of those. I really like the alt art. I think the only card I don't prefer the alt art for is the boa. Like the base art is really cool.
The base art is
Yeah.
very cool. Yeah. But the Rayleigh player going second, actually I probably called him by the name. I'll call him Haru. And the person on the side is Suzutaka. Haru decides to go 5k into leader, leaving the buggy on the board. Both players taking their first 2 life straight down to 3 life. I imagine this is just like a Rayleigh mirror thing, and Rayleigh being a relatively popular deck in the meta, it's definitely something that you will be practicing for this tournament.
It might not make sense just to try to keep fighting for board and just keep force your opponent to use their Conqueror Sakis a little bit earlier than they need to.
I guess I don't
It
know.
just felt
This
so natural to attack into it.
Conqueror's Taki is the main thing that like makes me think that you're not supposed to just go full face. Because if your opponent holds 2 of those, you can like with the board full of weenies, you can't really push through a lethal because everything gets minus 2k. So I'm curious at how you're supposed to finish the game, especially since we know both players have Mulligan, and one of those is public information. So if you want to actually deal with the board, you have that extra tool as well.
Yeah.
He's just taking a 5k again. Like, wait, I just remembered something I was trying to say earlier. If you guys are not like, I don't think we're all like fully aligned with the.
That's true. Hold on. Hold on.
Oh, you
I'll
can
share my
click.
screen.
You can set
Here,
no, but you can also set
Yep.
speed on the live stream to like 1.2 or 2, and then it will
And then
catch
just
up to
go.
live.
Okay, I'll do that then.
But
Speed
maybe
run
it's
this a
also
little
just
bit.
better if you're all on the same one if you screen share.
That makes sense. Yeah. I've just been using whatever Kai's stream has been, but I'm always going to be a bit lower.
Yeah. I'm racing to live. We have a forecast Luffy that plays the dummy, put one dong onto the leader. Now he's going to be searching with the dummy and picks up the Rush Zoro. I don't love Rush Zoro as a card in the deck, kind of similar to Kid Killer, just because you can't get the +2 on your leader. I understand why it's in the deck over Jinbe, just because it has 5,000 base compared to 4,000 base on the next following turn. But just in general, these cards that are run as like 2-ups. Wow, wait, it's taking down to 1 life. Is this not scary? Because like things like King Kong Gatling just like suddenly make your attacks like 10k.
I don't like doing this that often, but it just depends a lot on what the hand looks like. Maybe he just thinks his hand can't win if he tries to keep countering out his swings.
I mean, but like he has the Luffy, he has a target for it as well. I feel like generally you'd be in a relatively fine spot, but
I mean, I would do the same, but
yeah.
I'm honestly very surprised at the pace of this match. Like I haven't tested many mirrors either, but if this is how they're supposed to go, then I have a lot of like work to do.
But it seems like so far both players are playing the same way though. So if this is how you're supposed to play, then this is they're both doing it very well, I would say.
I would agree. By the way,
Oh.
Kai, it seems like your camera's down again.
Okay, 1 second.
You're good.
You guys take over for a second.
Oh, it sounds perfectly fine. Um,
I hope they don't hit Gecko Moria, Araigo, and Ice Age tonight by 101 donations. Me too.
Yeah.
Me too.
oh god.
Okay, Luffy.
Oh, I think without those bans, I'm 99% sure that Blackbeard will actually be the best deck with the Ice Age, but like Black Yellow Luffy will be broken as well for sure.
Yeah,
Oh,
Blackbeard for sure.
Because I've seen Blackbeard lists these days even run Gum Bell to just find a way to get that massive cost reduce, and with Ice Age and the starter deck support, it would be so crazy.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you, Hrvoje, I asked Kai this already, but what do you think is going to be the Raigo of this ban list? Just like a card that no one really expected to get banned, but might just randomly get banned today.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about it. Give me like a minute or two to collect my thoughts. What would be the unexpected?
What did I say? Oh, I said Tempest Kick, yeah.
Yeah. I thought Laboon would be a funny random hit. Just like stop Blackbeard and Lucci a little bit.
Watch them.
Cavendish.
Did it imagine
I'll
that
go with Cavendish.
Oh, Cavendish.
Cavendish, that'd be a silly one.
Everyone gets excited about Cavendish reprints. You guys never get it, or you get it, but you're just not allowed to play it.
Yeah. Ooh, okay.
I do think it's a really strong card. I wouldn't be like terribly surprised seeing it on the list, but it would be a very odd choice because currently Green Zoro utilizes it really well, but a lot of green decks just rely on it so heavily.
Interesting. Okay. So
okay. Interestingly, Rayleigh decides to play Kid Killer here over the 4-cost Luffy, trying to potentially go for a very big hit. Oh, pause, sorry. I got a 60 € donation from Simrat. Thank you very much. I appreciate it a lot. I hope that you're enjoying the stream and enjoying a Rayleigh mirror, because at least for me, this is very educational. Not how I would be playing this deck, but these players are the best of the best right now in terms of Rayleigh.
Yeah, but as we can see, there was a counter, and I guess the existence of Kid and Killer is another like deterrent to just taking life too aggressively, because a lot of Rayleigh lists do run it. And he ended up attaching the Dawn to the leader, so that's just a good choice to have the Dawn attached somewhere safe where they don't fall off if the unit gets killed. So the Luffy keeps his plus 2k bonus. That's one of the slight things in playing Rayleigh that makes a lot of difference in several matchups, where you just get that extra.
It's one of those tricky things where a lot of the times you want to make some smaller attacks with something like the Nami to just hit with 5k again, but if you do so, then it makes your Luffy really easy to clear. But by putting it onto leader, you're guaranteed basically to have that Luffy stay at 6k.
It's board states like this that really want me to play some spicy cards in the Rayleigh deck. I've seen some lists play like cards like Cloven Rose, the one that like buffs 3 like characters from Rayleigh's side.
Yeah,
the chopper event, and I'm just like, oh, that card would be so good right here. Obviously, like when Rayleigh has 5 characters in play, for the most part, it's usually pretty happy regardless. So playing extra cards to make it even better is kind of silly. But I think it's probably one of the more interesting ones. Okay. Looks like...
I think that this was basically every single hit to leader has been taken up until this point, essentially.
No, the 5k was defended just now, right? From the Boa.
Yeah.
Everything besides that,
yeah. So both of these players trying to have as big of a hand as possible. I think that they should run Pudding.
I'm a huge fan. 10 out of 10. Yeah, okay.
So what should run Pudding?
Rayleigh. It's a joke. Don't worry.
Every deck should play that.
I was trying to remember what red pudding is there, because she does have a card in a lot of colors. Like I think everything besides the red and green.
Yeah, I don't think she has a red one. But yeah, no, if it's crazy how the existence of blue pudding, like for example, if you just a bit of a thought experiment, if red had access to pudding, you could never see a game played out like this. Just the existence of a single card can change how people play vastly differently into entire colors. Thank you, Choru, for the €2.5. I very much appreciate it.
Hrvoje, what are your thoughts on observation hockey? Because that's probably one of the events that I just like the least when playing that deck.
Sorry, observation hockey is the
The searcher
unblockable.
one.
Oh, the searcher. Okay, so I hate resolving it, especially because of all the search like ways, it's the one I found most common to whiff. But I also kind of feel it's necessary. It's like the one I like having in the hand to show the most because it gives away like no information. But having to attach don't specifically to leader does like make some of the turns really clunky. So I end up waiting like 3 or 4 turns to even resolve it, oftentimes, unless I had nothing else to do in the early game. So it feels like a necessity, but I also haven't gone into the phase yet where I try to cook the deck and make something like different from the norm. I'm just like trying to get used to all the standard play patterns, and then we'll cook. That's...
I really like the way that Suzuka has played out this turn, being using the Mole Pistol to minus power and KO the Nami, and with the 3 2000 power characters on the board that haven't really been interacted with this entire game, he can't afford to protect that Luffy, which has been reduced to 2000 power, has to let it through, and wipes 2 of Rayleigh's board. Now he has basically a full board against 1 Kid Killer.
Kai, you mentioned playing the what's his name, the Jinbei in the deck. That guy is not a straw hat, right?
Jinbei? It's a straw hat.
Like
The
the
3 cost
rush one you're
4000?
talking about,
one
right?
with rush, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is, right?
I don't think it is.
Hold on, pause, let me check.
I haven't played it, so I have no idea actually.
I haven't
He's
had that card in
Fishman
my
Sun
deck for a while.
Pirates. Wow.
Oh, really? Oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense.
I was thinking about the same thing, but I'm pretty sure he was just like randomly not a straw hat, which was very annoying.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, weird. Yeah, Fishman Sun Pirates. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. When I was talking to a Rayleigh player about why they don't run the card, yeah, like the logic that they gave me was that the turn after he's played, he's a 4K. I was like, okay, sure, I guess. But no, him not being searchable off of Nami actually makes a lot of sense now.
This is top 8, by the way, for the Wave 1 finals.
Bo is a card I really like by design. Like, especially, I didn't notice it or realize it much, like, until playing the deck, but the way you have to be, like, deciding whether to use her ability in the first place or just leave her be, like, and how it changes with the matchup, on how aggressive you have to be. I don't know, it just, like, feels one of the more skillful card designs we have had so far in the game.
It's a very difficult card to use, I think. One of the sillier things that I've noticed is that it's effectively just a 0 mana searcher when you're trying to go for game 2.
Yep.
There's been a lot of games where I just need to find a way to get my leader unblockable, and my turn's just Boa, find observation hockey, observation hockey, find the unblockable event, and still get my 15k swing in.
Yeah, I definitely really like the way the like skill window that Hancock opens up. Yeah, it's like when you get into these later game stages where you search so much that you have like, I mean, like we see with Hada's hand on the left, just 2 Congress Haki in hand, essentially can survive the next turn if he chooses to, with all of the counter he has. It's going to be... At this point, do you go for board for Suzuka, the Rayleigh on the right?
He might have to, because of how many bricks they have in hand. But
yeah, I feel like
another Mole Pistol on board.
Yeah, I don't know. Rayleigh's damage is just really tough to calculate. But yeah, like with the extra mole pistol in hand, I'm trying to see how much board you can get away with not clearing. Forsaken Fart. Thank you very much for the €10. I appreciate it a lot.
I mean, he just starts with 5k. There's no reason to go too big against the tall hand when they present the
Conquerors, yeah.
Conquerors hockey.
Yeah.
Bare minimum to require some sort of response, and if they don't use Conquerors, even better.
Yeah. Actually, I didn't get the zoom in on his hand. I didn't realize he didn't have a single like regular 1k counter in his hand. It does make it a bit awkward to counter out of this attack.
Oh wait, he has 3 of them. But also, we see the difference in like just the developed bodies, like having 5ks. The downside is the only target he has for the leader ability next turn is the boa. But 5ks are like so good to swing with by default, compared to like all these 2ks that the player on the right has.
He probably has to use all of his resources to defend this, or these characters. I just don't think it's very likely he's able to go for a game with just a Zoro next turn.
Yeah. Not that it actually makes a huge difference because he will correct this soon, but Suzuka has left the 2 cards that he's revealed from his leader effect on the board.
The Mulligan and the Unblockable.
Is this another mind game, Yonas, like the blue-purple Luffy situation?
No, this one's not a mind game. This is just the dexterity part. There we go. Surprised he gave armament there. But maybe
would you
you're
prefer
just
to just play Conquerors, or?
I probably would have, but I'm worried about just a searcher getting in there, to be honest. Or it's like another 6k swing or another 5k swing.
I think if you this is already like telegraphing that the next swing should be 5k.
Yeah.
Because if you give Conquer, then just 2 don't attached anywhere already make the Luffy 5k swing, and then you put them in the same boat and they have already used Conqueror's hockey.
Oh, okay.
I
What
guess
are the
it would
2
make
cards left of Zoro again?
one argument for using Conquerors will be like they've shown you Mulligan, so if you're afraid that they might use it, then Conqueror's hockey makes it harder for them to achieve the KO condition. Though it probably doesn't matter with all these 2Ks that can swing.
Yeah. This is actually kind of a tricky situation now for Rayleigh on the right, because the Rayleigh on the left is kind of telegraphing that he doesn't have much counter. I think that attack just went into board, though.
Yeah, this went into Kill and Killer.
Yeah. Okay, so
7.
electing not to try to finish the game, I do think this is the safer option.
Yeah, just get rid of. It looks like he's gonna get rid of those Kid and Killer for sure, the boa for sure.
Hard defends it. Use the Conqueror's Haki without the extra effect. So Haru is going to try to end the game this turn.
Okay, just get rid of Kid and Killer.
Wait, I'm kind of
surprised he doesn't have all
surprised
this done.
because he has so few counters. I will not be confident I can survive as the Rayleigh player on the right.
It is very scary, I think, yeah. Just immediately
like
shows the 2 mole
facing,
pistols.
Yeah. You're facing 799 at the least.
Yeah.
Or no, sorry, 999
like,
if he just full commits. And that's just from what you know on the board. And with 4 cards, 1 life, 999 should be guaranteed lethal.
Yeah, and essentially, yeah, Haru is forced to go for lethal on this turn anyways, basically, because if he tries to prolong the game another turn, because he dropped those 2 Conqueror's Haki into trash, he won't be able to survive. So it will really just come down to if Suzuka will have enough attack or power or counter, and how much Haruyosha decides to attack with on this first attack from Zoro. Okay, playing around the Conqueror's Haki. I think this is a very good attack.
Yep, and it's just following 12.
I'm still surprised by the player on the right deciding to not go for game. Because surely, like, this is a very easy moment to calculate. You have two completely dead cards in hand. Your opponent knows they have to all in. Because you chipped away, like, they gave you all of their counters pretty much. To very cheap swings.
Yeah.
So you should expect them to all in. And you should be able to calculate, okay, I just die even if they have nothing. Because it's 999. With the Boari attach.
Yeah, actually, that's true. I just kind of assumed that the player on the right would have enough by the way that he was playing, but yeah, it wasn't even really close.
Yeah.
The end just
The
smashes through his face.
It's very easy.
Jose asked how is 6-0 going up against 4-2. That's because this is top cut, so this is top 8. They already played through 2 matches of single elimination bracket, so this is just where they meet up. Why are buggies not being played right now if Rayleigh is meta? See, this is a question I expect to see answered in OP12 for us, but probably Green Zoro. Green Zoro against buggy is strong.
I'm not sold that Buggy beats Rayleigh.
I feel like the current version of Rayleigh would lose to Buggy, maybe not as hard as something like Belo would. By the way, thank you, Ocular Oracle, for the $10. I appreciate your smiles. Because Rayleigh can play through 1-cost and 2-cost characters, but I think that you can make that matchup better if you chose to for Rayleigh, if you decide to play something like Dadang. Like, Dadang would immediately make that matchup a lot easier to play out. Currently, I still think it is favored for Buggy, though.
Totally Awesome, which is a Yu-Gi-Oh card, asked why didn't he put Don on Boa? He would get to attach Don back, so 8 would be good. To bait a 2-2Ks? He could have done that, yeah, but I think he was just trying to bait to, like, peel out the counters in the opposing hand, because he still had the Brush Zoro in hand. So he would always have the rested on if needed.
Oh, wait. Hi, did you just reach subscribers right now?
20K?
Oh, yeah,
No,
it's
I reached it, like, right before the stream started. But yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, which is huge milestone. And I made a lot of promises to chat, like a tree tier list, ASMR, a story time thing, and I think one more thing. Oh, spicy chicken nugget, which I'll do separately on its own stream sometime later this week, because I've actually been preparing a presentation for my tree tier list. So I need a little bit more preparation on that before I can, like, actually explain my case on why I think certain trees are better than other trees.
Okay.
Is it just like
there's gonna be
different species, or is it like a particular tree you like to climb, or is it just is it up to interpretation for you?
I'm not much of a climber, so it's not necessarily about how good it is to climb. I'm just kind of looking at lots of different factors. Also, I don't know why I keep managing to bring this up, but sorry, hold on. The Foundation of Weight, what? The $5 donation. Thank you very much. Green Yellow Law and OP13, I think could actually be pretty good. I feel like that may be one of the decks that beats Ema. But
I'm not sure if Green Yellow qualifies as off meta, if that was the chat comment.
it was just how I think Green Yellow is going to do in OP13. Yeah. The thing with trees is that they're very beautiful, yes, but they're also building materials, and there's certain hues to the wood when you cut them, use them for housing. Certain woods are better for housing, certain woods are better for veneers due to the flexibility or like bendability and resistance to snapping that some woods have. So wood actually is a very deep topic, surprisingly. But I also have a bias for Japanese trees, so lots of things to talk about, so that needs to be its own separate thing.
I think you need both a tree tier list and a wood tier list, just like 2 separate tier lists.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting it to be like this in depth.
Yeah, no, I started thinking about trees and I was like, well, I mean, this tree is like really good for this, but like as a building material, like, like for example, like, oak as a material is just very low in cost, but very durable, making it good for housing. So it clears in a lot of aspects, but we don't necessarily have much of oak in Japan, so use different trees for building houses. So there's different things that would be good there. Okay, I'm sorry, I just started talking about that. That'll be
Are you going to
another day.
rate the most important factors though, like climbability and like how good they look when you make videos on them and stuff like that? Because I think that's what people actually are interested in.
I'm
think,
interested in both at this point.
I can't say that I've climbed every tree, but I can look at it and say how climbable I think it could be, if you guys want me to.
Ooh.
But yeah, I
Um,
think looks are a very important factor, though. So, for sure. Yeah.
This is silly, but one thing I was thinking about is like basically just like the GeoGuessr app, but all it is just random trees across the world, and you just start randomly rating them. Just like, yeah, that's a 9, that's a 6, that's a 3.
I just like had flashbacks to like early YouTube where like YouTubers would do that insane thing where they'd like rate their viewers' appearances. I just like get random pictures of trees and I'm like, yeah, that's a 6.
Oh, Tinder but for
Are you
trees, just
making a
swiping
tree
right.
bucket list?
Tree bucket list, like trees that I need to see.
Yeah. There are some
Um,
famous trees out there.
There are some famous trees. I think last week, yeah, I was on a trip. I'm actually going to turn parts of that trip into a video. I'm still not exactly sure which direction I want to go with that. But I went to see, this is a bit of a spoiler, but you know, because there's so many people in chat and it's a live stream, I appreciate the people here. I went to see the oldest tree in Japan, which is 7,000 years old.
Wow. Jeez.
Yeah, and also it's an 11-hour hike to get there.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm dedicated to my craft. I also got a lot of nice shots, but it's just going to take a while to edit them for a video.
I am excited for that video. I'm
It's
glad that we reached 20,000 so we get to see it.
we'll see. I still need to. The thing is, I was going to start it as a more like vloggy, fun video, but it's a very important historical, symbolic tree that I'm trying to figure out what the correct tone is for that video.
That makes sense.
No, I did not climb it. That tree is so important that it's considered a temple. So touching it is disrespectful. It's also on top of one of the tallest mountains in Japan, but it's not considered a mountain. It's considered a forest because of how important that tree is.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
How far is it from Tokyo, like train-wise?
You can't get there by train. It's actually an island, which is crazy.
Oh, it's an island? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can go there.
Yeah, it's a. I don't know what it's called in English, but essentially the name of the island, or like pseudonym for the island, is the mountain on the water, because usually you don't have really tall islands, but because it's just like massive bits of granite that have just shot out of the ocean from tectonic plates moving over millions of years, it's just a huge boulder basically shooting out of the water, and there just happens to be a very old tree on it because of how hard it is to get to it. Yeah.
Someone asked, someone in
Yakushima.
chat asked if it's Elbaf, and that's pretty accurate. So
It's probably Elbaf, but yeah. Actually, marry me, please. The name of the person. Got it right. It is Yakushima.
okay.
Yakushima was really cool. It's basically Elbaf, though. Yeah. Are you guys caught up on the manga? I won't go into like spoilers because I'm sure that there are people in chat who aren't.
There's too many people on the stream who aren't caught up. But yeah.
I am also caught up.
Egghead's one of my favorite arcs. I'm still getting a feel for Elbaf right now.
I'm just waiting for all of Egghead to be animated because I think the end of it's going to be super awesome. So
That's true, yeah. Oh, actually, Cole Olsen's caught up, so we can just talk full spoilers, I think.
math checks out. Yeah, we won't spoil Gabriel. Don't worry.
Yeah, don't worry. I think
We won't spoil anything more than the card game itself has spoiled with OP13.
Yeah, I think that generally, though, I think when Egghead and stuff started coming to the One Piece card game was when the anime reached there, so that's probably when we're going to start seeing some more Elbaf cards. Which will be interesting. I imagine that deck would be like purple, just because I imagine the Giants having giant stat lines.
Not green. Aw.
I mean, I have no idea. I'm just thinking that like the sort of thematic of giants would make sense with larger bodies, and purple seems to work well with larger power and cost characters.
That makes sense.
Huh,
Most
I
of the
have no
giants, I
idea.
think, are purple. Already in the game. Like Brandy World is also purple.
That is true.
I
Yeah.
think there's a lot of like. There's the blue navy giant.
Yeah, there's John Giant, there's Oimo and
There's still red
Kashi in
ones,
black.
like little wars are both red, I think. Like the junior and the big one,
That
or
is
like
true.
the zombie one.
Saul, I think there's a
There's
Saul
also
in
the black one.
Yeah, there's the black
Yeah.
zombie ores too. Yeah, there's Saul in yellow. There's basically one in every color at this point. I don't know if
Ooh.
there's a green one though. There must be though at this point. That is true. There is a Gum Gum Giant in purple.
I think there's a vanilla like giant.
There likely is.
In green.
100%. Ooh.
Well, that's the meat. Yeah. The 6 cost 8,000 vanilla Wanokuni. I'm pretty sure. Maybe I'm
Is
getting
he
it
a
wrong.
giant?
I mean, he is giant.
I know he is large. I'm not sure if he is races giant.
Yeah, I don't. I have no idea. Top 4 is 1 blue purple Luffy, 1 green purple Luffy, 1 Belo Betty, and 1 Red Rayleigh.
Ooh, so it's
Thoughts?
like matchup. Ooh. Oh, we haven't talked much, or maybe you guys have already, about the green purple Luffy in PRB2. But
We
for me,
talked-
that's like one of the.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit. In Japan, people aren't playing too much of the 4 cost Luffy. I think at most I've seen people run 2, which surprises me. But the deck has still gone up massively in terms of like power and favorability in the meta, just thanks to Nami alone. But I'm curious to see what the Screen Purple Luffy has because we haven't seen him on stream yet.
Yeah, for me, that's definitely the most exciting part of PRB2. Like, it's such a massive power boost. Like, you pretty much cannot go a game without seeing Sanji Pudding and Mary. So, because of the additional searcher,
Yeah.
and that's huge for all matchups. And then the green Luffy, he just lets you do stuff which is like not possible to reliably do before PRB2, which is like you can lock out Zoro out of his Tashigi. And even if they can out the Zoro with like Queen or something, you're still buying a lot of time because they don't have that 7k body on curve. It just gives you so much more like flexibility in pretty much every matchup. So I'm not surprised to see one go this far. I'm not sure what the representation rate was and what the conversion rate was, but it also does seem he ran into the Betty. So you might be facing a challenge now.
Yeah. So this means that we have Red Rayleigh versus Blue Purple Luffy and Green Purple Luffy versus Belo Betty. This may actually end up being Belo Betty winning. But I think it'll largely come down to the matchup that we can't see. I wonder how this matchup is now with the buffs to Green Purple Luffy. I'm glad that we get to see this matchup though, because I feel like it could be a lot closer.
I think it ultimately depends on the amount of tech cards that Green Purple Luffy runs, and I wouldn't expect many given the lack of popularity for Betty in the Eastern meta, because what we have been doing in the West, like Punk Gibson has started seeing a decent amount of play, and that like completely blows out Betty games. Because especially on their second curve, when they go Ivankov Karas on 4, and then you do your play like Sanji Pudding, leader ability stage, and then when they go to 6, if their play is the 6 cost Koala or anything that uses up all the Dawn, and they use leader ability, Karasu swings 8, reduce your leader, it's 8 into 5, and then you punk Gibson and rest their buffed Ivankov, and you consume 2 really big attacks with 1 card. And that usually lets you flat out win the race. Or get full board control.
Yeah, maybe he runs those sort of tech cards for Red Rayleigh, but yeah.
Oh, but they're not efficient against Red Rayleigh. That's the problem, because Red Rayleigh goes 5-5-5-5-5 and 6-6-6.
Oh,
and
yeah, true, actually. Yeah.
Gibson might not be in his deck, but he might be playing the new OP12 card we haven't really seen much play of yet. The Rashomon card. Yeah. That might be
possible.
Yeah. That card might be very good in this matchup if he ends up drawing it, if he has it.
Yeah, that KO's 4 or less?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
KO's 2 vested
it's
4s or less.
Mhm.
you tap
Oh,
2
that's
extra
pretty good.
Dawn and then you KO 2 rested. But the problem with that card is I've tried it already like a decent bit against Rayleigh. I haven't tested much against Betty in OP12. But the problem is they already like tap the board. Like those units already attacked you, they apply their pressure. And even if you deal with them, it's similar to Electrical Luna. Where yeah, sure you got rid of those units. It's even the same cost, you pay 3 Dawn. But if they have an active board remaining that can attack you, all you really did was lost an extra card from hand. And you might still die. Because the problem is not usually board control, it's them just killing you, so you have to kill them faster.
That
And
makes
oh
sense.
lord, his hand is terrible.
Yeah.
I
But
mean, maybe the sage will
Ace
save
King
it
of the
though.
Lord's work. Oh, green purples is worse.
Yeah, that's what I meant. The green purple hands
Oh, okay.
is.
Okay, okay. No, yeah, he has no way to start the game, which is really bad.
He has no way to play it at any stage. Not like this.
Yeah. I've seen people get out of worse. I have faith.
Really? With which deck? With which
With
deck?
green purple, all you gotta do is just draw a searcher. Like if green purple's second and then just draws Nami into drawing stage and stage draws Zoro Juro, we're in.
I
No,
will
no, you're
say,
right. You're right.
yeah,
There is a sickness.
Emu could salvage the situation though.
True.
I saw the gameplay videos on your channel. Like the first one, especially like with the demonic summoning circles and the main expansion. That was fire.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah. I mean, Green Purple Luffy
And
has
you
a
made it
little
like
bit more
so
time.
fast.
Did I? The thing is, like, I was working full time both those days too, but it's like I recorded it as soon as I got home, and then the next day I was just like editing that video for like 7 hours straight. Okay.
Jesus.
Okay. Is he gonna draw?
Happy hit a really
Oh,
good curve
wait,
though.
hold
Like
on.
stage on 1 found the premier 5 don't
Oh,
play.
Yeah.
okay. No Nami,
Just
but Zoro
to
Juro is
play
pretty
down.
perfect.
Yeah, no, Zorojiro is definitely a card that you are looking for that next turn, though. So if he can manage to chain that into something like Sanjin Pudding, he should still be in a decent spot.
Yeah, and he does like even though they're bricks, as long as he finds Sanji Pudding, those 2Ks will be really good for defending.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Betty's running the Sabo because in the West, most people have either played Kuma for his trigger to come out of life unexpectedly, or the 5-cost Sabo because of the prevalence of Buggy as an additional tool to help
Mhm.
against both starving and as a card that can attack into Buggy because it's 5-cost.
I might just be
I
playing
s-
extra 2Ks because I see like both 2-cost Koala, Zeus, 4-cost Puma, and Sabo in his deck.
He could also just be splitting them up, but yeah. You have to see. I don't know exactly what the merits and demerits of all these cards are. I do think that running 4 Zeus is the norm, though.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, good. Green Purple Luffy is going to take that first hit into Belo Betty. See, a lot of people try to starve Belo Betty, but I think in this matchup you probably just smack fakes and like hope that hope that you find something though.
We have we have 2 searchable targets. Probably have
Yeah.
to. You could take
Yeah,
the
but he already
Nami.
has
I
the
think you have to
Mary,
take Naya.
so it has to be the Nami.
Yeah.
Oh, you
But
think it's Nami?
not necessarily the cards that he really wanted to see though.
So depending on what Betty flips off the top with the 5-cost Ivankov, this game could go really fast, or which would be
Mm-mm.
bad for the green purple, or it could be like more moderate, and then green purple has a chance to still find the Sanji Pudding, or at
Mm-mm.
least another Zoro Juro to have an established board.
I know it's arbitrary, Hrvoje, but do you play the 5-cost before or after stage?
Huh. I can't think of what I usually do. I want to say sometimes it depends on whether I have a good target to even discard. I would say usually after.
Okay, I think it's usually after. I might have just felt feisty and did it first. I know it's like obviously hindsight's 2020, but we haven't seen a single 4-cost Ivankov. And I think there's a decent chance of trying to hit one with the top 3, but
Mm.
Unfortunate to start with the stage here.
I mean, in any case, you're always looking at 3 cards, so it's pretty much a coin flip. But yeah, he probably should have gone with the with the 5 cost first. Wait, did he? Oh, he had 2 in hand, I see.
Yeah.
Sorry, 1 second. I'm just responding to my girlfriend, which most of the time I would hold off, but because she's at the hospital, just making sure everything's okay. So if you guys can take over a second. But thank you, Jad Deck, for the $5. Very much appreciate it. Goes directly to the person I'm talking to right now.
Okay, Limberg is a nice find. If he does have power reduction at some point, that's like one of the most troubling things to deal with as Green Purple Luffy, where they utilize Limberg as removal through power reduction. Because then you just lose out on board and they're still hitting your life. But at this point, it's not the most threatening thing because Green Purple doesn't have a stage anyway, so most bodies are under threat of Zeus. Of course, we know that changes when he plays it from hand next turn. So he takes, probably hoping to find Sanji Pudding, which I'm not a big fan of. Like, taking these 1-card swings against Betty too early.
Luffy Tower.
Unless he's afraid he's gonna lose the board to swings from board, then he should probably defend.
Yeah.
Because this is like one of those basic kind of fundamental rules where if your hand is bad, taking your life in hopes of finding a play is most of the time the worst choice. Because you're already in a bad position and you're making it worse hoping to high roll, which is like full on gambling. And it can pay off, but when it pays off, it kind of reinforces what I think is a bad habit.
Yeah. Okay, I'm back. Alright. Just need to get a bit caught up to the game state. Oh,
So,
he runs the 4-cost Luffy though. But probably not the play right now.
Yeah, Green Purple took the 5k swing, found Zorojuro in life, and then he was debating between playing the Merigo and the Nami. And he played the Nami. His top card was Zorojuro, which he took with the search anyway, so it didn't really make a difference in the end.
Yeah.
On what his turn would be.
I see.
You almost price into taking the giant as much as you don't really want to.
I'm not sure if you're.
I know you have
he
one.
already has one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can take a little bit greedier.
Oh. Looking
Giants
for
are
the
kind
Luffy
of too
though.
expensive against Betty, unless you actually have a way to stay high and on. And here he's, I think, very well telegraphing that he is aware that he has to close the game by killing his opponent, which makes me think Betty will be countering at least one of the swings coming his way this turn. Because otherwise you just risk maybe dying to over a course of 1 or 2 turns.
Yeah. Oh, Omari West, thank you for the €5. I appreciate it. Yeah, I hope so too. Okay. Okay, Luffy starting with the 7k at later, taking the first hit. Hitting into, oh my god, hitting into Betty's always so scary.
Especially when you're at the 5 life threshold, which is like one of the main reasons why you should counter, or one of the big reasons why you want to counter that second 5k swing at life.
Yeah, this is the top 4 match. And I imagine that after finals we're going to get the ban list. But maybe they'll do it before finals. I feel like it would make sense after though. I don't know what this card would be though. It seems like it'd be...
trigger, it should be Lindbergh.
Yeah, I think it has to be Lindbergh. It's red. Yeah, it's red. Or it's Lindbergh. Okay. Ooh. The on attack not playing a huge role in this current game, but just having a big body on the board is going to mean that instead of a 6k leader or 6k attack from Koala, we're gonna have a minimum 8k from Lindbergh. So a bit scary, but Belo hand is getting a bit lower though.
I'm not entirely sure if Green Purple can afford to do another 7 as much as they want to.
I think, does he only have 1 Dong left, or is that stacked up?
Just 1. 4 Dawn total, 1 Dawn.
Okay, yeah, I feel like you would probably want to leave 1.
Yeah, he doesn't have the giant. Like, he still has the Dead Man's Game. So
Yeah.
using
I
that
just don't
as
think
a
you can
defensive tool
realistically
is
end the game next
more
turn. You just have to end it over 2 turns.
Paka asks, is this OP12 format? It's PRB2, so OP12 plus the new set, as you can see from the Nami searcher on board.
Kawakage, thank you for the 20 euro. I appreciate it very much. Anything helps. I appreciate it a lot. Oh, and if you guys watching the stream, just pressing the like button also helps me out too for free. So if you have your phone or computer close by, maybe just click the like button. It helps me out, and you know, supports the whole thing that we're doing. I also very much appreciate you two coming on here. I know that the time zones are very terrible for especially you, Yonas, right now.
I have some pretty late nights on Friday. This is nothing. This is also a really fun time. I'd be up anyways. I'm happy to be here.
Okay. Still, the Luffy going for the 7k at later, not leaving up one dong. Confident that he's going to be able to survive the next turn. Oh my god. Here comes.
How bad could it be?
What's the worst card that can count at trigger? He's
Second Lindbergh is probably the
think-
most annoying.
There's the second Lindbergh.
Yeah, the upside here for green purple is if he survives, he almost certainly. Actually, never mind. Betty still has a bunch of 2Ks, so there's no guaranteed kill. But also Betty, because the leader ability only goes to 3 bodies, it's actually kind of becomes difficult to buff everything up for a quick kill here.
Yeah, I actually don't know. I mean, obviously, you just try to get as many big hits as you can, but Green Purple Luffy still has 8 cards in hand, and is it 2 or 3 life right now? I think 3 life. And Betty, with only 4 cards left in her hand, 3 after she uses Leader Effect, she may want to actually close out the game as soon as possible, because she does have that public information that the 6-cost Luffy is in hand for Green Purple.
Yeah, I don't see it out of the realm of possibility for green purple to just defend 3 swings here, because. So what is it? 6 and 2 8s after leader, and then if you just attach Dawn, it's 7, 8. So it's 3 7s, 3 8s. Wait.
Does Green Purple Luffy only have 4 max stone right now?
Yeah,
oh, he had to leader.
Yes.
Okay, so never mind. Actually,
Oh,
it's not as
7,
threatening.
so he didn't leave. Oh, I didn't realize he attacked 7.
Yeah, without a Dawn, it's a little bit different. I also think with the amount of attacks you have, Karasu is better than just putting it down to everything.
Yep.
So you can probably just start with Karasu and then swing 7 with Ivankov.
It's effectively one Dawn of value here from.
It feels bad getting rid of that koala, but hitting with that first, I don't think it actually makes any more power than just attaching to the characters that you have.
Yeah, because 7 7, 7 8, or some variation of like 6 7 for 8s asks 1k less total than playing Karasu like this and going 7 7, 8 8 8.
Yeah. Nemanja, thank you for the €2. Appreciate it.
But
this might
I
be
think green purple should have left it on open, as Yonas said.
Yeah.
I think that even if you're unsure, you probably should leave that dong open.
Yeah. I also think Belo Betty probably should not have triggered Lindbergh. I think this game's a lot easier if you just don't keep the 2 extra cards in your hand and just get rid of the rested Zorojo and the Nami and just apply a bunch of pressure at life. It's still really hard for Green Purple to live an extra turn after that.
I agree. Like Betty, both players could have played it safer. This kind of makes it what's the word for it? Well, a gamble on both ends. Because green purple, if he can still hit like a defensive trigger that ramps him, or either something that rests one of Betty's board, or like a ramp 1, so he gets the active done. Because I'm pretty sure Thunder Bagua is decently popular in lists nowadays.
Yep.
Yeah, there is a lot of debate on whether that card's actually needed in the current meta. But yeah, does Betty? It's just hard to see Green Purple Luffy's hand, so I can't see if he has enough counter.
I'm surprised they didn't counter 2-1 on that swing.
Yeah, actually.
Or Gatling it. Sorry, Gatling was probably a lot better.
Yeah, I mean the 8's already telegraphed.
Yeah.
but he probably knows he already has the counter if
He has
he's
enough
playing it like
counter
this.
for this. Yeah.
Yeah.
He has Gatling 2/2s and a 1, so.
Yeah. It looks like this is going to be it. Yeah, I feel like maybe Betty didn't need to play this aggressively on this turn. If she didn't trigger out the thing, she'd have 2,000 more counter in her hand, and maybe she could play out one more turn. I don't really know exactly how the line would be.
Yeah. But now with 6 Dawn, you don't even need the Luffy anymore, even though it's probably about the same for lethal.
Yeah, no.
Just
Now it's
a
a
bunch of
trivial
7s.
666 and 2 7s.
Yeah, it's guaranteed.
Yeah. You probably should play the Luffy just because of Karasu trigger. Otherwise, things get kind of silly.
Oh, that's true, actually, yeah. It's one of those things that I'd
Okay.
randomly lose to and want to end my life over.
Okay. That is a bit dramatic, but no, Karasu didn't change the math. It was always lethal against just one hand.
Yeah.
Karasu was not necessarily deterministic unless once you have the 6-cost Luffy, it's deterministic. But if you don't play the Luffy, it's not.
Yeah. True.
Yep. But I think if he starts with it, then
Oh.
I'm not sure. Like both players played it very unsafe, and Green Purple Luffy had a better basis for it because he still had a lot of life and like hard drawn counters in hand. But Betty definitely like jumped the gun, trying to end everything on the spot.
Yep.
Khaled Jensen. Thank you for the 1,500 yen on PayPal. Appreciate it.
Jay Vask asks, so no Starve Bell betting this matchup as GP? No, usually it's impossible to starve Belo Betty because of the 5-cost Ivankov and 6-cost Koala both like go so resource positive that if you try to starve them, you're just going to die before you can take control of the board.
Yeah, Green Purple Luffy, unlike a deck like Blue Purple Luffy, doesn't necessarily have a means of ending the game through the late game, so he needs to kind of play towards his strength rather than playing around Belo Betty's strengths. Okay, we're so close to what should likely be the ban list. Imagine they just don't ban anything at this point. They just say goodbye, see you guys next set.
You think they'll do it
I
before
think
or
that would
after
be
the
depressing.
finals?
Have you guys already discussed the potential bans?
I've talked
Briefly,
about it
but we can go
here
over it
and
again.
there. Yeah, let's.
Yeah,
I think we have some time, so you guys want to go first?
Okay,
I
yeah.
don't have a list of predictions, but I'll listen to you guys first because I assume you have some similar views.
Yeah, my number one expected hit that I wanted to happen before this last weekend was something from Blue Purple, and then after this weekend, the number one thing I want to get banned is Nami. And after that, as for Blue Purple, I think there's a lot of ways to hit it. I think either Blue Purple Leader or 9-cost Mom is reasonable. You can hit exact. I don't think Gum Gum Giant's a good hit, even though I think it's a reasonable hit based on like power level. I just don't think that you want both GP and Blue Purple to be dysfunctional and like basically like out of the metagame. So I think they might end up letting that card live. That's about it for me though.
Yeah, I hold a similar view because after what was it, Wednesday or Thursday, they revealed Yotama, and I was like, Blue Nami cannot keep existing because if they don't ban it, I genuinely think a large percentage of like Japanese player base would just quit because that's not the format you can really tolerate for half a year, where Nami is a top deck, and she will be a top deck if she's not banned. Like I'm 100% certain of it because between the Marco and the Otama, the drop hour already gets insane, and she had some tops in OP12 and OP11, like which are generally aggro metas. But other than that, I'm thinking, like I hate the leader bans. Like Nami I accept because I've always said she's one of the most like limiting to card design type of leaders. And to be fair, Blue Purple Luffy is similar, but I'd rather see Linlin banned, I think. Like Linlin ban and then possibly restriction of Giant to 1 or 2. Because I think both Green Purple and Blue Purple are still functional with like less Giants. But I also kind of cannot imagine Green Purple in his current state of TRB2 just going by completely untouched. So those are the cards I've kind of expect / hope for.
It's true. Yeah, the thing I've been trying to figure out is how do you deal with green purple Luffy and green Zoro without just killing the deck, because Sanjin Pudding, if that's gone, the deck's unplayable. Tashigi, if that's gone, green Zoro's unplayable. So if you're trying to tune blue purple Luffy and green purple Luffy, I would limit Gangnam Giant to 1. If we're just focusing on blue purple Luffy, I would just ban 9 Mom. Blue Nami, as we've all said, needs to go. I think even if Blue Nami had like a 1 cost 2k that's like draw 2 trash 3, she'd probably still be in like a very dangerous spot to be left untouched. But draw 2 trash 1 is just ridiculous. Then for Zoro though, the main thing is I don't necessarily think that Zoro's necessarily a problem in the meta, so I don't actually think anything's going to be banned. Because he's kind of kept in check by Rayleigh, so I imagine they're not going to touch those leaders. But if they were to touch Zoro, I would prefer to get rid of the I'm Invincible event, just because it's kind of uninteractive and just incentivizes a very boring playstyle for Zoro.
Luffy will be the king of pirates, right?
Yeah. The one that resets your leader.
Yeah,
but still, though,
that's
for
actually a good
actual,
shout,
yeah, for actual ban predictions, I think something Blue Nami related, 9 Mom, and they may leave it at that, just like realistically speaking, but because it's Bandai, they're probably going to throw in a little bit of extra funny cards.
Yeah,
Oh, what do you think of the like?
If...
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I think some people have been speculating that Sakazuki might come back just because there's like a silhouette of a card. I don't think he would actually be good, even if he came back, just with how the game has progressed since he's been gone. But what do you think as number 2 in the world, second best Sakazuki to ever do it?
Good times, good times. I also don't think he would be good. 4 life is really abusable these days, and as of like OP7, OP8, there hasn't really been any black or navy support that would allow Sakazuki to keep up in terms of tempo. When you compare it to like something like Marco, which functions similar to Sakazuki in hand filtering and removal, he at least has the advantage engines in Emporio Ivankov and the animals. Sakazuki doesn't have any of that. Like without Moria, he would pretty much be playing a fair 1 card does 1 card thing type of stuff. And I think the only exceptions are like Sengoku and... Is there anything besides the 7 cost Sengoku that I'm missing?
That Sakazuki could potentially play?
Oh yeah, so he would just like have too many fair cards. And yeah, he would be more consistent than the other decks, but it doesn't feel like it would be enough. I think if they do actually the figurine with the altered promo, it's probably just gonna be the reprinted version.
Yeah,
Or
I also
maybe
think
the black Sakazuki from Starter 6.
Well, it's the Rayleigh. So blue purple Luffy is not in the finals. We have Rayleigh versus green purple Luffy.
Is this the finals actually already?
I think this is the finals.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's the finals. Blue purple Luffy is gone. Down from 12 out of 32 all the way to 0. Rayleigh, I think there were 4 out of 32, and green purple Luffy, I believe there was like somewhere like 7 or 8 or something. I don't quite remember in the top 32. But these are the decks that have survived. I feel like I've seen this green purple Luffy player. Yeah. What about this matchup?
It sucks for green purple, and I think he just lost the rock paper scissors by his reaction, because
potentially
if Rayleigh hits the curve, you're really on the ropes.
Yeah, there were 0 zeros in the top 32.
So
please tell me you can still hold it.
I wanted to say, if they do a random hit, unexpected, I would expect it to be green. That's why my prediction was Cavendish, because I think Zoro has quite a few cards which kind of are strong, but they're also not like pushing green over the edge. Because like I think Cavendish is the biggest offender, but there's also the 8 cost Mihawk and, as you said, the I'm Invincible event, which in my mind I always called I'm Kid, because in your way old film Uta guide you call the event I'm Kid. And it just stuck with me. So.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry. I completely missed a $50 donation from Squibus. Thank you so much for the donation. completely. We were in the middle of a talk, so I wanted to get back to it a little bit later, but I completely forgot. But thank you so much for the donation. Yeah, no, Green has so many of those like kind of cheat cards. Oh, how do you feel? There's a lot of people speculating, even some rumors of leaks, that Hode's going to be banned. Do you think that would be a good ban?
No. Okay, so I think Hody is a problematic card, but I also think he kind of... The only deck I really dislike Hody in is Bonnie, because Hody is like an aggro card, where you have to push to close the game. It's kind of a gamble card, right? But in Bonnie, it's like a control tool, which I really dislike, that the card is being used that way at pretty much no cost because of Bonnie's leader ability. But other than that, I feel like she's the only leader that heavily misuses Hody and makes it problematic. Whereas in Zoro, for example, unless you're running the Fishman build with like Vanderdekens and Kawamatsu and the discard for like potentially Arlong for Mirror, I think Hody is not even supposed to be played. Like if you're running the standard classic build with like Paradise Waterfalls and Ashura events, I think you just shouldn't be running Hody at all in the Zoro.
Yeah. So
ooh, the Rayleigh hand looks insane.
Yeah, his hand looks
Very
very
pretty
good.
because Altars, but
It's
it's also
very
such a
good.
good hand.
Green Purple Luffy's hand isn't too far behind. I don't know which side's going. Okay, Green Purple Luffy is going first, but I mean, that basically all that means is that he's just going to be able to get the Sanjin putting out on curve. But whether or not he activates his leader effect on that turn will probably come down to what he ends up drawing there. Yeah, Rayleigh's hand's just very, very good. Let's see.
Also,
Wait, what?
I'm trying to remember.
Sorry.
There was a topic conversation we quickly skipped over, or no? Maybe it was some comment that I saw. Wait, let me try to find it. Sorry to disrupt.
Oh, you're good. Okay. Red Rayleigh going to play down the Nami and is going to be picking up Sanji, just another great target for the Luffy that he already has in hand. I think this is we're going to be seeing just perfect curve from Rayleigh throughout this entire first half of the game. Yep.
Fours in chat pointed out that today is Sakazuki's birthday, like canonically, August
Is it
16th.
actually?
Yeah, and I had to check. It actually is. So
that's kind of. Would they do such a thing? I feel like that would be too perfect for them to do.
Happy
5K.
birthday!
Happy birthday, Sakazuki!
With the release of new Ace Leader, like unleash him.
Imagine they unleash Moby Dick as well right as Ace comes out. Would never happen, I think, but would make Ace very, very scary. Okay. Purple Luffy going to just start with the search. I think he had the 2-cost Nami in hand as well. Would you generally prefer to search or just play the stage and get that set up? I feel like, I mean, you don't need it in this matchup, but just filtering it out of your hand for the 1k. Or keeping the 1k in your hand.
Probably would have just played stage and then played the 2-cost Nami personally. It would have made the 5 Dawn turn a little bit more convenient, especially since I think you just like price to using the leader effect. There might be some like ways that you can use an extra Dawn to attack into the buggy, for example, or something like that, which might be nice.
I see, yeah. The other argument for searching would be to try to find a good target to play off of the Luffy Taro, assuming that you don't use your leader effect in the next turn. That seems like what he's going to be going for now, but he is kind of stuck with a stage in his hand currently.
I'm not sure it goes to Taro, but I do think he just wants ability to like cheaply clean out any of the small opposing bodies that tap. Because you don't want to spend leader swings on that. You still have to raise Rayleigh. Because you're never able to starve him and control the game that way. You have to put yourself in a position where you threaten the kill.
Yep.
I'm surprised he countered this though.
Textbook good
Unless
turn.
he to counter all the way.
Buffing Nami, almost assuredly, and then playing Luffy, Sanji, attaching a Dawn to Nami. Continuing the barrage of 5s and building an overwhelming board.
Yeah, the ordering of that sequence was a bit confusing to follow along, but he did get there in the end. Ends up taking the next hit though, so
yeah,
not maybe not the best sequence. Yeah,
hate to see it.
So the Luffy clearing out what he can. At the very least, Rayleigh doesn't have a huge number of small characters on the board, so Luffy resting these characters may be a little bit maybe helpful in clearing out Rayleigh's board when they become rested. Now, I mean, I feel
But
like... Yeah, go ahead.
this turn's just so gross, just because of the mole pistol. It's just so difficult for GP to find any real angle of attack here.
Hmm.
Like you could try to just play Zoro and not use your leader effect, just so you can play like Luffy, Taro, Sanji putting the turn after.
Hmm.
But then you're like prone to a lot of big swings this turn. And if you do this play, then the mole pistols like completely neuters your entire board. And you can't play Luffy Taro the turn after.
So just in
Definitely.
case anyone was wondering, one thing that is fairly relevant in this matchup is like, why did he attack with the Nami instead of the buggy for 6? Well, first of all, his opponent showed him the 2k, so it's an indicator there's no 1k, so the Nami 5k swing is enough. But also, this is a matchup where quantity matters over quality of the swing, so by preserving the 3k body of buggy for a future turn, he's pretty much optimizing the number of 5k or equal to leader power swings he's going to have this game, because Nami is unlikely to be able to attack into a 6k leader later, and you just want to basically drain the GP Luffy's hand from resources by just continuously swinging equal power to the leader. So even though he gave up the Nami Searcher for free to opposing Nami Searcher swing, he's pretty much still in the optimal position for the following turns.
Hmm. That art for the search event always confused me a bit because it looks like a new card. Not too many really good options for this search.
It seems like this GP player is playing a high quantity of the Searcher event. I thought a lot of people would go a lot lower on that card or cut it all together with the new inclusion of the new Nami.
Yeah.
But consistency is key.
Yeah, I do think that it may also be in part due to the fact that people aren't really playing the forecast Luffy too much. I've seen people run 2, and so far it seems like the green purple Luffy, though we have seen it here and there, likely also plays 2, and uses that extra deck space to just increase consistency as much as possible to just make sure that you can get this Sanjin putting down. Although last game he wasn't able to, though. So.
I saw most lists run it at 4, just because consistency is king. Like the safer you are to find the key pieces, the better. But I also saw, for example, Chami-san from Card Raftel. He did the 1 or 2 videos on Green Purple Luffy, and he was not running the event at all. He ran like a list very heavy on counters, and it seemed to still function very well just because you get the extra 5 deep searcher. So I think both approaches have some merit to them, but I'll probably want to run some of the search event as well.
I see. Yeah, the one thing that's always irked me a bit about that is that a lot of those cards are kind of like pseudo counter, where the search event can turn into counter, Gum Giant can turn into counter, but the timing to use them can be difficult sometimes, and having too many of them can end up becoming bricks. So I can understand both stance. Just the consistency is great, but I hate losing to just overdrawing my events.
But yeah, Mulgan doing its job.
Yeah. Still though, green purple Luffy, yeah, with the Sanjin pudding that he was able to reestablish, is going to still have a footing in this game despite the mole pistol. Thank you, iKailaKai, for the another €5. ASMR and hot sauce will be its own separate thing. I don't think I'll do the ASMR on stream. That's a bit much for me, but I will do the hot sauce on stream, but that'll be its own thing. Okay. Yeah, well, green purple Luffy's starting to establish his board, but he is already at 1 life. 0 dome active.
And now he'll be showing a non-counter because he has no search target with counters.
Yikes. Oh, that's really bad.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate because the new Nami, like the biggest change she introduces compared to when you were at C event is she's searchable by Zorojuro. So you can extend that like search chain for pretty much indefinitely in the average game.
Yeah. He already has so much counterless in his hand too. Showing a third Gungam Giant.
It's very unlikely he actually dies this turn, though. But yeah, it's definitely a very rough thing to reveal that turn.
I do feel like the Rayleigh could definitely expose this if he gets a sense for the amount of counter in his hand.
Yeah, but Rayleigh is not in a position to rush. To be fair, he's 3 life, so he cannot die even on the crackback most likely. But for him, the ideal case would be he finds another Mulgan with like the Nami searcher or well, pretty much any searcher, like all the searchers in the deck can find Mulgan.
Yeah, a lot of turns here very likely start with an 8K swing with a Luffy, though.
Yeah, he's going 9
larger.
instead, so just full on gas. Which is fair. He wants to press hand.
Yeah.
Especially now, because of the pivot, when he counters, you can drop Kid Killer and swing lower and still put Luffy in such an uncomfortable position.
Yeah. Now a 6K swing would just be a nightmare. I probably would just naturally very likely do a 6K swing. Maybe. It has to be a 6. Because a 7 doesn't make sense if he gives 0-2 to a 9.
Yeah. Yeah, no, 6K here is really rough. And
Green Purple is rethinking his life choices right now.
do you think
that last counter he did?
So really absolutely doesn't need to hit with this buggy. Do you think that he will?
For minimum,
or just like slammed
9?
Oh, hold on.
Oh.
So he triggered Nami?
If you find exactly 0 costs, or if you find exactly 0 costs, you can recontemplate for sure.
He gets a 1K.
But with a 1K.
Yeah. It looks like he's just going to develop more board though. I mean,
it could still be a Kid and Killer 9K swing.
If you find a King Kong gun, you just get a bigger swing.
True Zero, thank you for the $10 donation. It would be preemptively because OP13 they printed Kaya but stronger.
And we have the Japanese. Oh, actually, you guys are behind.
Yeah, but like 1 second behind. But very, very fast finals. Green Purple Luffy just not being able to find the counter in the end, and Rayleigh just having basically perfect curve the first couple of turns, just never gave Green Purple Luffy a chance to restabilize the game.
Yeah, the master is still stronger than the student, as this matchup indicates.
Yeah,
because
and interestingly,
Blue Purple as well in the round before.
Yeah, this Red Rayleigh was also 6-0 in Swiss as well, meaning that he went 10-0 on the day. And now, we'll see, first of all, if there's a ban list, and if there is a ban list, what they are. If we end up getting faked out by Bandai and there's just nothing, then like that would be very brutal. Thank you, Yonas Abraham. Sounds familiar. For the $100 donation.
What you gotta do?
Please ban Nami.
I appreciate it a lot.
Ban Nami.
Please ban Nami.
If you ban Nami, everything's fine.
Thank you very much, Yonas. We'll see. You had that on standby, didn't you? That was very fast.
I did.
Thank you very much, Yonas. And thank you very much, Cool Man. Can't wait for more emu content. Yeah, I thought that I was afraid actually to put out the second emu video because I was like, maybe people don't want to see 2 in a row. But like people are asking for more. So I'll need to figure out something to do that's like not just going to oversaturate my channel with just emu content. Because I'm sure that not everyone's a fan of only emu content.
Fugo, yeah, Rayleigh won in a very, very quick game.
Yeah, very, very fast finals. Rayleigh is going to be our Wave 1 champion, which I actually saw on Twitter, I think right before we started, that Impact was talking about how he thinks Rayleigh would be crazy in this meta, so I guess in a way he kind of called it. And yeah, for people asking about why we think
was it Chami or was that the Rampen Hituji? I'm forgetting his name. Who called the Rayleigh win? Because I saw the tweet as well. I just don't remember who did it.
I'm not sure. I didn't look too much at Twitter during or before the stream. I just saw like in my replies. Yeah, the reason why we're saying that Nami should be banned is because they printed Kaya, which was traditionally a very powerful Nami card, 1 cost, draw 2, trash 2, and basically upgraded her and made Otama, which is a 1 cost if you have 3 or less life, which isn't a huge thing, draw 2, trash 1. So Nami's the sort of deck that you don't really interact with, so if that deck's too strong, it's a bit of a problem. And I think we're going to get some winner interviews, so I'll turn up the sound a little bit for this. If there's anything interesting, I'll point that out. And then likely we'll get bans after that. Probably don't want to keep the players
Kami
waiting.
saying, looking at this way, Rayleigh is way too strong, is what he tweeted.
Oh,
And the green purple player in his tweet thanked the Joker, the first Japanese national champion, for coaching him. So maybe that's why he looked familiar too.
Thank you, iKailaKai, again for the 10 euros. More domain expansion content. Man, I need to get the alt arts just to keep doing domain expansions when the actual thing comes out. Okay. Thank you, Saint Germain, for the 10 Canadian dollars. Yeah, I'll definitely try to get some more ebook content out, but I'll split it up with some other things. I want to film a Sabo video, get that out maybe tomorrow-ish if I can manage to edit it together. I want to get Red Green Luffy since we cooked that up a little bit with Yonas before. And
Think of a much more finalized 50 probably this weekend just to mess with that. I think it's going to be. I think there's a bunch of different strategies whether you want to make the rate like that event core work or not. So I think there's a bunch of different options you can make.
Yeah, I think at the very least, for a video, I don't try to showcase anything too spicy, unless it's Vanderdecken because it's really funny. But I think that there's a way that Bandai wants us to build a deck, and then there's the dream where you just play the 4-cost Luffy. But I think that there is an argument for both, so it would be interesting to try them.
I just want there to be a turn where you just play the 6-cost Luffy, then the 4-cost Luffy, and put in a Sanji, and just have like a sillier turn that Rayleigh ever does.
Oh, hold
on. Benny, it was Rayleigh who won against Green Purple in the finals. So Red Rayleigh.
And jumping back a little bit, we'll just kind of a refresher for what decks were surviving into each round. We had in the top 32, 12 blue purple Luffys, 3 green purple Luffys, or sorry, 5 green purple Luffys, 4 red Rayleighs. So the 2 out of the top 3 decks made it to the finals. 3 of them made it to the quarterfinal or semifinals. 2 green yellow law, 2 black Teach, 2 black Lucci, 1 red Shanks, which was exciting to watch, 1 red green Smoker, 1 red yellow Belo Betty, 1 blue purple Sanji, 1 blue Nami, or blue yellow Nami. Then that got cut down. The blue purple Luffys slowly started to fade out. I can't find the thing, but in the end, green purple Luffy and red Rayleigh were our 2 finalists, with red Rayleigh with a commanding win in the finals.
What happened to Zoro? I think I saw that blue purple had like a very high representation in the tournament itself, so
yeah,
it's possible a combination of people bring other picks over green Zoro, and just a lot of the room being blue purple Luffy made it challenging for them to top. I'm still surprised there wasn't a single one in top 32 though.
Yeah, I feel like you could kind of stumble
though, right?
There is like 9% or something, which is like not bad, but it's definitely more than Red Shanks, who who did make it into the top 16, I believe. The Red Shanks was cooking with his list though. I didn't expect you to run the 4-cost Kobe, but it did actually do a lot in that matchup. Although it wasn't enough in the end. No, the PRB one. The one that's like on attack, KO base 3k or less, and then draw a card if you have 6 cards less. Yeah. Yeah, he had a lot of the new cards in his deck, so Shanks looked relatively good. Blue purple Luffy played very aggressively and kind of just was able to push him over in the end with the 3 bodies that he had on board, and a very nice Forecast pudding.
I feel bad that nobody wants to watch these guys' player interviews just because of the anticipation of the ban list.
Well, I
But-
mean, if you think about it like this, because people are anticipating the ban list, people are watching the player interviews.
Oh, that's also true. Free
Yeah.
publicity.
Hmm.
Ustruck wants 4C pudding banned so bad. I agree, man. I agree. But she's getting an SP, or she got an SP in PRB too, so I think that's. I think pretty much all the cars that get SPs are like safe for at least a little bit.
Mm-mm.
Because they put in money to print those and they want to sell the sets, so.
Are you confirmed the biggest pudding hater in EU?
I'm possible. Like, I'm definitely one of the pudding haters, I think.
I know that Fletch is probably confirmed biggest Moria hater in EU, but
Oh, yeah.
he was able to get rid of that one.
Him and Pierre were wearing the Please Ban Moria shirts for like solid half a year, maybe more.
It's really funny. Imagine they release Moria, they have to pull the shirts back out. I don't think... I think there's like some cards you can argue could get off the ban list, but I don't think Moria would ever be one. Not necessarily because the card would be too strong, but just because they've printed replacements for him. So I just think that like Design Sandbite, they probably will never let that card go.
Same with Kabaji.
I mean, there's Kabaji but stronger in the game. Hopefully we see bans after this, but nothing officially stated. I don't know where else they would say when the bans are.
Unban Kabaji, ban Moji. Are we banning both Mojis? Or how many Mojis are there? Like 3 now?
I think there's more. Like, there's the two 2Ks that Buggy has. There's the OG one. Actually, maybe that's it. There's a Kabaji and Moji card as well, I think, where they're both. I actually don't remember. Like, most of these cards were so irrelevant, except for the one that got banned. And the one that they just released.
And...
Unban Reject, Kalgara meta? Jesus Christ.
I wonder what black card they'll ban now to hit Lucci, because it wouldn't be a ban list if Lucci didn't get hit for the 3rd time in a row. I think both Tempest Kick and
is a
Baboon,
reasonable one.
as Yonas said, can happen. Kuzan would be kind of pointless just because he rotates out in like half a year.
That's true. But I think Kuzan would get the respect he deserves if he was on the ban list.
I think they need to print a better Kuzan.
I remember when you were saying about the One Piece cube you guys made and played in Alice, that Kuzan was like either the best or the 2nd best card. Him and Carrot were insane in the cube.
Yep.
So he's just base power, like way above average.
I think he's the 3rd best card now that we've introduced Gum Gum Giant, but he's still very high.
What about thoughts on Blackbeard hits? I don't think Blackbeard needs hits. Maybe. I'm not sure what OP13 meta is gonna bring, but...
OP13 Blackbeard, I'm not sure, but like if we think about it for the West, like OP12... Here we go! You ready, guys?
Ooh.
Oh.
Can anybody do the drum roll?
Wait.
I stuck
no.
it.
No! Wait. It's not today. They're announcing it on Wednesday.
Wait.
Sorry. Yeah, shit. For a second I meant that I thought this was that it's coming from the 20th, but no, they're announcing it on the 20th.
Okay.
Wait, what even is on the 20th?
Boo.
Which character's birthday is on the 20th? Is Law's birthday August 20th?
What? I feel like I scammed so many people. I'm sorry, guys.
I'm very sad.
I can't believe they did this to us. They baited us into watching the winner interview.
That's how they get us.
I can't believe they did this to us. Why Wednesday? I'm trying to figure out if there's like an event on Wednesday.
We gotta do some like real One Piece lore deep diving. Like something has to happen on August 20th, and we need to figure it out.
Okay, the only One Piece birthday on August 20th is some character I've never heard of. He's called Boo. Like B-O-O.
Okay, hold on. Okay, we're all just immediately figuring out anything about August 20th. Trying to see if there's any events on that day, but the official website's terrible to navigate.
Jeez, I really wanted to jump in to testing this weekend.
Yeah, what the fuck? Wait, that's actually so terrible for you guys though, because you have like, or in NA at least, you have like nationals like less than a month or something, or like maybe like right around a month after they would be announced.
At least they've
Oh.
given us a date, because I wanted to answer people's questions in chat about whether we'd get a ban list tonight and what time the ban list would be, but we just didn't
Yeah.
have actual confirmation, so.
Yeah, but like
Is it possible they
systematically,
wanted the results of this as well?
I don't
feel
think they
like
would have updated this like randomly. Like 4 days before seems a bit abrupt.
yeah. Oh wait, that's so tragic. I'm sorry, you guys. I feel bad stringing along so many people. Uh, wait, that's so weird. Because I don't see any event on the 20th, plus it's a Wednesday. And I feel like historically all of the ban list announcements have been like right after these kinds of tournaments. Yeah. Good night, guys, if you guys are heading out. Thank you guys for stopping by, and was a lot of
I'm
fun
going
too.
to
But yeah.
release.
Yeah, you guys have you have pre-use today?
Yeah, you have
Yeah.
the pre-releases this weekend, yeah.
Oh, that's fun. Well, for the people who have dude, I'm sorry, I feel like I gave everyone a heart attack too, because the thing is the kanji for literally the kanji for like ban lists, whatever. The first thing it said kinshi kaite, which is like restriction enforcement. Next to kanji is announcement, and then the last kanji is like announcement. It's like when we're
Oh,
going
okay.
to announce the announcement. And so like up until the very last character, I was like, oh shit. But if like legit if they didn't have the last two characters, it should be like it's coming right now. But yeah, they like hard baited me. I'm sorry. Yeah.
So good.
Uh, I'm sure that it's very difficult. Man, I was my plan for today too was like we get the ban list and I'm gonna immediately start trying to figure out decks for like OP12 and stuff. But now I'm sitting here like I guess I'm gonna have to stream on the 20th and do that at that time. But I have work on the 20th. Why did they do this? uh,
They just want to make sure the people that aren't working can get to the cards first, Kai.
yeah. Anyways, yeah. Maybe I'll see you guys on a live stream on the 20th. If not, um, you know, that'll be a video or something, maybe all blue, where you can just start to figure that out. It would be fun to do that live if we can figure out a time too. But
Yeah, I'd be
yeah,
down to do it live. I mean, my schedule's very flexible. It's mostly if it works for you, Kai, and Hrvoje.
yeah,
It should. I should be free on Wednesday.
yeah. We'll figure it out. Yeah, I definitely think it'll come down to me with my job, but we'll find a timing that works for us, and maybe we'll be able to do that live. But anyways, maybe we'll start to wrap up a little bit, and we'll recongregate back on the 20th when the ban list will come out to focus mainly more on OP12 because that's the meta that you guys are going to be going into. Maybe a bit of OP13 talk. Oh, and the stream is gone.
Rip.
Why does YouTube recommend my own videos?
They're that good. It's the first one.
It recommends my own videos to me. It's like I've seen it like 8 times. Okay, but final things. Thank you, Squibus, for the extra $5 on top of your massive donation before. Very appreciated. English is my passion. They're postponing because they have no idea what they're going to do. What if that's actually true? Like, OP13 was shown, and they're like, maybe we need a couple days to think about this.
I mean, I'm always down for people to think about it more, but
Yeah,
don't subvert expectations by changing it to a random Wednesday.
the bait and switch was insane because they've never done something like that before. Well, anyways, I guess we'll start to wrap up. Yonas, I'll release you from your shackles. You can now go to sleep. And
I'll make sure I'm very well rested on August 20th.
for sure. And Hrvoje, good luck with your pre-release events. Thank you both for coming on here, and of course, thank you to the viewers for showing up here. It was a lot of fun. Wasn't able to get around to all of the messages in chat because we are focusing on the games, but Appreciate all the people who did chat. Hope you guys had fun. I saw some people were fighting in the chat, but I hope that it's generally civilized and fun for everyone. Thank you guys for showing up, and I'll see you guys next time, whenever that may be. Any closing words from you guys?
Yep. Thank you for having me. I'm really excited to see some upcoming bands, and I'm really looking forward to cooking up some green red Luffy sometime this week. So hopefully be on the stream sometime 3 days from now approximately. So will be fun.
It was nice joining you guys. Also looking forward to the list so we can start cooking OP12 and Red Black Sabo.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
see you on Wednesday, hopefully.
Red Black Sabo actually seems kind of crazy from my early testing, so you might be the winner of the which three brothers is the best debate that we've been having.
Ban it.
Yeah, and also, you know, last thing, although I'm sure everyone's already gone, liking the stream, subscribing helps me out, and make sure to check out Hrvoje's Green Purple Luffy guide, because that seems like a very relevant deck as well. I'll see you guys.
For OP12 next week. See ya.
Yeah, I'll definitely get that too, because if they don't touch anything, could be a fun deck. If I'm not playing Ema, we'll see. Thank you guys for stopping by. I'll see you guys. Have a nice night. Have a nice